Oh, and yeah, we are back. We are back with the race. Hello, everyone. Hope to see you in here. Usually takes a couple of minutes. And yay, we have successfully switched over to the second part. I see a yay in the chat. Hey, Ray, welcome, welcome. I see Ost already in here as well. So that's good. That's good. I'm not talking to myself. Hopefully for this one. So yeah, over 8 hours in this 24-hour race here at Le Mans, presented by the IRO, the International Racing Organization here. We are running round 5 of the GT Endurance Championship 2024, and I will give you a quick update on that one. So we have gaps at the moment, quite spaced out, so gives me opportunity to bring up all my fancy graphics again for this one. So here we go. That's the calendar for this year's schedule. You see round 5, the Le Mans 24 hours race here. We're currently in the middle of it, of course. Then we have the current championship standings. So with Esports Race Asylum currently leading, and in the race they are sitting in P5 with Nick behind the wheel. Overboost Racing in P2, they are leading this race, and Sector 7, the number 7 car, that's Candyman in P3 in the championship and also during this race. So the top teams again at the front of this amazing race. Weather update, right? So we have based our stints on the IRL weather as close as possible. You see, we have entered stint number 5, so we start in cloudy conditions and we will finish with sunshine. I know it will be dark, right? You won't be seeing the sun, but it will be dry, let's put it that way. So we have dry conditions towards the end of that stint. It is. And to bring up the track map again for you. So we had the lovely Miss Debius giving us this track map of the Le Mans circuit, the Circuit de la Sarthe, French, so with all those iconic corner names. But we are already 8 hours into, so I don't think we will have to show you this all the time. So pretty you know all the corners, all the straights and that good stuff. So all right, that's the part done for showing all my lovely graphics. Now we can focus on the actual racing situation, with King still leading with 45 seconds and Honor in P2 for Race Asylum. So Lexus 1-2 at the moment. Candyman another 30 seconds in front and behind in P3. We have Simon purple, so Simon and Nick probably will be trading the fastest laps early in this stint. Both really quick drivers, and for now Nick has the upper hand with a 54.7, 54.8 by Simon here at the moment. So Nick in that 44 Corvette and has a purple sector here coming out of the second chicane on the straight, approaching the Mulsanne corner. It is Macho Monkey for Sector 7 in P6. The number 13 AMG has opened up that gap to Blue Racer. They were close after the pit stops. Now a little gap between those two drivers. And Blue Racer collected a penalty there for cutting the track limits in that chicane. Prohawk as well carries a 0.5 second penalty in P8 for AHR in another Corvette. Then Caballero in P9 for Loose Moose Racing and AMG, plowing down the long straight into the chicanes. We go and go. Welchie, BMW, MRL and 333. It is, yeah, it was just a little bit of a heart attack, but it's just like King Ears was joining the lobby for doing race director's duties, so not disconnect. I was like, no. And we have Kurt for last minute racing in P11, 25 seconds behind Welchie, another 22 seconds the gap to Johnny Waffle in that Mustang for MRL. Frosty in P13 in the Aston Martin, this and Harlock in another BMW running for Race Asylum. 999 is the number. So I think the closest gap were 4-5 something. No, not like this one here. Macho Monkey, Blue Racer, Pro Hawk. Blue Racer, Pro Hawk, 5 seconds the gap at the moment. So we'll see how this gap evolves. Nick with a 53.9, that's very early, hitting those 53s at the moment. So that, not sure what's the fastest lap of this event so far. Pretty sure we saw 53s at some stage during those 8 hours and 20 minutes. But usually that was done with lower fuel. Then again, we have like those night times. Usually they provide very good conditions for putting in some fast lap times, like more oxygen in the air. Also, like the track temperatures don't affect the tire wear that much, so you can really push. And DJ is catching a little bit at that point of the stage. Oh, look at that, who joined. It's Magnum in the chat. So I know why you are in the chat now. I know. You only come in the chats when I'm here and you, yeah, want to hear me sing, right? You don't care about the racing, Magnum. Just kidding, of course. So the gap between DJ, it's sync time, yeah. Just having a little snack here, my Haribos, just within my reach, so I'm gonna crunch on them a little bit. So the gap seems to be quite stable now. The Blue Racer collecting another penalty, you know. Not sure if Blue Racer doesn't like the dark conditions. Seems to be struggling a little bit now collecting track limit penalties there over the last 2-3 laps by the looks of it. And also at the front we see King opening up that gap to Honor. Was 45, now 48 seconds. It's still like very odd to see, for me at least, that we have 2 Lexus RCF leading in this race after more than 8 hours of driving. So of course we have very strong drivers piloting those machines, but hey, all the other drivers are no slouches and they know how to drive fast around this track. You We saw Candyman with some great stints so far during this event. I think it's his 3rd stint already. Also with mid-55s, that's good pace. Simon in P4, 54.5. Simon showed his pace throughout this event already. It's the 3rd stint, or maybe the 2nd, maybe the 2nd stint for Simon. I'm not sure. 1st stint for Nick for the Esport Race Asylum drivers, and after that 53.9, where he was like flying like there's no tomorrow. He calmed down a little bit with that 55.9. But yeah, you know what Nick's capable of doing in here. And Macho Monkey also lapping in the 55s, opening up that gap to Blue Racer. And that gap between Blue and Brohawk has come down 2.5 seconds. So Blue Racer again with a 58, and DJ lapping 56s, 2.7. Oh, this could get interesting. We will stay with Blue Racer through the first couple of turns and see where he's struggling at the moment. So the first sector seemed to be okay, no track limits. So will it be again the crucial Tetre Rouge corner? He keeps it nicely on the track. Played it safe. Yeah. This time, no penalty. We'll keep on driving with the Race Asylum driver here in that 77 car, the McLaren 650S, powering down the Mulsanne straight, heading into the first chicane, braking around the 100, I think. This time he should have kept it within the track limits. Let's see, yeah. A good run so far, 2.5 seconds to gap to Brohawk at the moment. So approaching the second chicane. Again, braking just around that 100 board. Oh, taking much of that inside curb. He's on a personal best, alright. Also DJ still 2.4 to 2.6, this gap somewhere. Now into Mulsanne corner. In those dark conditions it's tough to hit your braking points. No issue this time for Blue Racer. Increasing the gap. Richie! Richie is also just here to hear me sing, by the way. Glad that the gang is reunited. Yep. Not a man of many words, it is just yep. It's a good run for Blue. Simon, yeah, you didn't know? It's like traditions, 24-hour race traditions that I will be singing for you at some point during the broadcast. Oh, Echo is also here, didn't spot you here, mate. What are you singing tonight? I actually have two songs, so not sure which one to pick. Maybe I do both of them. I don't know. So Brohawk had a penalty by the looks, lost a second. to Blue Racer now, and Blue Racer with probably his best lap of the stint so far. Very clean. Approaching the 4 chicanes. Easy through those 2 chicanes. Then early on the throttle will be... yeah, smashed his personal best by half a second. It is. So that was a good lap for Blue Racer. Taking off a little bit of pressure there from DJ in P8. Let's have a look further down on the grid. Caplero with 28-29 seconds to Frog in P9. Then a bigger gap to Welchie. 1 minute 25 it is. So that MRL, BMW all by themselves at the moment. 30 seconds to Kurt for last minute racing it is. 25 to Johnny. And Frosty in P13 in the Aston Martin. And at the back of the grid it's Harlock in the Race Asylum BMW. So back to the front, to the leaders. What are those song titles? But I actually know it, Just the Hogs. I am the one and only. Yeah, I know that song, Richie. I know that song. But it isn't that one. So I think with that stale race situation at the moment, we can go for a round of singing, right? It should be fun, hopefully. So let's see, I get something prepared for all of us. Alright, so I think I am kind of prepared for this one. Let's see how this goes. Alright, so are you ready for a little bit of punk rock? I hope so. Meatloaf, come on. Let's do some punk rock. I've prepared The Offspring for you. Is it okay if I try to sing along with The Offspring? I guess you don't have a choice anyway, so yeah. I'll just start now with singing. So last chance to mute myself now, or turn off the stream. But yeah, we had a disconnect. Oh yeah, we had last minute racing. Kurt not in the race anymore, so I missed that here, but someone said now they want to hear me sing, so I go for it now. I go for the song. So just turn up my volume a little bit. So we go with The Offspring, and we go with a song called Pretty Fly for a White Guy. No, let's do it. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy. You have to imagine a nice little guitar-y intro-ish thingy. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. You know it's kinda hard to get along today. Our subject isn't cool, but he fakes it anyway. He may not have a clue and he may not have style, but everything he lacks, well, he makes up in denial. So don't debate a player straight. You know he really doesn't get it anyway. He's gonna play the field and keep it real. For you, no way. For you, no way. So if you don't rage, just overcompensate. At least you know you can always go on Ricky Lake. The world needs wannabes. Hey, hey, do that brand new thing. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy. Need some cool tune stats. Stanley wants a fight. Said I didn't have a cube, so he bought vanilla ice. Now cruising in his Pinto, he sees homies as he pass. But if he looks twice, they're gonna kick his lily ass. So don't debate a player straight. You know he really doesn't get it anyway. He's gonna play the field and keep it real. For you, no way. For you, no way. So if you don't break, just overcompensate. At least you know you can go and score on Ricky Lake. The world loves wannabes. Hey, hey, do that brand new thing. Now he's getting a tattoo, yeah, he's getting ink done. He asked for a 13, but they drew a 31. Been saying trying too hard and it's not quite hip. But in his own mind, he's the dopest rip. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. So don't debate a player straight. You know he really doesn't get it anyway. He's gonna play the field and keep it real. For you, no way. For you, no way. So if you don't rage, just overcompensate. At least you know you can always go on Ricky Lake. The world needs wannabes. The world loves wannabes. Let's get some more wannabes. Hey, hey, do that brand new thing. Woohoo! That was fun. Oh. I think we can now focus on the racing action again. So I did my part. Maybe we'll do another tune later this, I wouldn't call it evening, maybe early morning or so. But I feel like singing was a good thing, right? So 53 seconds to get to the good for Kings at the moment. Honor in P2. Not able to keep up with that pace. Candyman in P3. Yeah, with all my singing, we missed that Simon took the fastest lap of the race with a 53.5. Sorry for that. But priorities are that you hear me sing right during those streams. So yeah, Candyman in P3, Simon in P4, napping away a couple of tenths, seconds maybe, throughout this first part of the stint. Here we go, Nikki. That's, yeah, hit that like button, smash that like button, subscribe, hit that bell, all that good stuff. Show some love for the IRO, for the broadcasting team, and yeah, we have some amazing guys in here. So yeah, let's call it a big shout out so far for Lil Nicky, who did 2 stints for us on comms. We also had Webbo doing 1 stint. I'm doing comms as well, and then through the night we have back and forth with myself and the one and only GT45 Gaming. So we will be playing commentary ping pong for the next 4 or 5 stints, I think. Oh, it should be good fun for all of us. And when's Nikki's wedding? I mean, the more I sing, the better I get. In theory, right? Yeah, totally up for a karaoke night here at some point. I would love to do that, yeah. Getting pissed and then just bang all those hits. Like, I mean, we started like with 80s, 90s tunes. Now I think The Offspring was early 2000s. Somebody had anything modern is like a no-go for me, probably. But put on any 80s, 90s, early 2000s music and I will be singing for you. Definitely. No. It's not good, but I will be having fun. Trust me. You spin me right round. Yeah, oh, that would be a good tune. Yeah, JP, definitely. Some synth pop 80s, yeah, definitely. Up for that at some point, but not for this one. What I saw on the schedule, we have the Spa 24 coming up during this season. Let's just bring up the calendar. Right here you see round 8, the end of November, has another 24-hour race scheduled for the IRO. So maybe we can do You Spin Me Right Round, baby, right round. Probably, yeah. Then no doubt. No complaints from my side. Like, music grew up with the 80s, the 90s, so definitely one of my favorite era. What, Nikki, you said you won't be singing. They had an eye patch, JP? No way. Really? And Dead or Alive, I think the original was someone else, right? Singing that song, but yeah, not sure about wearing wigs or eye patches or something like that. I think Ray posted a nice little picture when I was doing an Elvis imitation when we met in Munich a couple of weeks ago. So and everyone that saw this image were more like, nah, it's not Elvis, it's more like Phil Collins. So yeah, I'm old, I'm bald, so probably more like a Phil Collins guy. Oh, we could also rock some Genesis, right? All good, all good. Who will be playing the guitar? Not me, definitely. I haven't learned to play any instrument, so that won't be happening. No, no, no. So the closest on track is still DJ and Blue. P7 and P8, 3 seconds. So DJ with some good lap times here, 56s, low 56s, and Blue also just recorded his fastest lap, 56.1, so evenly matched at the moment. And we are on racing lap 10 already. Damn, time flies if you're just seeing, right? No, it's all good. Still, we don't have that close racing at the moment. It's still those night hours are usually the crucial ones in those endurance races. So you basically hope to not be in many battles. You should be focusing on your consistency and try to survive the night. And then it's like when we are approaching the morning hours again, and then it will be the push for the final 3-4 hours. Then when we finish around, when will it be? 3 p.m. British summertime should be the end of the 24 hours. So yeah, so get to the morning, push till noon, and then see where you're at, how the strategy laid out for you. That's basically the aim. Now survive, don't crash, don't get damaged. Yeah, so this stint seems to be the dry stint of the night, but I think the next one, 6 and maybe the 7, we have some rain on the forecast as well. So just bring up the scheduled weather for us, so we see like the end of stint 6. Next one, we have heavy rain on the forecast here. This should be very, very interesting, which will be carried over to stint 7. It is so the end of stint 6, start of stint 7 should be very interesting, also mental for the races. I think especially the end of stint 6, where the drivers are tired after nearly 2 hours of racing, and then they have to adapt to the rain. This might get very, very interesting, also with this long track here at Le Mans. So if you catch the rain when you just cross the start finish and you have to do a complete lap on slick tires in tricky conditions, this might shake up the order again. So yeah, but for now it seems to be like that ORT, Overboost Racing team, they're pulling away with this nearly 1 minute a gap to honor for the Lexus Race Asylum 281. How are the tires doing? Yeah, good question, good take, Nikki. So we have Kings at the moment with the rear left being at 40% wear, so still 60% of white. In here we have Honor probably 50% down on this rear left. Candyman round about the same 50% on that wear. Simon just over the 50% mark by the looks. Same goes for Nick. Pretty even, those two, where they're driving the same car, both in the Corvette. Macho Monkey 50%. Blue Racer also at the 50% mark. DJ the same, 50 seems to be the mark we're seeing from most of the drivers. Caplero as well, just above the 50. Welchie with 50%. Johnny with 50. Rusty, did they pit? They have like 15% or so. Not sure. They're just, the Aston is just that good on tires. Don't know. Don't spot like a really long lap time on the right hand side. So maybe that Aston is just a tire saving machine by the looks. Also Harlock doing really good with the tires, 30%-ish by the looks. So did we spot any close battles on the track? So Nick, Simon, Candyman, no, that's still... So what? No, was just confused. I was missing Blue Racer, but here he is still running in P7. That gap to DJ going up 4 seconds now between Blue and DJ at this stage. So I think with the colder conditions, the tires will last longer. So I think lap 15, 16, 17, we will be seeing the pit stops happening. So the predicted one stop, if it stays dry, is the go-to strategy for all of the drivers today. So we had a little bit of wet weather happening in stint 3, where the drivers started on those intermediates. So that's why we had a 2-stop to get rid of the intermediates and then do another soft stint. But apart from that, we had those soft stints. And now Kings has the 1 minute lead over Honor. And have a look at the gap to Candyman. 16 seconds. That was coming down a little bit. It's... I also think Simon, yeah, 12, 13 seconds, something like that between Candyman and Simon. So if Simon keeps up that pace, he will get closer to the Sector 7, number 7 entry. Also Nick trying to do his best to stay with the Simon. 27, I think that round about 30 seconds. It's like, yeah, and Simon and Nick probably very, very similar on pace, both in that Corvette, and that Corvette now should be one of the quickest cars. We saw that in on Friday's qualifying. So on my local time, it's already Sunday. Yeah, so Friday we had a qualifying session with Simon for Syndicate Racing taking pole position ahead of the Esports Race Asylum team, where Evo qualified in P2, so 2 Corvettes at the front. Now they're running P4 and P5 at the moment. Bigger gap to Macho Monkey, nearly 1 minute between Nick and Macho. But also look at Macho's lap times on that right hand side. Basically all 54s starting from lap 8. And we heard it earlier during the broadcast, and so the consistency, what it's all about in those endurance races, and putting in those consistent lap times definitely helps everyone. Also Blue Racer now into the rhythm, in the zone, pulling away from DJ Brohawk. Oh, a little drift coming out of the port chicanes. Lost a little bit of time there maybe. DJ is pushing, but also probably had a penalty again. So the gap was down to 2.5 seconds, now above the 5-second mark again. So avoiding track limit penalties is also key around this track. We see Caplero being a lap down, right? Yeah, 3 minute 57. So let's see, DJ Prohawk is the last driver on the lead lap. So 8 cars on the lead lap. P9, the first car being a lap down. The Kings just overtook Caballero. Then we have bigger gaps between the drivers. Welchie in P10, Johnny Waffle running in P11, but a minute gap to each other. Frosty 26, 27 seconds the gap to the next driver, in front and behind, that is. So a very lonely race at the moment. And Harlock trying to catch the back of this field, trying to catch Frosty. For this one, so yeah, and Harlock is 7 minutes 23. That's nearly 2 laps down. Or is it already 2 laps down? Let's see. No, 2 laps would be roughly 4 minutes, right? So he's 1 lap and 3/4 of a lap down, something like that. So King's still increasing his lead over Honor in P2, 1 minute and 3. So very decent, solid drive from Kings there in the front, not like risking too much by the looks, keeping it steady. 56s all the way. It's not the ultimate pace, but good enough to keep that gap, and you're increasing the lead over Honor with, yeah, lapping 57s, 58s. And the gap between Candyman and Simon under 10 seconds now, right? So we saw that trend. Last time it was 12 seconds, now under 10. So Simon still pushing to get that Corvette up onto the podium positions, with Nick being, yes, steady, same pace basically as Simon. 27, 28 seconds on that gap for Nick. We see any changes now between Blue Racer and Brohawk. That gap is going up. Nearly 6 seconds now. 56.7. That's 56 is probably the target times for DJ. Was there a little bit of lapped traffic as well for the HR driver? Yeah, this looks like the BMW in the background. You're driven by a Harlock. So now we have the 6 seconds between the two drivers. So let's ride on board with Simon a little bit, carrying us through the night in his Corvette. We also get a better look at the skies. We see mostly clear, some light clouds, I would say, but no threat of rain from what I can tell. So we'll watch the delta coming down between Candyman and Simon while riding along with the distinct driver driving for the Syndicate Racing team. Good run out of the Porsche curves. the Ferris wheel, like nice lighting on it. We see the stands still packed, the fans still enjoying this event. A nice illumination on the grandstand, still a couple of people on the left and on the right, and 53.7. That again was a really quick lap. So tires are now down to 90% wear for Simon, that rear left. So could be the final lap for the first stint for Simon. Definitely die-hard fans. One more time through Tetra Rouge, carrying good momentum onto the straight. And now time to rest on the straight. Just keep the wheels straight and go, go, go. Oh, GT45 Gaming is in the house. So he will be doing the next stint on the commentary part for us. I think he also brought one of his mates with him to help him get through those stints. So nice to be ready. Yeah, been a very good race so far, yeah. Plenty of action on the first two stints, but then it's down to the nature of the endurance races that the gaps will open up at some point. But we have the spicy part coming up, GT45. We have the rain approaching for your stint, definitely. So this should be good. When we see Simon doing the lights check, see if they work. Oh, 8 seconds the gap. Nick lost a little bit of time and carries a penalty, so will drop down to 30 seconds probably when they serve the penalty. Also, Nick's tires down to 95% maybe. So this looks like the in-lap for the two Corvettes at least. Let's have a look at the leader. So Kings in that Lexus staying out for another lap. That Lexus is still good. We're looking at maybe 75% wear at the moment. Honor, Lexus as well, 75-80% maybe on those tires. We'll see if they go for an undercut. Do they need to go for an undercut? I don't know. They still have, I don't know, 15%, 50 liters of fuel remaining. So should be good to go for another lap if they fancy staying out. I think they have all the options. Now we'll see what's so heading into the pits. All right, that's Candyman low on fuel following the Race Asylum driver into the pits. So that looks like a bit of a lag coming into the pits. Maybe a 3-second penalty incoming. I don't know. Simon into pits as expected. With these tires, also fuel getting lower. Nick with the same. Fuel flashing red on my screen. Also tires screaming for help. And pretty sure Nick will be following the other drivers now. Perform the pit stop. Yeah, he does. So 2, 3, 4, 5 in the pits, taking the long service, put on some fresh slick tires, the soft tires. It will be fueling up 80 liters, something like that. We saw 84 appearing. See the others doing the same. Candyman putting in a full tank, nearly a full tank. Simon, see also nearly a full tank. Let's see, Nick should also go 90 liters-ish, I reckon. I will wait for Macho, also the fuel getting low, so he will be pitting this lap as well. Don't think he will risk staying out for another lap. Indeed he does. So here is Nick now waiting for the car to fill up. We see 90, 92, yeah, around about the same as Simon. So woo, we just saw Blue Razor with a little slide coming out of the Porsche curves, struggling. Fuel okay, tires down to 95%, so probably also a good time to pit now. Staying to the right hand side, staying out for another lap, that's interesting. Probably brave decision, but DJ Brog doing the same is low on fuel, getting to do another lap and putting in his personal best. Alright, here we go. Let's wait for the other drivers. See Cablero for Loose Smooth Racing AMG. Oh, staying out. The fuel is good, the tires are good. So good. Kings now into the pits covering the Sergis. He was low on fuel, couldn't afford to do another lap so far, so but still has a big lead, of course, because Honor in P2, Candyman in P3 and Simon P4 all pitted. So Honor will, no, Kings will stay in P1, that's correct, but that gap between Honor and Candyman came down as well between Candyman and Simon. So we could be up for a brief three-way battle for P2. The trend definitely tells us that Simon is the quickest driver so far during this stint. He gained quite some time there on P3 and P2. So yeah, Kings coming out of the pits. No issue with pit lane cuts or whatever. All good. We'll see when the Delta updates. I think this is when Honor comes around and crosses the start finish. So we will update the time. So probably something just above 1 minute. So Candyman P3 for Sector 7, and Distinct Simon for Syndicate Racing, the 64 Corvette, the lead Corvette in this race in P4. Nick, still that 30 seconds-ish gap for the Esports Race Asylum drivers, so they're still kind of recovering from that penalty they got from that early disconnect on the first stint. Running in P5, but the gap to the leaders is... Yeah, let's wait for the update. I'll probably subtract 50 seconds, something like that. But still nearly 2 minutes the gap, so we see Kings now 1 minute 9 the gap to Honor. 8 seconds between Honor and Candyman Simon. Under 5 seconds the gap, and now we see Nick, that gap should go down. Macho Monkey with the overcut. So you're 1 minute 50-ish with all the Esports Race Asylum drivers at the moment to ORT. So ORT running P2 in the championship currently, with Esports Race Asylum leading. If it stays like that, Overboost Racing team would make up some ground there in the championship as well. So Blue Racer stays out for another lap on those now, yeah, 98, 99% wear on those tires. Also, the fuel is low, flashing red. Here, this is like squeezing out everything that car has to offer. Macho Monkey out of the pits. DJ decides now it's time to pit. They were, yeah, really low on fuel. And Caplero doing the same now, coming into the pits. Let's have a look. Welchie in P10. Welchie, yeah, they hit it on lap 15. Frosty is... They haven't pitted yet. So probably the Aston going for the longest run on those tires and fuel. And Harlock in P12 in that BMW still running as well, also a long stint. And Johnny Waffle now on the outlap at this point. And Candyman and Simon both are pushing the gap between Honor, and Candyman is coming down. So we see the outlap times, and Nikki said that Kings nearly gained 2 seconds during the pit stop on Honor. We see that. Yeah, interesting. So Kings has a little bit. Yeah, the fuel a little bit higher compared to Honor as well. So not sure where those 2 seconds are coming from. Maybe a good in and out lap. So Candyman nearly down to 7 seconds to gap, but he has to watch his rear view mirrors at some point because Simon is catching, and he's catching very, very quickly. 3 seconds the gap now. Oh, aggressive through that second Ford chicane, and with a low 54 to start the first timed lap. Again, that's 1.5 seconds quicker than Candyman and Honor with 57.5. Yeah, so the pace difference. Now this could be interesting. So with that, the difference in pace at the moment, we could actually see that Simon will be catching Candyman, and that both then will be catching Honor. So it's getting closer and closer. Blue Racer now finally pits. Look at that. The fuel is really low, the tires are gone. So was it worth staying out for that long? So Macho Monkey will be moving up the order to P6 again. That's for sure. Where's DJ? DJ was 5-6 seconds behind Blue Racer. Now Blue Racer service time, new tires, and refueling the car. Whereas DJ coming round the end of the Porsche course, approaching the pit entry. And Blue Racer still refueling. That's 76. That's less than DJ has. Definitely so. Undercut on fuel, overcut on the stint length. And blue flags for Harlock. Oh, that could have been handled better, I think. The blue there with Harlock staying in front of DJ at the moment. Let's see the gap. It's more than 2-3 car length, so if Harlock can keep up that pace, it's okay that he stays in front still. Think distracted DJ a little bit with Harlock just coming out of the pits. It looks like he is pulling away on the straight a little bit. But yeah, the gap between DJ Pro and Blue Racer. Oh, and Simon got past Candyman. And 7 seconds the gap. 2. Oh no, maybe they were fighting, they weren't laying. Nicely are working together. Let's see if we can catch the overtake. Yeah, we do, right? So we see using the slipstream and then braking late for the Porsche curves and makes the move stick. Alright, that looked easy with the Corvette versus the AMG. Now maybe Candyman trying to bump draft Simon down the straights. So can the Sector 7 driver stay with the Syndicate Racing driver? That will be the question. So the gap to Honor 6 seconds. I think on Honor a little penalty keeps those lap times consistent now. 3:57s and Simon and Candyman 54s by the looks. I also had a 57 for Candyman. Oh, that wasn't the quickest lap time. Now, can they stay in the slipstream? So not close enough to give a bump draft to the number 64. Let's see a nice run through the chicane. 0.3. Trying, but yeah, that Corvette is just so strong in a straight line. But Candyman still able to stay with Simon for now. Let's see for how long that is. Braking for Mulsanne corner. Easy, don't brake too late. They on the track. Losing a couple of hundredths again. And just sticking with the Syndicate Racing driver here at the moment. And instantly gains 610 with that slipstream assist. Alright, nice tactics. But yeah, also I think smart to see with the fastest driver on track. So use them to your advantage, right? Loogie, good morning. Really, is it morning for you already? It's the middle of the night here. Oh, we also saw Simon. 3 a.m. Okay, yeah, that's... It's technically morning, yeah, okay. So we should be seeing the personal best for Candyman in this lap. Oh, collects a 1 second penalty, cutting through the 4 chicanes. A low 54 though. That was a good lap. Simon also with again a 53.8, blistering lap time. Gap has come down to 2.3 seconds to Honor. The gap between Honor and Kings 1 minute 12. So Kings managing on the race lead very effectively. And now it's pressure time for Honor with Simon right behind, 2 seconds and coming down. Oh, we saw Candyman going off track at Tetra Rouge. He doesn't collect any damage though. That was lucky. We will watch it again from the chase cam. See, where does he put the foot wrong? It just hits the grass there. Oh, taps the barrier, nearly spins the car, keeps it straight, avoids the penalty, but loses the slipstream. 3 seconds and a 1 second penalty for an earlier track limit penalty. And now we have Simon. Let's go on board with our, let's go from Otter's perspective. Like everyone now doing the Jaws theme. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. See those headlights getting bigger and bigger here for Honor down that straight at Lexus, using 6 gear and losing so much time. Oh, that was close. I thought Simon nearly touched Honor here, had some massive closing speed. Yeah, Nikki, shark emojis. He plays along. Nice one. So 6/10 and getting closer and closer. We go on board with Simon to see maybe the move from his perspective into Indianapolis. No, not close enough. But maybe the run up to the Porsche curve. So stay behind for Anash and now get a good run. And it looks like already a very nice run. Is Honor defending that inside line? Seems to be. They're going side by side into the Porsche curves, right? No. Wah! No, smart decision there from Honor, letting Simon take the racing line and now try and stay with the American driver. And Simon taking some serious pace there through the exit of the karting S's at the Porsche curve and opens up that gap 7/10 already. Honor is trying to stay with them through the 4 chicanes. We go. Keep it steady. Too careful. Malak loses another 10th probably by the end of the start finish. And also that's added up for the Dunlop chicane. And looks like Simon is gone. 1.3 now. opening up that gap very, very easily. And didn't take him that long. So Simon up to P2 for the 64, 1 minute 12. The gap to King's Honor in P3. Then we have 5 seconds to Candyman with that little off track. Lost him a bit of time. Nick, 23 seconds the gap for the esports race Asylum driver, the 44 Corvette in P5. Another minute and 6 seconds to Macho Monkey, the number 13 entry for Sector 7 Racing. Then Blue Racer, that's 77. McLaren, run by the Racer Silent team, in P7, so many sevens in it. Blue Racer 7 running in P7, running the 77 car number. Alright, I'm a bit dizzy now with all those sevens, and we heard before we have the Sector 7 team, so someone wants to tell me something, right? Enough of that numbers conspiracy thing. So DJ Brock for AHR in P8, and 13, 14 seconds to gap now to Blue Racer. Comfortably more than 30 seconds to gap to Cablero in P9. Cablero running that 35 AMG car for Loose Moose Racing. Welchie struggling with health, still driving very consistent lap times, 3:57s in that BMW for the MRL team. 1 minute 30 to Frosty in the Aston Martin for Shoshin Racing. First race with the IRO, and it's the big one. And in P12 it's Johnny Waffle, just under 5 seconds to gap to Frosty in P11, and 13 seconds to Harlock. Harlock trying to catch Johnny Waffle for quite some time now. I think the gap is coming down as well, and he stays in front of DJ Brock, so still those blue flags are showing, but DJ is not really quicker by the looks, so can keep that position by the looks of it. Kings 1 minute 10, so Simon taking out some time off the leaders as well. 5 seconds to gap already to Honor. So Simon is really pushing. Another 53 maybe incoming. 53.9. Honor. Look at the gap between Honor and Candyman. 2.4. Watch out, watch out. So I think Candyman recovered after that little off track, that 4 minute lap time, back into the 3:55s. That's 3 seconds quicker than Honor did last time round. Maybe Honor also with a little penalty, usually lapping in the 57s. And let's have a look at Nick's lap times, showing again a little penalty. Still he's running 54th consistently, 53.8, so 3/10 off that fastest lap of the race so far, held by Simon. And we will watch that gap coming down. It's Honor versus Candyman for Sector 7, and that AMG is closing the gap down the straight. Ray, I don't know how long you can actually clip something. I think it was like 2.5 minutes my singing experience this time. Oh no, Ray, you missed it. Yeah, I think you have to rewind the stream to hear it then in all its glory. So yeah, the gap down to 1 second. And a good exit. Gaining in the slipstream now. Will it come down to under 8/10? Yeah, looks like approaching the Mulsanne corner. Whoa, a big wiggle coming out of Mulsanne corner, but quick hands to do it. Nikki was vibing when I was saying, oh, nice. So here we go. Will we see again a run into the Porsche curves? And Honor struggling on the exit of the Arnage corner. So this gives Candyman the run. Honor not defending the inside line this time. It is Candyman up, pulling alongside and pulling in front of Honor. Whoa, understeers, loses some speed. And look at it, how easy you can lose a second with a little mistake through the Porsche S's. So, but I'm also sure that Honor is quite glad, so no more pressure from fast charging cars at the moment. So I think he knew that he cannot keep up with the pace the other two drivers were doing at that point, so now he can focus on his race again. Let's have a look at Nick. 54's the gap between Nick and Honor. 23 seconds. I think Nick served the penalty on this lap. 57, that's not his usual standards. Macho Monkey P6 for Sector 7, number 13. Very consistent at the moment. Blue Racer in P7 still. Like nothing to worry at the moment. DJ still those 13 seconds behind, and still behind a Harlock in that BMW for Race Asylum. Caplero in P9, 35 seconds the gap between Caplero and DJ. DJ Brock with 355s and Caplero with 357, so losing a little bit of time here as well. And Welshi, Frosty, Johnny. Oh, also Harlock is definitely catching. Here, Johnny, that gap was more than 12 seconds last time. We saw it under 6 seconds, getting closer to 5 seconds in here. So Harlock with 355s lapping. That's really strong pace, like top 5 pace at the moment. So we'll be getting closer and closer to the MRL driver at some point during the stint. Pretty sure. So yeah, we have roughly 25 minutes in the stint left. So the end of lap 31, the drivers will be performing the driver swap, and King starting lap 25. That's 7 laps to go before the driver swap. 7 times 4, that's 28 minutes. All right, something about that, 27, 28 minutes. Looking at that time frame before the driver swap. Oh, Simon still charging and has recorded a new fastest lap of the race. 53.5333. So 13 seconds between Simon and Candyman. 3.3 seconds after the overtake to Honor. Nick under 20 seconds now between Honor and Nick. Battle for best race asylum team at the moment. So we have on the Lexus 218 entry for race asylum being their best car at the moment in P4. The esports race asylum team running in P5, and in P7 we have Blue Racer in that McLaren 650S, the number 77 as their third entry, and the fourth car is, let me have a look if I can get that key. Yeah, Harlock here in the 999 entry at BMW, and they're catching the MRL driver, MRL2 team, Johnny Waffle in that Ford Mustang. Yeah, probably this will be the next battle on track for position, so we will stay with Harlock for a little while. Ray, can you answer GT45's gaming question in the Discord streaming channel, please? I'm not sure who is hosting, who is race directing. And here we go, Harlock with the run on Johnny. Through the portal curves we go. Yeah, I will check on Simon in a second. We wait for that possible overtake to happen between Johnny and Harlock. Harlock pushing, trying to get a good run out of the Ford chicanes, maybe run into the Dunlop chicane. Yeah, Harlock with the run coming out of the Ford chicanes. Side by side they go to the first kink pit exit. Johnny still defending that position. Yes, it's defending it. And Johnny Waffle goes a little bit deep into the chicane, and we go with Simon. Yes, Simon has front damage and the left suspension also is damaged. So he still had the fastest lap of the race at 53.2, but now he's losing time. Yeah, good spot here. So okay, King Years is hosting, but will there be room for GT45's co-commentator in the lobby? That is the question. Or will they have to do a kind of screen share session or whatever? to be able to do the commentary. Okay, has to be a screen share or something like that. So no room for a second broadcaster, unfortunately. Oh. So yeah, Simon, they're losing quite some pace. Look at that, 4-6. And Candyman catching 1.4 seconds. That's a little twist here. So Simon with a great race so far. Then probably a little mistake there, collecting the damage, the front aero damage. This will hamper them down those straights. And Candyman on the move, but has a penalty. But look at the gap coming down on the straight like nothing. This is really like how much this front aero damage is costing you time, and an easy overtake for Candyman coming into the second chicane. Let's have a look at that. I think was Simon early on the brakes? No, just the speed was just too low, and then Candyman said, yeah, I'll take that position for now. And but this probably is Simon's chance to use Candyman to tow him along the track now for those 5.5 remaining laps for this stint. So Simon won't be able to attack, but probably damage limitation now to have a slipstreaming partner again. So Candyman will lose a little bit of time while serving the penalty. Simon will briefly get past, I think. Or will they stay behind? No, they have to be on the throttle. But we'll probably swap positions again before the Porsche curves here. So that worked nicely for both of the drivers, I think. So the question is, can Simon stay with Candyman for the remainder of the stint? So coming out of the Porsche curves, the cutting S's, and approaching the pit entry. Gap goes up to nearly 1 second, so it will be tough for Simon to stay with Candyman here. Also losing time through the corners. 1 second now on the straight, and it will go up, up. So pretty sure when they approach the long straight exit of Tetra Rouge, Candyman will be gone. 1.2, 1.3. Oh, a big drift. Again, nothing happened. So a little chance for Simon maybe to stay with the AMG. Oh, let's see, he has to nail the Tetra Rouge. 1.3, 1.4. Oh, he's losing it now. And he's dropping out of that slipstream. Alright. So, yeah, the hope was there, I guess. So, all good. Alright. So, just spotted that GT45 Gaming has joined the chat and also prepared his stream already. That's nice work, so I can start integrating it. Hello, hello. Oh, you.
Alright, hope everybody's doing well.
So-
What race we have here so far? How are we doing,
Yeah.
Jaeger? Quite the stint you're having here.
Like, all of it. Like, big gaps, drama, fights, hear me singing. So what else do you want? Rain, probably, yeah, but rain is reserved for you. So don't take it away.
Looking at that weather forecast, and the driver is going to get some nice track conditions for sure at the beginning, which
Yep.
will allow them to settle into their stint. But boy, it is going to be question marks all the way to the 12-hour mark, where we are expecting to see an unstable weather pattern come through the track here. So rain potentially is imminent here as we near the midway point of the race for sure.
Right. Just quickly check. Right, so your stream is running. Let's try to get it into my application here as well.
Just bear with our legend Jaeger here, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is doing double duty here today. Not only is he in the booth keeping things moving here in the commentary broadcast team today, but he's also in the truck when he's not in the booth, running things behind the scenes in that production crew. So let's get a hashtag Jaeger up in the chat. Show this man some love, because this guy is the hardest working guy here today for sure.
Again, yeah, I feel like I've been there a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, it's cool. I mean, we don't have those events every week, so it's okay to spend like a all-nighter with all of it. Hashtag Jaeger, here we go, Nikki. Let's go.
Alright, so now that we've got my live stream sent over to you, I can bring up the IRO YouTube channel here, and we can get to some great business here. So we love to see. You gotta keep up with that great chat.
Exactly. So beam source is integrated, so we are ready then for the driver swap happening in, yeah, let's, I don't know, 15 minutes time, something like that. So not
like
too far away.
We like to try and be as prompt as possible.
All right, so it say you are a bit quiet through my chat. Not sure if you can crank up your volume a little bit. Or
Yeah, we can definitely,
yeah.
we can definitely get the mic a lot closer.
see, yeah, bring it closer. That sounds.
I don't want to mess with my volume too much, because I'm just going to mess with
Yeah,
the stream's audio
all
once we
good.
get going. But we could definitely work on making it better, that's for sure. So we see that our co-host has joined us here for our next stint as well. So everybody at home, you're in for a treat. We've been working together with Nolander Gaming here for some time over the last couple of years, and he has been back with a fury here in the booth with us over the last few weeks. And I think you're in for an entertaining stint here with me and Nolander Gaming in the booth.
Yeah,
so
looking forward to that, definitely, yeah. So you have time to introduce yourself once your stream is running then, so we will and have plenty of time to listen to your expertise and to your coverage.
Well, I say we just pull it out of the air and we make it sound really good, and we hope that the viewers at home just believe it, you know?
I'm pretty sure they do.
For the most part, it's an educated guess, but I mean, ultimately, we're just having fun here at the end of the day. I mean, these drivers are putting their hearts on the line for 24 hours,
Yep.
so I mean, we got to make it as exciting as we can for them, their families, and friends watching at home as well, right? So
We do, yeah. It's also Ishmael in the stream. Hey, thank you. Jaeger to Eurovision. I'm not sure about that. But thank you for your encouragement. I'll try and work on my singing career. Definitely probably as hard as as working on my driving skills. So, but yeah, we have now with the damage that Simon has, Honor being back in the mix, and also Nick just 7 seconds behind Honor. So 3, 4, 5 still not settled yet, those positions. So Nick with the charge, definitely catching Honor and Honor catching Simon. So could be close gaps for 3, 4, and 5 for the next stint then here. So it is interesting to watch after the driver swap what will be happening. So yeah, on lap 28 and of lap 31 we will be seeing the driver swap. We have Kings now coming through the 4 chicanes and starting lap 29, that's racing lap 28. So 29, 30, 31, counting with my fingers to not make any mistakes here. 3 more laps to go. 3 times 4, that's 12 minutes. So be prepared. Not long.
Absolutely, and we're just keeping an eye on things here, and everything looks like it's moving right along schedule here on the other end. So everything is underway here on this end of things. So I can't wait. I know that we have kind of got the start to the spicy part of the race here for the viewers at home. So it's definitely a privilege and an honor to be with the International Racing Organization. This could be my first commentary stint with this new organization for me. And boy, oh boy, what a great race to come in on and throw our hat in the ring here in the booth.
Definitely. And now we will be seeing the move. Yes, Simon losing ground, and Honor back with it. 8/10 was closer, lost a little bit through the Porsche curves, though probably a little bit of dirty air or aero wash or whatever you will call it. But pretty sure starting the next lap, Honor will have the chance to fly past that limping Corvette for Syndicate Racing, the 64. The 1 second.
We have a request, I believe, from RD here in the chat saying, can you get a time gap from first to Johnny Waffle? Pardon me.
Yep, I can do that, of course. So Johnny currently 7 minutes 42 behind the leaders.
Perfect.
So
sorry, back to what you were doing.
Ray, you have to shout in the chat. Otherwise, I won't be seated.
All capitals, Ray. All capitals.
Or good thing I have a couple of extra eyes now in the chat as well. So thank you for that.
Just make sure to let me know when you've transitioned from yours being main to mine being the main, and I can
yep.
get all our audios turned on. Right now it's just game audio on my side. So.
Yep, I will tell you that then. And here we see the move on flying past on the straight. So Simon, no chance at all with that damage. So, and Nick closed that gap as well. It's just under 6 seconds now between Nick and Simon. That will be interesting to see. So just cycling through the rest of the grid for you before we approach the driver swap window. Macho Monkey in P6, 1 minute behind Nick. Blue Racer surrounding in P7 there. The gap to DJ Brog, 16 seconds in the meantime. But DJ, they opened up the gap to Caplero in P9. I think gained at least 10 seconds after the pit stop, maybe more. So still a great stint for DJ Brohawk for AHR. And Welchie in P10. Very, very lonely race at this rate. 1 minute 40 to Caplero, 1 minute 20 to Frosty. And Harlock, after passing Johnny Waffle running in P12, 14 seconds behind Frosty in the Aston Martin. So we have a look at Kings coming through the 4 chicanes, starting lap 30. That's on the penultimate lap for the leaders starting now. And we will keep an eye on Nick and Simon. under 5 seconds the gap between the two Corvette drivers. And yeah, judging the rate, Nick will get past Simon before the driver swap. But there should be close gaps, so also close to Honor in P3. Honor 10 seconds behind P2 at the moment. So it's, yeah, it's the only team like being pretty much flawless so far is ORT in the lead. 1 minute 15. That's such a consistent performance throughout the entire lineup so far. Nearly 10 hours in.
Absolutely, and they're able to maintain that pace throughout the whole entirety of the 24 hours without making those mistakes. It can definitely be a dominant performance from ORT here today.
So far, yeah. And you know, now that we've said it out loud, something will happen.
Well, maybe. I mean, you know, the wild card is always the weather, though, in these races. I mean, Le Mans famous for its unpredictable weather, and ultimately that really could change how things unfold here, you know, over the remaining 14
Whoa,
hours.
Simon with a big off. Yeah, but manages to get back on track but collects a penalty. Game, please. Why? We lost so much time. Yeah, and under 2 seconds now. The gap between Simon and Nick. So yeah, Nick will be getting up to P4 with it. Yeah, Nicky pushing hard with a broken car. It's definitely a challenge. Also now that the tires have seen better days. 90% wear on the rear left tire, so that's all going against Simon at the moment, and Nick 4 tenths or behind and will get him on the straight now without. Look at that! It looks like multi-class. It's not even worth putting up the replay, right? It's just like, yeah, I drive my pace and whoops, through he goes. Alright, so Kings coming around Indianapolis into Arnage. So not far off the driver swap. Now then one more lap to go after this. So Candyman in P2, 13 seconds to Honor in P3, and Honor and Nick under 3 seconds the gap. Will Nick get the esports Race Asylum team back onto the podium during this stint? Could be the case.
An up and down race for Race Asylum 2 so far. Started in 7th place. The race have been as far up the field as 2nd position at points in the race, and still doing a pretty good job of battling overall in those top spots. But boy, it has been a tough fight for them here this race to try and make that climb to a podium here today.
Yeah, I mean 1 minute 30 behind the leaders, yeah, and with that rain on the horizon at some point, that's easily lost or gained from whatever perspective you want to see it. So, yeah.
And that's definitely got to say into the strategy for race teams here today. You would suspect, anyways, that they're going to be putting their best wet driver in the wheel for this stint, knowing that at some point there's going to be some moisture coming to the track. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if that's the case, because it could come at any time. It's very unpredictable. And if you're caught out at the wrong spot at the racetrack under some surprise rain, it could be devastating potentially for a race team's stint. In this case, with plenty of time to make that up, but so far ORT is doing a great job of managing the pace of this race.
Yep. It's what you have to do. I mean, you don't have to prove yourself like that. You can hot lap it like and then crash. So you're in the lead and just control the pace, right? It is so.
A little bit of help with the cars battling in behind as well has obviously helped a little bit to open that gap. But Just good consistent laps coming from that team here today. Very well prepared for the race here, it seems, today, and not surprised to see all the big motor cars charging the front end of the pack here today either.
Yeah, so Kings is on the final lap for the stint, already 1 minute and 30 seconds in to it, so looking at 2 minutes before we switch to the driver swap sequence. So yeah.
Alright, we are going to turn all those audios on now that we're getting close. Everything should be hot and kicking. Alright.
So yeah, what a consistent stint here from Kings. Bring this one keeping, I don't know, did they actually increase the lead? Not sure, but definitely 1 minute plus. Definitely something good, right? You want to have that after 10 hours of racing. And now blue flags, but no issues here.
On a track of this length, and absolutely, track this size of this length, a minute really, in the grand scheme of things, is really just a cushion with what the drivers are up against here in this 24 hours for sure.
The gap between P5 and P6 still 1 minute, so Simon should be safe to finish in P5. So, and yeah, Nick up to P3, so we and already 4 seconds up the road. And Simon staying with Honor, alright. That's also interesting. Maybe Honor is fuel saving, but now we have to stay with the leader, so coming through the final turns for this stint. So through the Porsche curves they go, and I'm ready. Just press the correct button, and it's all good. All right, so we see Kings heading into the pits, and we'll bring on the transition screen for you at this point. So you'll be seeing both of the racing action now.
Fantastic. So we are just on board with our current leading team here as they are awaiting that obviously driver swap transition. So as the OR team comes across the line here on the mainstream right now in front of everybody, on the secondary screen, of course, you will see that in relation, and it will go through in order as the drivers cross the line, and then we will take over from there and let Jaeger get a very well-deserved break.
At some point, yeah, but the cars are still running here on my end, so we'll keep that, of course. So Candyman now coming through the Porsche curves, and ORT Kings timed that perfectly with the view. Look at that! Just spotted that on my end. 0 liters remaining.
Already underway here now, so these swaps are now underway.
So I think I'm still having the master volume control at the moment, so it's still coming through my end, but once I will be transitioning to you, then I will mute my broadcast part here as well. So
you cue in your graphics whenever you're ready. We're going to do our best to cue in on everything you're putting up, and get some coffee or some tea in you, my man. Get a little break, get some food.
Sweets. I don't know. Nick into the pits.
Whatever it may be.
Whatever it is, yeah. So Nick into the pits in P3. Simon's in P4. Honor low on fuel. He managed to get back to the pits just before running out of fuel. So, but lost a little bit of time there. Massive fuel save towards the end of the stint on P5. Then we have to wait for 50 more seconds for Macho Monkey.
It was 7 minutes 42 seconds, right? Don't forget the gap between Johnny and the race leaders.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly, yep. Before we then finally transition to stint 6. So Macho Monkey. Where is he? Exit of the Porsche cars by the looks. Yep. Approaching the pit entry now. Gained on honor a couple of seconds as well. So Macho for Sector 7, the number 13 in the pits. Next up is Blue Racer for Race Asylum in P7 with this number 77 car coming through the Porsche cars as well. Exit karting asses, no drama, no track limit penalty, and a very solid stint here from the Race Asylum driver. P7 it is. DJ Brohawk for AHR. Also, I think he will be pleased with the stint. He was not that confident heading into his stint, but was lapping really strong lap times here throughout the entire stint. P8 it is for DJ. Then we have Cablero for Loose Moose Racing in P9. Have to wait for probably 40 seconds to get to the driver swap.
Yeah, I'm following along. We're just moving through as each driver's coming out of the respective teammate across the start finish line here. We got ERA's Kaza now out on track in the McLaren 650S. One of.
And now we see Cablero into the pits. They go in P9 for Loose Moose Racing, the 35 car. Welchie, now we have to wait for 1 minute 30-ish for the next driver, so we have still Welchie out on track, Rusty, Harlock, and Johnny Waffle. So Johnny Waffle 8 minutes behind the leaders at the moment. So you think you can take over a little bit now?
All right, so our 8th place driver here looking like they're going to be the last driver here on the lead lap as we are just approaching over the 10-hour mark here at Le Mans today. So welcome in everybody if you're just tuning in. On the main screen there is of course a driver still finishing up stint number 5 here, and in the right hand side of the screen, the smaller screen, is those drivers as they're coming out here to start off stint number 6. So tough stint out there, fun action here at the end of the stint here to set stint number 6 up. And huge shout out to Jaeger for a great stint number 5, and we love it when the drivers give us some battles here at the Moose. So great job out there, Jaeger, and I really do hope that you get some good, well-needed break and rest in while we continue our journey here at Le Mans today.
I think a nap would be nice, but if I would go for a nap, I would be missing the rest of the night. So no, I need to stay awake, need to be focused, and I would love. We'll listen to your broadcast, definitely. Will help me
we will do
to
our
stay
best
awake.
To keep the legend awake here for sure, absolutely. So as we wait here, we got our top 9 drivers now out here starting stint number 6, and again just waiting for the rest of our crew to come across the line.
MRL now into the pits. Whoa, messed up that pit entry big time, but Welchie in the pits for MRL at BMW. So this leaves us with 3 cars now. Rusty, Harlock, and Johnny. And yeah, we have to keep an eye on that gap. Johnny 8 minutes 13, so wow, losing so much time now towards the leaders. 30 seconds, I don't know what's happening here since the last time.
Almost 3 full circuit laps around Le Mans here for the viewers watching at home, if you're unsure what that relates to in time.
Yeah.
Very close, not quite. All right, the MLR driver is out here in this BMW and moving now here, and a couple more drivers on track here, and it looks like we are currently potentially missing 1. We are missing 1 out of the 14 teams that started here today. Some great looking liveries out on the racetrack today here too, as we're starting to get a little bit lighter in areas of the racetrack here now as well, so we can start to see the beautiful paintwork on these very hard-working race cars here today.
So the Aston Martin coming into the pits for Shoshin Racing, Frosty into the pits, closely followed by Harlock in P12. So this leaves us with Johnny Waffle, the Ford Mustang, on track.
All right. And our Aston Martin driver is just waiting here. Your yellow headlights help me see my braking points in the Mulsanne. Hey, perfect. Gotta love it when you get a little help from the driver without them realizing they're even assisting. All right, our Aston Martin is now heading out of pit lane here, and one driver left to get out of pit lane here. And just as the leader goes by there as well, it looks like. So a little bit of lap traffic to start off stint number 6, and there we go. Our final driver is out, and our driver swaps are complete here. So
that's a bit early. I don't know. So Johnny Waffles into the pits now for MRL. 8 minutes 15 the gap to the leaders. So that's my stint
7 minutes and 27 seconds here right now as they come out.
Swap it over now to you. So
all right.
Boom.
Sounds good. So again, we'd like to welcome everybody in here to our 24-hour Le Mans from the International Racing Organization. Huge shout out to Jaeger for the last couple hours of broadcast, and this guy's in there by himself just rocking it out, keeping the fans entertained while the drivers put on a show on track. So thank you to Jaeger, and we'll see him here in a couple more hours after we hit that 12-hour mark. So welcome in, everybody. Family-friendly broadcast here.
A couple of more? Yeah.
Just a couple of more.
After this one already, yeah, so get over.
Absolutely.
Stint 7. So,
Absolutely.
all right.
Cheers, brother. We appreciate you, and we'll see you at hour 12. All right, so we're going to get back to our race leader here. We're going to break it down, and I want to welcome in my co-host here this evening, the amazing duo here in the booth right now, Nolander Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome Nolander Gaming in, and this is going to be his first time here in the Endurance Series with the International Racing Organization as well beside me here. So welcome in, Nolander. How are you doing today, my guy?
Doing absolutely fantastic. Certainly thrilled to be here with the IRO for this wonderful race. Been watching since the beginning, and I can tell you what, it has been one heck of a race going on so far. How are you feeling, my guy?
Oh, we're excited. We've been ready to go here for a couple hours now, and same thing with us. We've just been kind of checking out the sights and sounds of Le Mans. It's a large racetrack. There's lots of different great communities to check out and go see the culture around Le Mans here. And while we're there, checking out the sweet spots and the sweet views around the racetrack, keeping an eye on things ourselves. So it's been some great racing out there. But, you know, all eyes right now really are currently on that 5th place team, Race Asylum 2. I mean, they have kind of seemed to be the big up and down movers here so far this weekend. Currently sitting in 5th place, but been as far up as 2nd place, starting in 7th. So, I mean, you were here. You really caught a good part of the first part of this race. So why don't we give the viewers watching at home a little bit of a breakdown that's kind of led us up to where we are here just after the 10-hour mark?
Well, sure. As far as that team goes, it definitely has been a bit up and down. Lucas started in the first stint, ended his first stint, I believe, in P6. Jakey came in, brought the team up to P2, had an absolutely brilliant first stint. Paymay came in. It was our first sighting of some wet weather here at Le Mans, which certainly can throw a bit of a wrench into the system there. And then so that he had a bit of a major slide out, dropped a couple of positions. I think he ended up finishing that stint in P4, and Jakey came back in again for his second stint, brought the team back up to P2 again with another brilliant showing. I mean, just absolutely on point, super consistent times, running really well. And as it sits now, Paymay here starting out his second stint in P5 and laying down the purple laps already.
Absolutely, and currently right now, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, when you catch bits and pieces of the outlying area from our camera crews here, it is very clear conditions in the skies right now. The stars are shining on our drivers here at Le Mans, and that's going to be really good for all our drivers to get settled in very early on in the race. We do have 2 tire compounds that are required here, the mediums and the soft tires throughout the race, so that's something that the teams and the drivers need to manage, but we are going to be starting in sunny conditions. But as we look at the weather radar to prepare for our stint in the booth here, we do see some very unstable masses moving towards the French racetrack here at Le Mans, and I mean, obviously no surprise to anybody who watches racing at Le Mans. That's pretty typical here. So the drivers, the teams, they're definitely going to be watching that weather radar, and at any given time over the next couple hours here, we could potentially see rain, and it most certainly looks like near the 12-hour mark. It is just imminent here for the drivers, so it's going to be interesting to see how each of the drivers handle that situation if and when it does appear here today.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, driving at night is one thing. Thankfully, Le Mans here is certainly, there you can see our weather stint coming up just now there. So definitely rain in the forecast coming up here. So, but definitely, you know, night driving, it's a whole different ball game. And the thing is you add rain into the mix with that, and boy howdy, you're in for one wild ride. And I do expect to see some bobbles here left and possibly right, but hopefully everything works out for everyone and they can keep those cars on track in these pretty treacherous conditions we will soon be having here today at Le Mans.
Absolutely. And I mean, let's just go through our field here. Let's get everybody caught up now that our driver swaps are down. We do have ORT Neil. I mean, this team just has not put a foot in the wrong direction here up to this point in the race. 10 hours in, just very minimal mistakes, very, very quick pace and consistent lap times. And slowly but surely, they continue to pace further and further away from the rest of the field. So right now, definitely in control of our race here at Le Mans, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here over the next couple hours, see if he can continue to open that gap for his team and continue to work on the hard progress they developed here, or if things will change and the rain complicates things for some of the drivers. You would suspect that the teams have put their wet drivers out here for this stint knowing that rain is in the forecast, but that is to be determined here. Second place is the number 7 Mercedes team here. We will get familiar with our team names again. We're new to the series. We apologize. We'll get it sorted out for everybody, we promise. And he's in second place here, and I know this driver somewhat well here through the community and through other racing organizations. He's very, very quick, very, very pacey, and has a big task ahead of him here as he is trying to chase down that Lexus, and Lexus proving to be very strong here so far. ERA's King Ears. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, hey, that's been pretty incredible how well the Lexus has been doing here. It's not a very overpowered car. It doesn't have that great top end speed, but I'll tell you, it's really good on tires and good on fuel as well. So all around a really good car. Definitely also want to say thank you to everybody in the chat for the warm welcomes. Little Nicky here says, bring on the wet night driving. We want drama.
Oh, just, I mean, we could see it.
I don't think that you'll be let down, buddy.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Rain definitely looks like it's imminent near the end of the stint, which is a crucial part of the stint. You know, you're trying to set it up for your teammate to get out and maintain that gap. You're on worn down tires. You're fatigued. There's a lot of chit chatter going on at this point in the driver radio to try and help keep the driver focused and on track with what's happening in front and behind them, and all those things could very quickly add up to a mistake. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure. But we got that ERA's King Ears here in third place, and I believe this is the Race Asylum Esports team, if I'm not mistaken here. Race Asylum has a few teams in series here this season, so we're just getting familiar with our drivers here. We do have I am Mullet here, and this driver is quite quick as well. So sitting currently in fourth place, but only 2.3 seconds in behind is Payme for Race Asylum 2, and he is moving and grooving, so I'm not sure what we're hearing in the background there, but I do apologize. We've got Payme there in fifth place. We've got he's purple as well. So a very quick driver here, Payme. We do know lots about this driver, and he's definitely going to be trying to work on getting caught up to that Corvette and potentially obviously getting around. But 2.3 seconds currently is that gap. As we move into 6th place, we do have Ruzi here, and another one of the Mercedes. So the big motor cars, our front engine rear wheel drive cars, really proved to be dominant here at Le Mans today. Not that surprised to see it. They got lots of straight line speed, and they've got lots of high end horsepower, which allows them to go a little bit quicker than our mid-rear engine cars, our McLarens, our Porsches, our Ferraris, our Lamborghinis, etc. So they're definitely going to cruise around Le Mans at a good pace. So the idea, the trick is for the drivers that are in the cars that don't quite have the straight line speed is try and stay close to the guys with the big engines and just use their slipstream to pull you around the racetrack. But easier said than done, as we are seeing those big motor cars really kind of pull away from the more nimble cars here this weekend at Le Mans. Leaves us with ERA's Kaza here in 7th position, and he is in that McLaren 650S and one of those mid-rear engine cars we're talking about here. And I mean, the driver's no slouch himself. The car just not on its optimal racetrack. You know, he's got to work real hard to get this car down. He does need to conserve the fuel, and at that point that is going to slow this car down a little bit. So tough position and right kind of in no man's land with a 20 seconds in behind him and almost 40 seconds up in front of him. But that does allow him just to really focus in, get some clean air laps, and you never know what's going to happen over a 2-hour run here. We've got Slider Rules here in 8th place in the Corvette, and I mean, he's tracking very, very quickly here. But I think this is a blue flag situation here as we see the flag person waving that flag, and I'm not sure what's going on there. A little bit of confusion from the flagman, I'm not sure. But we got Toto Wolff here in 9th place, Japanese driver, 4 minutes and 20 seconds behind the race leader. So that does put this team currently a lap down here in today's race as we get nearing our midway point. We've got MRL Shane here in the BMW M6. I'm assuming this is going to be our endurance model BMWs, as we are endurance racing here. Very strong car for the track, but just struggling a little bit here in the early half of this race. That moves us down to Ricky Baldi here, Italian driver, in 11th position. We've got Senins here as well, I believe that's the Australian flag. I'm sorry if it's a New Zealand flag. I get them mixed up all the time. In the Aston Martin V12. And this is an interesting car choice. Very good on fuel. Very good on racing tires, but not quite that top end speed you're looking for, but it's pretty decent in a straight line. So it's an interesting car to see here. And we'll have to see how it works up at the end of the race, because the ability to save extra fuel and tires could make a difference come pit strategy time. But right now, currently sitting in 12th position. And we've got RA's Oscar 4G here rounding out the field. 7.5 minutes behind, so about 2.5 laps currently behind the current race leader ORT. Whew, that was a mouthful, Nolander. What do you think about all that?
Indeed, well done, for sure. You know, it's quite interesting, actually, you know, mentioning all the different cars that are on track, as well as all the different teams and whatnot. Surprisingly enough, no Porsche team. I find that incredible, as the Porsche, although it doesn't have that great top end speed as many of these front engine rear wheel drive cars, you say, you know, the big motor cars, but it's rather good on tires and good on fuel. And overall, I believe it's a car that would have handled the abuse of a race such as this caliber. Speaking of the abuse that these cars are going to be taking, how about the drivers too, man? It could be quite, like you say, taxing on the drivers for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, granted, we are sim racing here. We're not in a real race car, you know, in France right now, yanking these beasts of GT3 machines around this absolutely iconic, historic, amazing racetrack. Just going to say that now. But, you know, it still comes with its challenges. Right now, there's a heat wave sweeping across pretty much most of the planet, so I think most of our racers are feeling that to some extent or another. But what that does is it also creates extra heat within our equipment that we're using. And I mean, heat, ask any real racer who races these races, when they come out of these race cars are anywhere upwards of 120, 130 degrees Fahrenheit sometimes inside the cockpit of these cars. And all these racers really have to cool themselves down with is their little hood air conditioner scoop that's built into their helmets nowadays, and a water system. I mean, so the drivers lose a lot of weight during even a 2-hour stint. And it's no different in sim racing. Now, obviously, it's not quite to the extent we're not at 120, 130 degrees Fahrenheit in inside our sim racing units, whether it be a basement bedroom or a piece of our living room or whatever the case may be where we operate from when we're sim racing. But the heat from the equipment, the feedback from the equipment, depending on how you set your equipment and how you like to feel of your car to drive, you could be working very hard. With the technology in these racing wheels and pedal sets nowadays are very, very high end, and they're very, very intuitive and realistic with what we're doing. And that also, in a sense, gives sim racers an idea of how and what it takes to actually throw these cars around on a real racetrack. So even though we're playing a video game, these racers are sweating, their arms are getting tired, their feet are getting tired. But I think the biggest battle for a sim racer in a 2-hour racing stint or longer, in a 24-hour race especially, is that mental fatigue. Trying to stay focused, try not to lose your train of thought. It's just all those little things that happen over a 2-hour period. Sometimes you make a little mistake, you get that caught up in your head, and one mistake leads to another mistake, you lose time. Sometimes you get into a rhythm and you just fly. It's really all circumstantial, but the mental fatigue really is the biggest part of sim racing, and that will really drain you. And then when you of course pile on the physical fatigue from our equipment that we use, and even our pad drivers. I mean, your finger joints after 2 hours straight of racing around a track like Le Mans at the speeds these drivers are racing on, it is no easy task. Either the wrists, the arms, the hands, they get very cramped up, they get very uncomfortable, and that can cause mistakes. So very important. The racers, it's 4 or 5 drivers typically running these 24-hour events for each of these teams. So after each stint is very important that they rehydrate, they get some food in their system. You got to build up that protein levels. You got to get your your vascular system back in. You definitely want to get your brain thinking and working, relax a little bit, kick back with the team, decompress, maybe have a nap, and get ready for your next stint. So it really is taxing even on our sim racers, and especially when it is very, very hot outside like it is worldwide right now. I think that it's a little extra tough on these drivers this weekend here for Le Mans.
Yeah, for sure. I have been in some hour-and-a-half long races, and even just the mental tax, like you say, the fatigue, it's there. I've also been in an 8-hour endurance race, 55 laps around the apologies, around the Nordschleife, and I'm telling you what. You want to talk about some sore wrists, sore arms, sore knees and legs and back from just sitting that long, even just in the sim racing situation, is absolutely incredible. We're seeing Payne is absolutely on the move right now. Just had his fastest lap snagged away by ERA's King Ears with a 356.358 smoking lap there. But Payne absolutely on the move and catching right up to the back end of I Am Mullet there.
Absolutely. We've been kind of keeping our eye on that, but we also noticed that second and third place, Rusty Maggots and King Ears are also closing in on each other. That gap only 3 seconds apart from those two cars as well on the racetrack. So we are going to keep an eye on these two groups of drivers here for a few minutes because, as No Wonder had just pointed out, Payme is very quickly tracking on I Am Mullet here, and we're kind of keeping our eye also on the second and third place battle, as the gap is almost under 3 seconds here now between Rusty and King Ears as well. So early on here, it looks like we're going to see some battling in stint number 6 as we head towards the 11-hour mark. However, we do not know what the wild card weather system is going to bring in here today. So the drivers are going to try and get something done. They definitely probably want to do it in the earlier part of the stint, and I think that the latter part of the stint is really going to be a matter of survival and not making the big mistake if the moisture starts to come down here at Le Mans.
Yeah, it's definitely going to throw a wrench in these guys' performance. It's going to slow down on the track. We're going to see a little bit of slipping and sliding. Hopefully these guys will be able to keep the cars underneath of them, but it is going to get exciting. Night driving in the rain, which I've never done myself, but I'll tell you what, that's got to be an absolute thrill ride right there for these guys.
Absolutely, and I believe we'll see our drivers start to see daylight potentially maybe near the end of our next stint here. That's just a guess. However, we won't see a whole lot of break in the darkness here, and if it does start to rain, that could actually potentially even make that darkness harder for the drivers, as of course they're going to have that visual distraction of that rain beating off their windshields. We are on board with Paymay here right now, and he was really tracking in very nicely on I Am Mullet in the Corvette up ahead here, but I Am Mullet had a good final sector there coming down the final part of our track here, leading into lap number 8, and pulled a little bit, about a tenth of a second here, and he's just kind of managing that gap right now. So pretty good driving, pretty good racing, and I mean, it's all strategy at this point in the race. The middle part of these races is really about consistency is key. You don't want to slowly lose lap times. You slowly want to pick up from lap to lap to lap, whether it just be a half second or a tenth second per lap. But if you're doing that, then you're making up ground essentially is the idea here. And you never know. It takes a driver up front. They have a little bobble. They have a little wiggle. All of a sudden you've gained maybe a second and a half, and you know, a couple of those, and all of a sudden it's a whole different race for you. So consistency really is key in the middle part of this race. Obviously there is a lot of racing left. We still have over 13 hours remaining here in this very long 24-hour event today, and right now it's about just keeping the car in good shape, keeping it out of trouble, keeping it out of damage, and the drivers just pacing themselves, as well as Nolander touched on, because it's still a long ways to go for our racers here that are, of course, piloting the GT3 equipment here today as well.
For sure, yeah, and you mentioned consistency, and I'll tell you, it's absolutely key for endurance racing. And you can see here now, just 0.6 of a second for ORT's Neo. Now, however, if you taken a look back moments ago at Paymay's consistency, just 0.4 of a difference in the last 4 laps for him.
And we're seeing our second place guy here right now.
Again on track, but that was just taken by Kaza by 0.1 of a second. So these guys are definitely on the move, not slacking in the speed department.
Absolutely, definitely taking full advantage of the nice track conditions right now. And you know, ideal track conditions right now really for the racers. We got clear skies up above. It's nighttime conditions, so the track is not too hot and sticky, which essentially can make it very slippery. Now, it does obviously do the same thing if it goes too far in the other direction, but with the humidity factor here at the racetrack, I think that the track probably still has that tacky to it. So right now it's optimal racing conditions, I feel, for the racers, and they're definitely been trying to take full advantage of this over the last hour and a half of racing here. So as of course stint 5, it really started to improve weather-wise for our racers, and is shown in the lap time, and of course the drivers closing in on each other, creating some great battles for us here throughout the day today as well.
For sure, and the cooler track temperatures really does a lot of favors for the drivers, and keeping the tire wear down as well. Managing that is, I think, really going to be key during the first half of the stint. You manage your tires better, you can push a little harder later on in the latter half of the stint, and then of course they're going to come in and pit and do it all over again. But yeah, definitely cooler track temperatures, definitely going to help out in that area.
Absolutely. We're just sitting on board with King Ears right now. ERA's King Ears in third place here. I tell you what, he has very quickly closed that gap up to Rusty Maggots here. And we're talking less than a second here now as we enter through the final chicanes here to start lap number 9. And man, this stint is flying by. My goodness, these drivers are moving and cruising today. But King Ears really starting to apply the pressure here to the Mercedes up in front of Rusty Maggots. And I think it's battle on here for our viewers watching at home right now. So welcome in. If you're just tuning in, we do appreciate it. Again, we are presented here by the International Racing Organization, and we are your hosts here for the next couple of hours, Ghost 45, GT45 Gaming, and Nolander Gaming. So welcome in, and if you enjoy what you're seeing, definitely don't forget to hit that like and that share button here for us. Get more people in here to come watch out the amazing action we're seeing on the racetrack. And we did lose a driver here early stint as well. I've just noticed as he's just come back into the lobby to I would assume watch the rest of the stint here. So that is going to be unfortunate for our, what was at the time, our 12th place team, as they're going to suffer a time penalty there, of course, when they come out to do stint number 7. But we'll let, of course, race control handle all that behind the scenes. For us, battle time. Battle for third and second place here between King Ears and Rusty Maggots, and separated by a whisker, Slipstream engaged, and King Ears is going to take it up the inside here into the braking zone, and this is going to be an easy peasy. But do we see the response from Rusty Maggots here, or is Rusty just going to be like, okay, fair play, good, you caned on me, you caught up, now I'm just going to sit in your Slipstream? So maybe is Rusty thinking, hey, okay, this guy's got a little bit more pace, obviously, right now than me. If I could just hang within that 3/4 second range, this guy can just pull me up the racetrack, and maybe together they can start to close that 1 minute and 24 gap on, well, the team that just so far hasn't really done anything wrong today. But great battle there, great pass from King Ears, and we're probably going to miss it on replay here now because I was slow, and we did. That was unfortunate, but...
It happens, my guy. Streamer stuff, It can't be on point all the time, otherwise we just would be aliens ourselves. But I'll tell you what, right now, definitely King Ears is absolutely on the move. You can see his best lap there, just 1/10 off of the fastest lap, which is now being held by I Am Mullet with a 356.211. So he is absolutely sending it. Paymay is just all over his business right now. Yeah, he's a bumper sticker right now.
And the same corner that we just seen the pass made from King Ears as well is the same spot that we see Paymay make the move here on I Am Mullet. And a little bit more of a difficult move there as Paymay went to get down on the power and almost lost the back end of that Lexus there. But he managed to keep it together, and this is re-engaged. We're not done with this here yet. Response coming from Mullet here that's going to give him the inside track coming into the next braking zone here, and he's going to slot in ahead of Paymay now. So battle for 4th place here between the two drivers, and this is a good juicy battle between the Lexus and the Corvette here right now, and in my opinion pretty equally matched cars. Corvette may have a little more top end at the end of the day here than the Lexus, but great battle happening here right now on the racetrack, and this is definitely where we're going to hang out and stick around here for a moment. Hey, we got the flags coming out for Team ORT here. Definitely looking very sharp on the racetrack here in France today. That is without a question of a doubt. But boy, the battle between Team number 64 Corvette and Race Asylum 2 here absolutely intensifying here as Paymay's just kind of backed off just a tiny little bit here to get ready for the Porsche curves and this high-speed sector of the racetrack, and potentially maybe setting up a run for a move into the final chicanes or out of the final corner. But we'll have to wait and see here as things are spicing up very early on into stint number 6.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll tell you, if I was in one of these guys' position, I would just go ahead and remain behind the person, not battle. You push a little bit hard, you're going to burn up your tires, not to mention fuel, and staying behind them, you can push them along, do a little bit of bump drafting, and catch up to that final podium position being held by Rusty Maggots right now, as well as you're going to be saving yourself some fuel, which is going to save you a decent amount of time for your pit delta as well.
Absolutely, and just as you're talking about that, the pit delta was 11.5 seconds, or the time delta between 3rd place and these two right here, and in that time that you were talking about, that is dropped a second. So if they choose and continue to do what they're doing right now, there is a good potential that they could potentially close in on 3rd place before we see that pit stop here about an hour into the stint.
Yeah, for sure. If I was in Paymay's position, I would stay behind the Corvette at least until they catch up to Rusty Maggots, and then the 3 of them could work together and potentially catch up to King Ears. The 4 of them catching up and staying together and working in line could potentially put quite a bit, not quite a bit of the time off of ORT's Neo right now, because ORT has been holding it down, and that's the only way, I think, or the best way at least, to try to put a dent in that time gap that he's got going on right now. Oh
boy, and I tell you what, as I'm sitting here listening to you talk about that, and I'm just sitting here thinking, man, I wish I could be a fly on the wall and listen to what these teams are talking about behind the scenes in the team radios right now. What is the lead driver and his team talking about, and what is Paymay and his team talking about right now behind the scenes? Are they encouraging him just to sit in behind and do exactly what we're talking about, or are they telling him, find a spot, make the move? And what is the Corvette team taking? It looks like he's working together. Just hold your line. Defend. What's going on? I would love to be a fly on the wall right now in these two paddocks to hear the chatter that's going on, because we have a lot of racing left to go. This is an intense situation. There's some good pressure being applied here by Paymay, and right now it appears that Paymay is willing to work together with the Corvette up in front. But at what point does Paymay decide, I'm done, and try to make a move when he's least expecting it as well, right? So the mind games and the strategies kind of start here between 4th and 5th place right now, and the time gap continues to come down to the 3rd place driver here as well. So the working together is currently working, and we have not really seen the rest of the pack yet, so let's get through the rest of our pack here. We've really been focusing on these two battles up in front. Obviously those are the battles on track right now, and they are for podium positions, but we haven't went and seen where the rest of our teams are here. So we have 6th place driver Ruzi right now, and he's 2.5 minutes behind the overall race leader, and about a minute in behind that battle between Paymay and I Am Mullet here in front. Now, with those two currently working together on the racetrack, it's going to be very difficult for the Mercedes to potentially gain time on those two, especially without a bump drafting partner like they've got going on between the two of them up in front right now. So in no man's land in the Mercedes here. Great car for the racetrack, but you got some work ahead of them here to try and close that gap up. That leaves a 7th place driver ERA's Kaza here, and the gap to the leader is 3 minutes 13 seconds here right now currently, and I believe that's an NSX. Is that an NSX we're looking at on the track there? Nolander, what are we seeing? I think that looks like an NSX.
My
it's a McLaren.
Is about 20 seconds.
Is it about 20?
Okay, I was going to say it's about 20 seconds behind you, so
gotcha.
I can't quite keep up. But what I can tell you is that Paymay again holds the fastest lap on the racetrack with a 3:55.797. That is over a half a second faster than the last fastest lap that was put down. So Paymay working together with that Corvette, absolutely the way to go. A lot of straight line speed in that Corvette, a lot of straights at Le Mans here. And although the Lexus may be a bit more nimble in the corners, I think that right now the smartest move is for Paymay to work together with him, and absolutely they're going to drop that time down big time, catching up to Rusty Maggots in no time.
Absolutely, at 0.2 of a second here as we head near as we start lap number 11, pardon me. So they only took a couple tenths out of Rusty and King Ears that time around, but it is working. They are definitely dropping the gap here, and we're also seeing the gap closing from 1st place to King Ears as well. It's down about 3 seconds here now as well. So King Ears is on the move here right now, but let's continue getting through our field here. Let's make sure we go get a good look at what's going on through the rest of our field here as well. No more DCs, please. I agree. It's been a tough one today.
Yeah.
We've got Slider Rules here in 8th place and another Corvette. We are seeing a lot of Corvette love here at Le Mans. Not surprised again, like we're seeing a lot of the front engine cars really be strong here, and it's very heavy. And again, not surprised not to see some Porsches myself here as well. It is a strong car in its own right, but I guess the racers and the teams this year feeling that the track set up and the schedule for our endurance racing season here, round 5 of 8, which is what we are in as well, ladies and gentlemen that are wondering at home.
Well, I did get a bit of an update on that, actually, some time ago now, and I forgot to mention it, actually, up in the chat. I believe it was little Nikki had said that there were a few different teams that did start out this series in the Porsche. However, after the latest BOP changes to the cars, all of them decided to drop the Porsche and opted for a different car here. So
there we go.
That gives us a little bit of insight into why we see no Porsches on this track.
Very good, very good. So there we go. That answers that question. Problem solved. Investigation done. Give this guy an award. He is good. PI services for hire here. No Lander Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, because, man, look at him go.
Well, I
rejoin stint 7. Fantastic.
All right,
I
appreciate that, but I'll tell you, I learned from the best. So
You're too kind sometimes. All right, Total Wolf here, Japanese driver here on track. Currently running in 9th place and also in no man's land here. Again, the drivers in the latter half of the field here, maybe having their own struggles, whatever the case may be. We have seen a couple disconnects here throughout our race today, which has obviously given some time separation to some of the teams as well. So they're in tough positions, but no man's land right now. 42 seconds to 8th place, and he's got about a minute and a half from MLR Shane in 10th place. Moving over to Shane here, he's in that Skechers BMW. That is a very bright car. Definitely can see that thing in the dark, and maybe that is by design. But in 10th place and a minute and a half in behind Total Wolf, our Japanese driver, and he's got about 44 seconds to the Italian driver, Ricky Baldi. And I'm not 100% sure what our safety procedures are here for large-scale incidents in this particular organization, but I do believe we have not seen that yet today. And that is a big contribution to why we're seeing such large gaps on the racetrack as we near halfway through the point of the race. If we had some safety car situations and we had the pack bunch back up, that may be very well different. We might see some closer gaps, but right now the drivers have been able to race here today. They've kept it pretty mean and clean, and that is why we are seeing some of the time gaps that we are seeing. Moving down, we have Ricky Baldi in a McLaren 650S here. He is in 11th place. A little struggle coming through that corner right there. Went a little bit wide. Going to cost him a little bit of time, but he's still moving, and he's got 44 seconds to the 10th place driver. I mean, these are not impossible numbers on a track as extensive as Le Mans, with the size and the amount of hours remaining for each of these teams to still continue to progress on the racetrack. So, I mean, none of these drivers or these teams essentially are really out of this race as of yet, and anything can really happen. And, of course, with that weather being so random and just unpredictable, that really could kind of be a wild card here in how things progress today as well. So, and rounding out our field here now with a couple of cars in behind pit wall getting worked on currently right now, trying to prepare themselves to get back out on track. It is RA's Oscar here, round out the field in about 8 minutes in behind the current race leader. So it's about 2.5 laps, getting near that 3-lap mark here. But again, not all is gone here with like 11 hours and 10 minutes, something like that remaining in our race. 12 hours and 10 minutes remaining in our race or something like that still. So lots of time. My math is bad. Ignore the commentator, and we're going to let Nolander talk for a minute because I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
Well, I'll tell you, you're certainly right. The rain is going to definitely give opportunity for mistakes to be made, and therefore give opportunity for some of these times to close back in. But right now, the story is really this ORT team is just, wow. They've added another 5 seconds to their total time that they are ahead of even second place here. We have had a bit of a situation. Paymay has gotten around I Am Mullet now, and Mullet now opting to take up the rear position and push along Paymay, though Paymay put a little bit of a gap on him there, getting a really great run there out of that final chicane there we just seen.
It's just really an unideal situation for these two right now. Not sure obviously what created the position switch. We missed it because we were going through our field there, but what it appears to be with the 1 second penalty carrying over I Am Mullet's car right now is it was just made a mistake while these two were working together, moving up and down the racetrack here to close in on third place, and probably just went a little bit wide or maybe cut a curb a little bit too short, picked up the penalty, and in that process I would assume that Paymay just took over the lead position of this bump drafting train, and now I Am Mullet is just taking over Paymay's job, essentially being the push car behind. But with that 1 second penalty, that is at one point going to separate the two drivers by a couple of seconds and maybe allow Paymay to open a gap up. But the bigger question is that really ideally what these two drivers wanted right here, because they were closing in on that podium. The gap is down to 6.4 seconds. It started at over 11. So, I mean, what they're doing is working. Really unfortunate right there for those two racers.
Yeah, strategy-wise, does it make more sense to actually slow up the pace a little bit for Paymay and allow Mullet to stay within that range, get back in the slipstream, and continue working together, or for Paymay to just go ahead and take off and try to catch him up by himself, which is going to be much more difficult task to do? They are definitely dropping that delta between P4 and P3 in the form of Rusty Maggots right now. So strategy. Paymay can see Rusty Maggots up there, but again, like you said, 6-second gap. That's going to be a bit of a chore to try to catch up to.
Absolutely. That's a great question, Olander. What does the chat think? What do you guys think? Everybody watching at home that's hanging out in the chat. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think it's worth checking up a little bit, maybe giving up a few tenths of a second to try and get that bump drafting train going? Or if you're Paymay, do you just play it out and see what happens and try to open up that gap? What do you guys think? You guys let us know in the chat. You guys let us know.
Well, Andrew here is coming in saying Paymay should wait up for him now. And honestly, I have to say, I think it's a good idea. As I mentioned earlier, you get the train of the 3 of these cars together, and then they catch King Ears. They're going to start dropping that delta between P2 and P1, and quickly, because he doesn't have a drafting partner. They're able to do 6, 7, 8 miles an hour, perhaps faster down the straights than what a single car can do.
Oh, absolutely.
So
I would definitely concur that that's probably not too far out of the imagination of what's happening here. We'll have to pay attention to that if we can see an opportunity for that again. And ultimately, I really do feel like King Ears, Rusty, Paymay, and I Am Mullet, that's what it's going to take to catch Team ORT today right now. They're a dominant force here on the track. They're very consistent. They're very well prepared for today's race, clearly, as they've been leading it right from the get-go and continue to work on at least maintaining the gap right now. They haven't really been opening it. They're just maintaining it currently. But, if we can get a couple slipstream trains running in behind Team ORT here and really get these 2 packs of cars to start working together, that might be what it takes here for these teams to have even a slim hope of potentially taking a checkered flag first here today, the way things currently stand as we near the halfway point.
Right. Well, Mullet, as you're talking there, he is cruising down the straights again, and the tenths are dropping, so he may yet be able to catch Paymay. Paymay had put a 3.4-second gap over Mullet, which originally was only a 2-second gap. You get a 1-second penalty. It's going to drop your overall gap by approximately 2 seconds, and that's what we've seen here. However, Paymay is closing in on Rusty Maggots still, so Paymay opting to just go ahead and send it and hope that the power of that Corvette can actually catch him back up during the straights.
Race director has just come in and said there is now an open spot in the lobby if you want to actually come into the lobby. I'll leave that up to you.
Okay, copy. I could do that.
The lobby looks pretty stable. I don't think it's going to hurt too much here. This is, I mean, we're not
exactly
seeing
what I was thinking.
We're not seeing bouncing cars. I think you'll be okay.
I don't want to glitch anybody out on a.
I mean, you want to, if you're going to do it, you're going to want to do it before the pit stop sequence potentially, because that might start to mess things up a little bit for the drivers. So, yeah, I would do it definitely now. Everybody's spaced out. There's no battles going on right now. The weather's good. Now's the time.
All right. Copy that.
Yeah, they are. He's a little. He's watching off the stream delay a little bit, Ray. So he's about 10-15 seconds behind, unfortunately, what I'm seeing. So,
yep.
And because of how hot it is here where I am, I don't want to do a screen share and just overtax any equipment right now. As it cools down later tonight, as I get into my later stints, I don't think that'll be an issue at all. But right now it is extremely hot outside. I'm just making sure the computer makes it through this stint first. All right, let's get a breakdown here. We definitely want to give love to all our racers here. I mean, every one of these racers put in, I don't even know how many tens or hundreds of hours of practice time, preparation time, testing, tuning with each other separately to get prepared for today's race. And it's tough because we don't know what the weather is going to be as we prepare for these endurance races here at IRO, which means you got to do a lot of random weather testing. So you just got to set up random lobbies and just kind of practice on what the lobby throws out at you, and hopefully you get a little bit of each kind of condition testing and leading up into the race, so you're ultimately as prepared as you can be. So the drivers put in a ton of work to get prepared for this race, so they all definitely deserve that camera time. So we are going to go through a quick walkthrough here well, everything is kind of settled down midway through stint 6 here. So we do have ORT Neo obviously first here, while Nolander gets situated and gets into real live timing here, which is fantastic. We love to see that. It's always good to have 2 sets of eyes on our racetrack as well when possible. We have ERA's King Ears here in second place, and I mean the gap is a minute 21. Now that gap hasn't really dropped. I'm sure it's kind of a give and take, a 10th here, a 10th there, but because the gap is a minute plus, we can't really see the actual fine-tuning breakdown of our live timing here. But he is purple by half a 10th here right now, which is a good sign as we head through the first sector. So potentially is gaining on the race leader, but again, Team ORT here just so consistent today. Definitely the force to be reckoned with so far. Rusty Maggots here currently sitting in third position, 6.8 seconds in behind King Ears. So King Ears has done a good job to open up a small cushion to the third place driver after their battle early on here, but hasn't really lost them. 6 seconds on Le Mans isn't really that much with a small mistake. Costs you a lot of speed, which costs you a lot of time on the racetrack. And Paymay, 3.3 seconds in behind third place. That was 6 seconds. So Paymay, even without the help from I Am Mullet currently right now, is still tracking in on third place. So potential battle happening there for that final podium position here, maybe even over the next 2 or 3 laps, as Paymay can definitely see those taillights, and Rusty Maggots can most certainly see those headlights starting to glimmer in that rearview mirror a little bit in the cockpit of that car. We got I Am Mullet here, 4.2 seconds. The penalty really stemming the momentum of our Corvette driver here a little bit. Him and Paymay doing a great job, having a good battle, and then realizing, hey, hold on, we're gaining on these guys if we just hook up. Did a great job. Unfortunately for Mullet, picked up a penalty, and that took him out of that slipstream train, but he can still see Paymay up ahead there, so not all is lost, and he's definitely working hard to try and close back up so they can see what they can do. 6th place driver Ruzi here, 1 minute in behind the top 5, so top 5 have some separation now. And we got Nolander up in the lobby here now. Fantastic. Didn't even look like the lobby spiked, so we love to see it. We've got ERA Kaza here in 7th place. We've got stick on this driver for a minute, pardon me, just skip right through him. Hey, we don't need to see the McLaren, come on. All right, Race Asylum has 4 teams, we've seen 2, right? No, I'm kidding. Our number 77 Race Asylum driver here, ERA's Kaz, a great driver actually, and I just kid. I love Race Asylum. I'm friends with the group and most of the organization over there. We appreciate them over there, and we definitely like to poke our fun when we can, but doing a great job here. The McLaren is not obviously going to be the OP car on Le Mans here. This driver is working his butt off right now to just keep this car as competitive as he can be against all the big engine, big power cars. And really, I mean, he's doing a great job. This team himself, 7th place right now, 34 seconds in behind 6th place. He is closing on 6th place with that being said as well, and opening the gap up to 8th place a little bit. So he is starting to move forward a little bit here in that McLaren. And tires and fuel looking pretty good here for most of our drivers so far as well. We got Slider in 8th place, and not a lot changing in the backside of the pack, and that obviously is due to the large gap differences we have between our drivers right now. But, you know, they slowly and surely seem like some are closing in on others, and that's going to get interesting near the end of this stint without a question of a doubt. We got Total Wolf here in 9th place, Japanese driver, the Mercedes AMG here, 35 seconds in behind 8th place. Overall 4.5 minutes behind the race leader, so about a lap and a quarter, a lap and a third, give or take, in behind right now. That puts us down to our top 10 here, which is MRL Shane. That is a tongue twister for me apparently. In the BMW, had a great look at BMW here, and we'll have to wait and see, because you know the car should be fairly strong here, but of course we are running on BOP settings, and that does change the way that some of these cars handle, and necessarily may not play to their strengths sometimes in certain situations. We've got Ricky Baldi, the Italian driver, here in 11th position as well. He's 42 seconds in behind 10th place, got a minute gap to RA's Oscar in behind in 12th place. And it doesn't matter what position you are on the racetrack at hour number 11, which is about where we are here now. What matters is the position on the racetrack you're at hour 24. So really this is all just for everybody at home to hang out, enjoy, and see some good battles, and really all the action comes down to that final 2-hour stint that is going to be broadcast by, I believe, Jaeger here this weekend. So all of this is just trying to get yourself, your team, in a position to win a race.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, lots and lots of race time left, and it's always good to show. You mentioned earlier about all the work put in for each of these racers, and I can definitely attest to the fact that they are certainly putting in a lot of work. And how about all the beautiful livery work they've done as well? It's always nice to show off their liveries, show off that good artwork there on that side of things as well.
I guess Payme is currently sitting there. We got a little bit of intel from one of the teams here, Race Asylum 2 team, coming into the chat. They're saying Payme is literally sitting there behind the wheel yelling at himself right now. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but whatever it is that he's got going on, it is working, because 3/4 of a second to third place now, and we're going to stick with third and fourth place here for a moment's time, because Payme is tracking very, very quickly, and just off in the distance is still the Corvette of I Am Mullet.
Yeah, unfortunately, it has allowed me to get in the lobby. However, for some strange reason, and I've never seen this before, it has me on lap 1 of this stint. So I'm
That's
much
all right.
better
That's
just
all right.
watching it on the YouTube.
Nope. That's all
I don't
right.
want to leave.
It's got you on lap
I'm
1
not gonna
because
leave. I don't want to create
it's got you on lap 1 because you just jumped into the lobby, so it's only tracking your laps for you now as you've been in the lobby. So I wouldn't worry about that. We're on lap 15 if that helps.
Yeah, I can see that now. I just switched back over to watching the stream on YouTube.
You're still seeing it as it's happening. You're just getting a little bit of disinformation from the game timing. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
so now
normal.
the question is, actually, the question has just been answered. Payme is going to take that spot from Rusty Maggots there and move himself into that final podium position. And well done. Let's go, Payme. Gotta root for my guys. The commentator's supposed to remain what is that word I'm looking for? Unaffiliated or something, but
unbiased. Unbiased.
Unbiased. There you go. Yeah. Well, sorry, the commentator sometimes has a hard time doing that.
I mean, obviously, Team Race Asylum 2 is very close within our own communities as content creators, myself and yourself, over in both our communities. All the members of Race Asylum 2, I think with the exception of Honor, who I'm not sure who that is, but very quick driver, obviously, are members of our own communities as well, and obviously we have personal relationships with those drivers. So even though we're unbiased, we are secretly rooting for Race Asylum 2, so we'll just throw it out there. But that doesn't change the fact that we got a race to commentate, and it doesn't matter who's putting the action out on track. It's all fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And as you mentioned earlier, each of these racers, put in the work. They deserve some love and some screen time. So most certainly they will get that. We're unbiased when it comes to we want all the racers to do well. And that's overall the outlook that we have on that position.
Absolutely. But in competition, because we're human beings, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. So there's that aspect of it. And right now, it's this team right here, ORT, minute 21, still up the road. So I mean, you got to give it to ERA King Ears here. I mean, that gap has been like that over the last 5, maybe 6 laps now. Here as we head towards the middle part of the stint, and the pace to clearly show that he's got pace with the leader right now should be a good vote of confidence for our second place team right now, because all it's going to take is a little mistake, maybe a little bit of pit strategy, close up those gaps over the next 2-3 stint changes, and it could be a whole different thing. All of a sudden you could be back within that 30-second mark. Team ORT again proving to be a very difficult team to race against here at Le Mans. They seem to be dialed in here today, but with 13 hours of racing left essentially still, anything can happen, and we should be seeing a round of pit stops here anytime soon as well. Obviously me and Nolander can kind of see what's going on. We're going to see a round of pit stops happening here over the next, say, 10 minutes, I would probably guess. Each driver with their own variation of tire and fuel consumption in their cars. We're not going to speculate on that, and some are definitely in better shape than others, but I Am Mullet here, 6.6 seconds in behind, so I've been curious to kind of see how this driver's been managing there, as unfortunately he's got that penalty, and I think that the driver is just trying to get his way as close as possible into this pit stop sequence as that top 4, and just come out with a fresh set of tires with his fuel load for that final run, and really put his head down and see if he can close it back up. But right now I think it's just about getting the car into pit lane and not losing any more time to that group, and wait for that fresh racing rubber here. Now the tires are in still fairly decent shape here on this car, but they could always be better when you've been running on them for a little over an hour. So
yeah, for sure. And as we've been talking here, I'm noticing that actually King Ears really is catching up with Neo. They have dropped 4 seconds on that time. That being said, however, Neo was just up like 0.3 of a second on his best time, so he is in no way, shape, or form slowing down. He is still absolutely on the move.
Absolutely, and that Lexus proving to be very comfortable for Team ORT here at Le Mans. I mean, obviously the two Lexuses in the field here are currently sitting in the top three. The second Lexus has been battling all day long for those podium spots here today, but Lexus clearly seeming to be a very strong car here today.
For sure. Oh, and thank you, Ray, for that bit of information. I'll go back and check on that periodically as well. Getting some heads up that the live timing in the race will actually fix itself
at some point. Yep, yeah, for sure. All right, so clear skies still, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm looking up at the sky here as we're on board with our race leader right now, and we still see all those stars here at the start-finish line part of the racetrack. Now, remember, Le Mans is a very big racetrack. Obviously, which means that it could have different weather in different parts of the racetrack. Le Mans goes through, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 4 different towns within the France countryside that it's located at as well. So that definitely means that the weather can change from one part of the racetrack to the other depending on what part, of course, the racetrack you're on. But it has an overall length of 13.63 kilometers. It's an 8.47 mile racetrack. And it has 38 left and right-hand corners. It's a tarmac road surface. It is obviously a real-world circuit, which is one of the biggest races of the year. Every year is, of course, the 24-hour of Le Mans. You talk to any real-life racer, and if you want to test where you stand up as far as your racing career goes, he says, come to 24-hour Le Mans and put your hat in the ring for 24-hour Le Mans, because there is no more difficult race in the world. And it has an elevation change of 122.38 feet approximately from its highest point to its lowest point through the countryside of France, and a really, really iconic and historic racetrack here at Le Mans.
Oh, for sure. My understanding is the attendance is like a world record holder for the 24-hour Le Mans. It's the biggest race of the year out of any racing action going on around the world. All right, now I could be wrong about that, but I don't think so. Something tells me that's right. Speaking of racing strategies and whatnot, we have Neo continuing on and Rusty Maggots continuing on. Meanwhile, King Ears, Paymay, and I Am Mullet all making their pit stops.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're all got the fuel cans in those cars here now, and King Ears does come out ahead of Paymay. When does Paymay come out in relation to I Am Mullet is really kind of the bigger question mark here. The gap was about 6 seconds when they came into pit lane, and it appears that the gap is still about the same. So no advantage gained there between 4th and 5th place cars, but we'll now gonna have to wait for the pit stop sequence to fully siphon through to really see if anything changes in the top 5 pack here, because again, our race leader and 2nd place driver Rusty have yet to make their pit stops here in stint number 6. King Ears being the first of the drivers to make that pit stop. He's out moving and trying to get some heat built back up into those racing tires. We got Paymay out on track here. He's now in 4th place, and he does have I Am Mullet 6 seconds in behind, but Paymay also has what appears to be a BMW in the mix here that he's just gotten around as well. So a blue flag situation there, and it looks like that was handled as per what our race officials here at Le Mans expect out of our racers today. Of course, there is a procedure put in place and behind the scenes, and that is done through a driver's briefing pre-race. And so far from what I've seen today here, the blue flag situations or our blue flag cars have responded very quickly, efficiently, and appropriately to allow our race leaders to predict and make a decision very quickly on how they were going to navigate around that lap car.
Yeah, no doubt. An interesting situation here for MRL's Shane here, currently holding down P10. But the thing is if he could perhaps catch up with Paymay, he's only going to help his cause in gaining some of that time back, perhaps later on down the road, gaining that lap back, as I do believe he only has to get out of the way during the straights. Throughout the corners, these drivers aren't
required to pull off the line.
Yes.
No.
Yes, they want them to do it on the straights where it's the safest. Don't slow down in the corners. So, that being said, now if Shane can catch up to Paymay, very tough task, uh, will he actually push him along and work with him there in that endurance BMW?
Absolutely, our race leader now making his pit stop here, and I guess the bigger question is that me and our second place driver follow suit here? Now he is a little over a minute and a half behind, so some time gained there by Team ORT as his pit stop sequence starts to filter through here. So it does appear that Team ORT is going to extend their lead a little bit here on the field, but only time is going to tell. We have to wait for that pit stop from our second place driver really to kind of determine what that gap is. But it currently, as the way it stands, it looks like they've gained about 12 or 13 seconds over the pack there in that sequence, so very interesting.
Ooh. I'll tell you what else is very interesting. Pit strategies coming out there for Neo. Very quick pit stop. We'll just put it that way. Don't want to give too much information away. But we shall see how that works out for him later on during the latter end of this stint. Obviously, if my math is correct, 15 laps to go. We'll see how that works out. Rusty Maggots now coming in to take his pit stop. Also, he came in on fumes, working that fuel strategy and situation out to perfection right there.
Literally coasting into his pit box there, probably with that fuel light absolutely banging at him right now in the cockpit of that car. He may very well have ran out of fuel before he even got into his pit box. It was really that precise from Team Mercedes here. So that has allowed King Ears to now go ahead, and that gap is about 9.7 seconds. And Paymay is actually going to come out ahead of Rusty. The bigger question is, what's that gap going to be here? So that is going to keep Paymay now here in third place after the pit stop sequence, and it's about 4.6 seconds between himself and Rusty, and he's got about 10 seconds to King Ears up in second place, but the overall gap is a minute 24, so 3 seconds gained by Team ORT in that pit stop sequence. So again, just they seem to be dialed in, and it seems like every decision they make in every corner, every time they touch the brake pedal, and every time they hit the accelerator in this Lexus here today, it's just at the right time and at the right moment and doing the right things, and currently leading the race because of it. So looking very strong here so far today.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of which, definitely drivers are starting to feel much more comfortable at this point. However, the question is the mental fatigue starting to set in for these drivers at this point in their stint? Because we see Paymay absolutely just clipping along very well, but a bit of a mental error there, and has picked himself up a very unfortunate half-second penalty. So that is going to allow for Rusty Maggots to gain a little bit of that time back that he is losing due to the sheer pace of Paymay actually dropping some of that time on King Ears as well. But that little mistake, he tried to avoid it, and so now King Ears has actually gained a little bit of that time back. As you can see there, though, Paymay really got a great exit there and is gaining that time again on King Ears, just under 10 seconds now.
Absolutely, and it's a good question, and it's a good call. And just as you go to mention it there, we see a little bit of an error. I mean, not a very large error from Paymay, a very small minor error, but that error cost a large amount of time on the nature of this racetrack. So those small little errors could add up if there's enough of them, especially throughout a stint from one particular driver. Now, Paymay has had a great stint here, it looks like so far, as he does have the team back up into the podium here right now, and 6.2 seconds is the gap to Rusty. So he has given away some time, but a half-second track limit penalty there for Paymay due to that little bit of a mistake is going to cost him another second to Rusty Maggots. So Rusty Maggots gaining some free time here, and we'll have to see how that plays out near the end of the stint when these drivers get prepared for the driver swap time. But right now is Team ORT in control and in command, and even though we see the time coming down a little bit again to ERA's King Ears, they have a minute and 22 seconds worth of time to give away before they need to worry here.
Well, as we're just speaking on, with the mental fatigue coming into play, I wonder if Neo had himself a bit of a moment because if I recall correctly, that was a 1 minute and 34 second gap between himself and King Ears, and like you say, now down to a 122. So, and it's been holding steadily for about the past 10 seconds, but. I just wonder whether or not he had a bit of a mental error there as well.
It's hard to say. It could have just been our timing, not quite adjusting properly after the pit stop sequence. It might have taken a full lap for our live timing computers to update properly as well. That could have just been a part of it, because it does seem like to gain 7 or 8 seconds out of nowhere seems a little out of the ordinary. And when we go and look at the times from the drivers, it doesn't really dictate that. The time, yeah, I think it was just. I think it just took a little while for the track's timing to properly adjust for us here. So I think it was about a second gain from ORT overall after the pit stop sequence, and we just needed to give our computer system here at Le Mans a little bit of time to give us the appropriate information.
Right. Well, I can tell you this. King Ears is definitely on the move now. Actually, just snagging away that fastest lap from Payme with a 3:55.530. Just standing it around.
And then Payme actually has come back and stolen that back away from King Ears with a 3:55.514. So currently, right now, the fast lap is actually Payme by about 0.2 of a second. That might just be your live timing not being caught up yet, actually.
Okay.
But Payme is
still
holding.
Caught up. Yep.
But not by much. I mean, it's 3:55.514, and we do know. I mean, in stint 5, we've seen I believe it was a 3:54.4 or 2 or something like that from one of the drivers. So we definitely know that's not the fastest lap here today at Le Mans, and I'm actually kind of curious to know what the fastest lap so far here in today's race is. But I definitely know it's at least a 3:54 under racing condition.
Yep. That's the quickest I've seen thus far, is a 3:54. Man, I gotta say, for me myself to get under a 3:58 is, I gotta be on point. So these guys are flat out moving. They're cooking.
Absolutely. I'm hard pressed to get under 4 minutes in a GT3 car around Le Mans here. So these guys have, I've definitely got this worked out here today for sure. So where's Payme here? 11.9 seconds. King Ears is opening the gap up to Payme slowly but surely here. But, you know, up those very long Mulsanne straights here at Le Mans, you can still see each other. So drivers need incentive to try and find the next level over the driver they're chasing. Just being able to see the driver even off in the distance ahead of you is sometimes all that little bit of extra push that the drivers need to lock it back in and start essentially sending qualifying laps.
Yeah, no doubt. And the thing is here is, again, King Ears in the Corvette, that overall power in the straights. You could see the time drop when they start to get into the corners, and the exit speed that Payme gets is greater than that of King Ears. However, they get cruising down that straight for not too awful long, and King Ears is putting on the time on Payme right now. It's gained about 0.2 of a second through that last sector. However, we're coming into the Porsche curbs now for the both of them, and that time's we'll see drop again.
Absolutely, and just as you were talking about that there, we've seen a position change here for 4th place between Rusty Maggots and I Am Mullet there, and we just caught that move in action, so we do have to replay. Oh, we may have lost a replay because we just re-tagged. Yeah, we just lost a replay. It was a great move there. Slingshot engaged from, obviously, I Am Mullet, the Corvette, coming under braking. Got a job done into the corner, and on corner exit, slotted up ahead. Did see a little bit of an attempted response from Rusty Maggot there, but he lost the back end of his Mercedes a little bit, trying to get the throttle down. And ultimately, that's allowed I Am Mullet to just open up a tiny little gap on Rusty Maggots here, and it is now going to be the Corvette back up into 4th place here, and trying to close back down on Payme, very quickly opening the gap here on Rusty Maggots as well over a second now, so definitely has broken the toe as we start lap number 20 here.
Yeah, really interesting too, the choice of cars here for these racers and these teams. You have your Mercedes AMG, definitely a very torquey car, as well as the Corvette. Both of them have uh, really good top end speed. I'd say the Corvette has the edge over the AMG. In the corners, I'd say the AMG has the edge over the Corvette. But altogether, I think that the Lexus really overall, and I'm sure Team ORT would agree, that is a very well balanced car for this racetrack here today at Le Mans.
It seems to be, and again, there's still that minute 21 seems to be the number here for this team that's leading the race here today. We've seen that number sit at a minute 21 for a large portion of hour number 10 and now into hour number 11 here, and here we are sitting at that number again. We still have 11 racing laps left here before the driver swaps will start, and we will see the man himself, Jaeger, come back into the booth for stint number 7. So at some point we will hand that back over to the legend himself, but hopefully he's getting some well-needed food and rest into him, because he's been working hard today. Tell you what.
Yeah, man, for sure. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes to make something this type of substance go on. It is an incredible amount of work for just even a 40-minute so-called endurance race. You can't definitely call that an endurance race when you're looking at racers doing 2-hour stints and overall teams doing 24 hours worth of racing. It certainly sounds strange to call a 40-minute race an endurance race, but there are those out there that do. But it really, what it comes down to overall is, as we've touched on here a couple of times, it's that mental fatigue. At what point does it set in for these drivers? And now, obviously, each driver is going to be a bit different in that, but at some point, it is going to set in. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely, and I know as a team co-owner myself, and obviously yourself as a team owner as well, respectively behind the scenes as well, we have drivers that do endurance racing and have to deal with those exact things. So we like to try and keep another one of our drivers or one of our team captains in the team radio with that driver as much as possible, right? Because that just allows important information to be processed and communicated when obviously the racer and behind the wheel of the race car needs it, but it also just allows the team to check on the driver, make sure the driver is still okay in behind the wheel of that car, make sure that they're still on point, making sure the focus is there, making sure they're not too hot, making sure the car is still operating the way they expect it to. There's a lot of factors there. So I know myself with my drivers, and when we're competing in whatever it may be, the key really is just to try and have some of those team drivers there for support and behind the scenes, and just make sure that communication is there really when it's only needed to be, not to obviously distract your driver, but just to make sure that periodically you're checking on them, making sure they're still on track with whatever your strategy or your game plan for that particular stint is. Obviously racing is racing and things happen, but ideally that's always what we try to do, and I think that's probably much of the same for a lot of these teams. The teams are together, they're in communication with each other, in between their napping stints or whatever the case may be. I think that the communication behind the scenes to allow the teams to keep each other motivated and alert is also just as important as the drivers behind the wheel of the cars.
Yeah, facts. Certainly one of the roughest things to do when you're on track in an endurance situation is to have something go wrong on track, and then you have to keep that mental focus of getting right back in there, put your head down, get your head back in the game, just calm, cool, collect yourself, and then at the same time trying to decide and figure out for yourself whether or not your current strategy is going to still work, or if you need to change that strategy on the fly according to what an incident perhaps on track, as well as just like you say, motivating that driver to do just that. Look, You got plenty of race time left. Just keep your head down, keep your eyes on that road, and just focus on what you need to do. And that's keeping the car underneath you, keep that motivation high for the drivers. And really, essentially, that's what the team captain, or that's their biggest job right then in that moment, is just to assure that driver they've got plenty of time, don't make any rash decisions, and just keep on keeping on.
Absolutely, and that's why it's important to have the team in communication on the team radio with each other for those exact reasons, 100%. So, and I'm sure that is the case for probably all these teams here today. Even the teams that are currently sitting in the paddock repairing race cars, trying to get them ready to get back out and at least salvage what they can here for their 24 hours today. It's no different for them. The only difference is the drivers are getting a little more of an unneeded break, I guess, in a sense, because they'd much rather obviously be out track pulling these cars around the racetrack. But it happens from all angles, and just because the car is not currently running on track in these long distance endurance races does not mean that team is done for the day. That just means it's going to take a little while to fix it, and these guys are the best of the business, and it is amazing at how fast they can put together a race car, even after a full devastation. You hit the wall and you completely shred your car. It's amazing how quickly they can build these things from the ground up and get you back out on track. In a 24-hour race, you can do that 12-hour mark, and most of these teams will have that car back out on track within 4 or 5 hours. It's incredible.
Ooh-wee. Paymay having himself a bit of a moment there, a little hard on the throttle, and just got that car all sorts of slideways. I was jumping in on him to see if he was running purple again, because King Ears he's still putting that gap on Paymay right now. And for the first time this stint, we've seen that time for the leader in ORT's Neo currently drop under 1:20. It's now down to 1:19 seconds. Now, overall, right now, that's not a big deal, right? But over the next, 5, 6 stints still left to race in this thing, that could become a factor. Gaining 3 seconds to 7 seconds, let's say, each race on that leader is really going to cut into that time and perhaps give an opportunity for a different team to lead this race.
Absolutely. And I'm starting to notice in the first sectors here, we have Jaeger back up in here with us too right now. He might not have even left, actually, but as I was saying, he's going to be our next stint broadcaster here. But I am starting to notice I'm seeing a little bit of underlying thin cloud cover in the first sector of this racetrack as the drivers are coming through the start-finish line here past the grandstands. Obviously, that part of the racetrack is a little bit lit up so that the fans can see a little bit better. And even in some of these shots in the background, you can now start to see a little bit of thin underlying cloud cover starting to move in certain parts of this racetrack. So is this unstable weather mass we were talking about 90 minutes ago starting to find its way towards Le Mans here as we get near the end of stint number 6, leading to the midway point of this race?
Yeah, well, and the lighting is definitely starting to change as well. You're starting to get just a glimpse of the sunrise on the horizon as well, which really brings out those clouds. So potentially these racers may only have to deal with the combination of the dark and the rain for a very short time, if at all, which I can guarantee you there's not a driver out there that's unhappy about that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one thing to drive with the rain when you have clear conditions and you can actually see what your braking points and what's going on the racetrack, the puddles of water. But when you're in the pitch black of darkness like we are at Le Mans here right now, the last thing the drivers want to deal with is rain, because it just makes it so much more difficult to see the pooling spots of the water on the racetrack. The optimal line around the track might not necessarily be the optimal line in the rain. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, the clouds are moving in for sure, and the next half hour could get very interesting here.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
back. So it's 3:26 local time. Well, so I'm pretty sure the next stint 7 will still done. I guess the date will be then approaching the morning hours. So
yeah, stint 7, darkness and rain.
Absolutely.
What we are looking into.
Absolutely. And the weather's held out here for the racers leading up into about 8 to go here. 7.5, I guess, as we're at about the 7th place driver Kaza here right now, and very quiet stint. We've seen a couple of great battles up in the top end of the podium here, and drivers just really trying to open and close up gaps for the most part. Pretty typical mid-race stuff here that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because that's the exact driver that I was taking a look at. His times to Ruzi there is dropping. He is gaining on that 6th place racer right now. Obviously, he can see him out in front of him, which indeed gives the driver more incentive and lets them know that, hey, we're covering ground here. We're making progress, and so highly motivating to see that for a driver.
And you know, at the beginning of the stint, that gap was 48 seconds. You know, it was one of those gaps that I, for some reason, just made a mental note on. Again, kind of have a little bit of an idea about this driver myself. Not too familiar with them, but I know that they're quite a very calm, cool, collected, skilled racer, and in a difficult car on this racetrack. But you know, that gap has now gone from 48 seconds down to 24 seconds over the duration of stint number 6 here. So with about 30 minutes left, that is good time gain from the McLaren team here on that 6th place team. So doing all the right things here in the middle part of this race right now for Team McLaren, and I got another McLaren up ahead there as well, but I believe that's blue flag situation. But you're doing a great job here as ERA's Kaza right now.
It is, and actually I was just noticing that there comes the mental fatigue for the commentators. Oh no, that's actually Rick Baldy is actually the driver right now that Kaza is catching up to, but he's definitely on the move. Driver, like you said, has gained about 20 seconds during this stint, and that is some big time movement for that team right there for sure.
Absolutely. All right, so ORT, I mean, again, nothing has changed for this team. They are still just putting in very good quality, consistent laps. A little bit of a blip there on lap 19 right after the pit stop lap. They're about a second slower than pretty much their average, but for the most part, mid 356s here for a race leader now. Can they go faster? Possibly. Do they need to go faster? Not at all. Right now, I think the goal for our leaders is, I mean, we're almost near the 12-hour mark. That means we still got 12 hours of racing. That means this Lexus machinery needs to hold together for at least another 12 hours and potentially an extra lap on top of that yet. So they're doing the right things. Right now, this team has just been making all the right decisions. They got that gap. Now they're maintaining that gap in the middle part of the race. And by just maintaining that gap and keeping a nice, smooth, consistent pace, obviously the pace could be faster, 354s and 55s we have seen in today's race, is also going to keep their car in a viable amount of good enough condition that if they are being pressed because something happens near the end of this race, they still have something there to fight with to the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. So I've just quickly done probably what is going to be an error in my math. But over the past 2 laps, that time for Neo has gone from a 119 down to a 117 for King Ears. King Ears is really on the move. Now, you say if a driver can put on 2 laps, 2 seconds rather, for every 2 laps in a 32 lap stint, that's going to be a 32 second gain on that driver. So over 2 stints is all it would take for whomever is in P2 to gain 2 seconds in every 2 laps. Over 2 stints, that puts them right neck and neck.
Absolutely, and I mean, right now, as we're looking at the live timing for our 2nd place driver, King Ears here, he is exactly a second faster per lap over the last 4 or 5 laps over our race leader, ORT's Neo, so that will explain that second per lap time drop that we're seeing right now between 1st and 2nd place. However, with that being said, he only has a few laps remaining in the stint, so he can really only continue to close that gap up, and then he's going to be turning it over to his teammate that will hopefully continue to do the work that King Years has started here at the midway point of the race.
Yeah,
Probably 3 to 4 laps away from the big rain, so that will be the interesting part toward the end of. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Well, you heard it here first.
No,
About 3 to 4 laps before we are anticipating seeing some moisture coming in from one of our race control directors here as well, with from Jaeger in the booth here. So let's see how that prediction goes here. But we have been seeing a steady decline in the and how clear the skies are above our racers here as we've been going through the motions. And we got Ruzi now coming up to our BMW driver here. This is also going to be a blue flag situation here. So Ruzi is caught up in a little bit of blue flag traffic here in the mid-pack right now, and caught up in a little bit of some technical areas of the racetrack. So you will have to just wait for another corner here. Then we would suspect to see that the blue flag driver will concede the position here and immediately moves out of the racing line, gets out of the way, and Ruzi's going to continue on through here. So again, great job here by all our competitors, understanding all the flag protocols here set out by race control today.
for sure. And as you're speaking there, I'm just noticing King Ears is on another purple sector there. So this guy is just absolutely clipping along. And I'll tell you, what really points that out to me is the fact when these guys came out of the pits, there was only a 9-second gap between King Ears and Paymay, and that 9 seconds has now turned to 15 seconds. So that really tells you the kind of pace that King Ears is putting on when he can gain over 6 seconds over Paymay, who is certainly not a slow racer.
Oh, absolutely. And King Ears, I mean, showing why he is one of our esports Race Asylum drivers here from Race Asylum to ERA, meaning that he is one of the obviously the esports competitors here over at the organization there that he's competing for, which means that obviously he's in the upper echelon of the tier drivers over there. So not surprised to see that he is starting to put some pressure here on Team ORT. But you know, we still got 12 hours left, and Team ORT has done a really good job to open the gap up to over a minute. I guess the bigger question is now can Team ERA close that gap back up and make it a battle for the finish at the end of this race?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if I mean, obviously, I don't know who the next driver is coming in for ERA, but if they can at least match the pace that King Ears here has now, then the next driver that's coming in for ORT had better pick up the pace that Neo's been doing, and he also has not been going slow. But we could see another 1 second has actually dropped off that time. Now that may very well be a second or two off, actually, due to the live timing situation that we sometimes have here on GT7. However, King Ears is still running a purple lap right now. He is absolutely sending it.
I can tell you who is in for the team. So for Esports Race Asylum, it will be Evo. Like,
oh, no.
What the quickest guy.
I was going to say, you know, King...
a lap together. So, hey. And for ORT, it will be Azorian. Like, also, like, I think the second quickest. Quickest driver on the team. So, here we go.
I was just sitting here thinking to myself, is there a faster driver on Team ERA than King Ears right now and behind the wheel of this Corvette? And then I hear the name Evo come out of Jaeger's mouth and go, oh, okay, yeah, no, Evo is easily can keep this pace that King Ears has going on here right now. So there we go. Those are two very big names coming out for Team ORT and ERA here on the racetrack to start off our hour 12 and 13, leading us into the 14-hour mark of this race. So I feel like those teams are going to be planning on making some separation from the rest of the pack and trying to potentially turn this into a race between the two of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Simon here in the next lobby for put in some blistering pace in the previous stint, so we should see some quick travel again.
And I mean, the top five is
going to be really exciting.
The top five, I think, is still anybody's game, really. I mean, you know, if if Team ORT does make the mistake, I mean, there is 4 other drivers in behind, like hungry dogs right now, just ready to steal the bone away, so to speak. So it should be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this next stint is going to be really exciting. And man, I'll tell you what, I can't wait to watch the next stint as well, because this race is, it's incredible because endurance racing tends to slow down. But when you look at the overall picture, as the race goes on, you start to get little clues and hints about what you could possibly end up seeing towards the latter half of the race. And right now, we're getting some really good indicators as to just that situation exactly at hand. And current update on the situation of I Am Mullet, unfortunately, has just picked himself up a half-second penalty, so that is not going to help his case at all. And he was actually gaining a bit of ground on Paymay. He is currently 0.2 of a second faster than his fastest lap so far, so that's an unfortunate circumstance for I Am Mullet.
Absolutely, and the driver is showing good pace in the Corvette here the whole stint, and it's just been really a couple of small minor mistakes that he's made that have cost that track officials to give him the track infraction penalties here. Granted, they've only been small, but here at Le Mans, with the nature of the high speed and having to serve that penalty, so the way this works for the viewers watching at home, we use an in-game penalty serving system, which is monitored by the in-game algorithm. So when a driver exceeds what the game considers a track limit, it will give them a penalty designated on what the game figures that they quote unquote had gained for time, and they will assess that penalty. In this situation, they feel like I Am Mullet had gained enough of a penalty is worth to have to serve half a second. The unfortunate reality of that half-second penalty for I Am Mullet is because of the high-speed nature and where the penalty serving zone is here at Le Mans, and when he crosses that imaginary line that runs underneath the racetrack, it's going to cut his engine power. He's not going to have any control of the power of his engine for exactly half a second, and then it will be restored and he can continue on with his race. That half a second is going to cost a minimum of 1 second because he's going to lose all that momentum and that top-end speed he had in the car, and now has to regain that momentum and top-end speed against all the cars around him that have not lost that speed. So in reality, it's cost 2.5 times here at Le Mans on any penalty that you're given. So really crucial that you keep it on the track limits here. The track officials can be very, very unforgiving with track limits here at Le Mans as well.
Yeah, and like I said, super unfortunate you picked up that little tiny bit of a penalty, and overall, it's those little infractions that happen again and again and again that's going to make up that great big gap difference throughout the duration of the race. And he was actually, I Am Mullet was actually running purple before he had to serve that time. He did drop that back just before having to serve that penalty to running 0.3 of a second faster than his fastest lap. The sector just before that, he was actually 7/1000ths into the purple on there. So, however, he's going to keep on keeping on. That is racing. That is the nature of the beast here, as they say. And this track in particular, super easy to pick up those minor penalties.
Absolutely, and when I compare the time between Paymay and I Am Mullet when he served that penalty, it was about an 0.8 of a second total loss from the half second, so it wasn't quite 2.5 times, which means he really did a good job at getting the gearing in his Corvette appropriate when the engine cutoff came in, and that is a big part of not losing losing the least amount of time after serving a penalty. Really is your gear choice when you have to serve that penalty, because you end up accelerating in the wrong gear. Again, you're just going to give yourself a more time loss trying to get your car up to speed in a higher gear. So having it down in a low gear with high RPM while serving that penalty is of benefit to these racers. They all know that, and ultimately you try to cut down the time loss that way. And he did a good job there. He should have been at least a second. He should have lost from that half-second penalty there, and he only lost 8/10. So he did a great job managing his gearing under the power cutout once you cross that electronic serving penalty zone here at Gran Turismo 7. But time loss is time loss. When you're near the end of the stint, the last thing you want as a racer is to be giving away time to the driver, obviously, that you're chasing or that is tracking you down. In this case, driver that is chasing.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of drivers chasing, just moments ago, I looked and took a peek at what's going on with Paymay, and he is now running a purple lap. So Paymay is gaining here on this latter stint. He's actually picked up the pace considerably again, and that time between himself and King Ears is now dropping.
Absolutely. We're going to jump on board with our third place driver, Paymay, here while Nolander talks about him here, and we're just trying to get an idea of what the sky is looking like from the driver's point of view here. What I'm not seeing is stars in the sky anymore, and that tells me that the skies are starting to get overcast. Obviously, it's very dark. We can't really see, but the one key feature that we are missing here right now compared to an hour ago, we do not see those beautiful, beautiful stars in the sky anymore.
If it will be like anything as the next lobby, then oh yeah, hell breaks loose with that rain drop.
Are we ready for rain, ladies and gentlemen? It's been a brutal learning for my guys in session. Steak says, how is the other S7R team doing? Let's go take a peek here. Let's go find your S7R teams here, my guy. We got, I believe Ruzi is one of them.
Just looking through the comments here. Lucas coming in says
sixth. Go ahead.
It'll still be midnight for the next stint in the rain. Joy is me, he says.
How'd you draw the short stick, Lucas? Just out of curiosity, I don't know. We got Toto here, I believe, is our other second 7. No, that's Moosehead. My bad. I am really unfamiliar with our teams here in the series. We'll work on that in the in between our next broadcast in here, so I can get a little more familiar with who's racing for who here. But
yep,
I believe that it is 6th and 8th, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct on that?
The number 13 car should be.
Yeah, that's Ruzi. We got Ruzi there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I could say this much for Ruzi. He's definitely gaining time on those in front of him, but Kaza also gaining time, although Ruzi, as of late, I believe last time, if I'm not mistaken, GT45, that time was 24 seconds. It's now nearly 28.
Yeah,
so I think he's actually losing a little bit of time.
No, I'm not sure what's happened there. We either had a pit stop or an incident miss from the drivers they were tracking down. The gap was about 27 seconds last time I had looked. Something has happened to that driver and has fallen back a little bit. So Ruzi and Kaza have actually gained spots due to that. Whatever happened to that driver could have been a disconnect that we just missed, but the driver they were chasing is no longer the driver that they're chasing, which is why we're seeing a difference in the time gap now. So now they are actually chasing Rusty Magus down, who is in that, of course, front 5 pack, kind of battling for those overall podium positions here. So somewhere, somehow along the way, I'm not exactly sure how, but Ruzi and the group in behind have all kind of grandfathered them way up a spot here in the race, nearing the end of the stint.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the time just over the past, maybe 7 minutes tops, approximately 2 laps now, has gone once again. King Ears has gained another 2 seconds on our leader.
I figured out what we're looking at here. It is Kaza that had the 27-second gap over Ruzi. That's I think where our confusion was, and that gap is still about 27 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
My commentating brain apparently is getting very warm and can't think straight anymore. So I'm glad that Nolander's here to keep me in order, because I would have totally misinformed everybody right there, straight up.
Well, that's how we do. That's how we do, my guy. But yeah, definitely Kaza has been putting in the work this stint and really putting his team into a better position now for the upcoming stint, which is a very good thing for each of these teams that have been able to do that during this stint, because the next one is going to be much more difficult. These drivers are going to have their hands full.
Well, you know, I keep hearing whispers of rain, but you know, we haven't seen it yet. I mean, we've seen some earlier on today, but we're waiting. I mean, the skies are indicating it. The weather radar is indicating it. It just Mother Nature so far has decided to play nice with our racers here at Le Mans.
Right. And as we're looking at Neo just crossing in and beginning his 28th lap here momentarily, he is going to set out 1 minute and 15 seconds ahead of ERA's King Ears in position 2 currently. And I'll tell you what, they have done a good job. ORT has up until this point really gaining seconds here and seconds there and to get themselves into this position. And boy howdy, is that upcoming aforementioned rain possibly could put a big dent in that time.
Well, and the biggest issue now is we are so close to the end of the stint, and we are within 3 laps of seeing driver swaps start to take place. I mean, even if rain starts to set in, say, with 2 laps to go before we start to see our driver swaps, do the drivers decide to make the pit stop to take the wet tires, or do the drivers decide to try and tough it out on wore down racing slicks? That is the decision that the drivers essentially are going to be left with here if it starts to rain before we see the driver swaps. So this is a little bit of a tense next, I want to say 12 minutes here for our racers, because you got to prepare, and then of course the drivers coming out after the driver swap also have to decide, is the weather going to mandate wet tires, or am I coming out on racing slicks as well? So there are some serious decisions that are going to need to be made here over the next 15 minutes, and I can't wait to see how it all plays out.
Oh, same here, man. And I'll tell you what, these decisions could be absolutely detrimental, because I have been caught out in the rain on soft tires, not to mention worn soft tires, and it ain't pretty. So super important decision making strategy wise coming on for each of these drivers, because as you say, if they get caught in a heavy downpour on these softs, you could lose so much time versus the drivers that actually stop and put on some wet tires. So yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how that works out.
I feel like with the skill level of the field, if it rains within a couple of laps to go at this point, I think they try to tough it out. I really do. I think that making that late pit stop in the stint is ultimately could potentially put you out of the running for the race, depending on the position you're in as well. So I really do. It's a tough decision. It is a tough decision, and I'm glad that I am not the one that has to make that call, let me tell you.
Same here. I would not want to be in that position. And again, as we touched on a little bit earlier, that's why it's all important to have a team captain. Don't think about it. Just keep racing. Let your team captain and your team make that decision for you, and then just take their advice and you focus on what it is that you are doing at that time. Because to think about both things, you're going to foul one of those up.
It's a good possibility, absolutely. I mean, obviously the racer's focus is making sure that the car stays in between the lines and doesn't make contact with, inanimate objects or either high-speed moving objects. The drivers obviously don't want to be sitting there going, okay, well, I got 13% fuel, I've got 35 miles left to run, so if we add this and take this and throw this back, they can't be doing that while they're trying to focus on a 115-meter braking point and this much pressure in their brakes and letting go here so the car turns. They've already got enough going on in their minds behind the steering wheel of these cars. The last thing they need to be doing is breaking down the numbers and doing mathematical equations while they're trying to obviously navigate all of these extra things that's already going on. So definitely a good call. Definitely, you got to trust in your team. Obviously, the racers, have the team for a reason. You build that relationship, and if the team makes the call, then you as a racer, racer, you go with it. And it's very rare you hear the racer argue with the team about the call. The racer just lets the team do what they're there to do, and the racer makes the best of the situation with what he's got underneath of him or her. And today, we've had a pretty good race so far.
Oh man, for sure. This race has been absolutely just a thriller. I kind of touched base on it a little bit earlier about in the endurance races, how things start to really kind of calm down during the middle portion of the race, and they do. But, however, with this being a 24-hour race, and given the bit of insight that we have gained from doing some endurance racing for ourselves, it really, for myself, it only makes it that much more exciting. And just because there aren't cars battling per se, one right next to the other, there's still a big battle going on in the overall scheme of things.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Huge battle. And that battle is usually within the driver themselves, because they're trying to push themselves to find the extra pace to catch up. And sometimes that works out for them, sometimes not so much. But, and that's exactly it. You're exactly right. So, it's tough business. It's tough business. Sim racing or real life racing. Obviously, real life racing is much more difficult. There's a lot more at stake. You crash. The worst case scenario could potentially come out of it. It's a risk that all racers are obviously prepared for and have signed up for. They're aware of what they are doing. In sim racing, that's not the case. The worst that's going to happen to us in sim racing is, we're going to ruin our own races, or maybe by accident take somebody else out and ruin their race, or, maybe we'll suffer a wrist injury because our wheel caught us off guard. That's about the worst that is going to happen for us sim racers for the most part. So, we don't have to worry about getting into a wall and having 7 weeks of recovery because we just snapped our ankle. We hit a wall, we just hit the reset button and do it all over again. So there is a big difference, but the drivers are still battling huge physical and mental fatigues.
Apologies. New development. So 14 seconds was the gap between King Ears and Paymay. Paymay has been putting it to the wood, is down, drop that down to 12.3 seconds, and King Ears has picked himself up a most unfortunate 1.5 second penalty. That's going to be overall over 3 seconds easily, and that's going to allow for Paymay to really cut that time. By a lot.
Oh, and I tell you what, this driver is going to be quite upset with himself about that. This late in the stint, literally 1.5 laps to go before he's handing it over to one of his capable teammates to continue putting in the work that he's worked so hard to put in this whole stint. He's gonna be upset with himself about picking up that 1.5 second penalty. This driver does not like to make those mistakes, and especially at such a crucial point in the stint. So he's most certainly going to be trying to beat himself up over that, and I'm sure the team's going to be telling him not to worry about it. But I know for a fact that this driver is not going to be happy about that 1.5 second penalty right now at this point in this stint.
Yeah, no, you're right. He's absolutely had a beautiful stint, and once again, that mental fatigue, you can now most certainly, case in point, has certainly set in for this racer.
He's fuming, says one of the teammates. I know he is. I just know he is. Again, we do know some of the racers a little bit, some more so than others, but drivers at his skill level and his experience level in the racing circuits here in sim racing, you just know that that's bothering him. It's just par for the course at the type of racer he is, and it would be bothering me. And I'm not nowhere near the caliber that King Ears is, so yeah, for sure.
Right. Same. Okay, so we just see him now serve that penalty. Has gone from 12 seconds to under 10 seconds now. Probably going to hit that 9 second mark, I would imagine, as Paymay has just got that Lexus right on the edge of the track. He's absolutely cooking. Really actually surprised to see that he hasn't taken over the fastest lap of the race, but I can tell you now, he is right there on top of that fastest lap of the race for approximately the last 5 laps.
Absolutely, and that was about a 2.5 second loss there. It looks like it's about the same from King Ears to Neo up in front there as well. So all in all, did a good job at not taking the worst case scenario loss on that penalty. But you know, a lot of hard work and a little bit of it undone there. But still 12 hours of racing left. The team will you know, they'll just keep doing what they do, and we'll see what happens at the end of the race. But the team ERA. If any team can definitely come back from a minor mistake, in my opinion, like a 1.5 second penalty, they're definitely one of the teams that can do it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. That's just it. So for the mega amount of work that King Ears has put in for this stint in the overall grand scheme of things, as it was brought up in the chat, only 2 penalties in 2 stints from King Ears is all he has had. So overall, definitely a great bit of racing for him. And in the end scheme of things, definitely not a detrimental error at all whatsoever. We can see that the gap has come down, dropped down under 2 seconds now for Paymay. Paymay is now flat sending it, as to where earlier on in the stint we could see King Ears definitely putting it to the wood. We can also see ourselves the difference in the tire consumption for these 2 cars versus the Corvette and the Lexus.
Absolutely, and I was just going to touch on that. Obviously, tires and fuel are going to start to factor in as we get very late into the stint here, where the drivers have taken their calculated fuel and obviously their tires in the pit stop, and obviously the drivers are trying to do everything they can to close up gaps. So a little bit of extra pushing potentially here from the drivers, and the drivers are on various wares of tire and fuel load in their cars, and that could ultimately make a difference in overall catch up or time loss on a driver as well. But we're not going to talk too much about that. We don't want to give away too much information on that. But everybody in good condition. Nobody's in serious trouble as far as tires and fuel goes right now, I don't think. And Neo, I mean, minute 17, they've done a good job. Over 2 hour stint, basically, have given up 4 seconds on that overall gap coming in from stint number 5. So they've done a great job, again, just managing the pace of the race.
Wow, and I'm
Where's the
really
rain?
not sure how I've missed that, but the gap between Paymay and I Am Mullet in positions 3 and 4 has grown considerably. 23.4 seconds now, the gap between P3 and P4. That is a considerable jump right there, considering at the start of the race, that gap, in fact, Paymay was behind I Am Mullet. As we've seen earlier, they were working together for many laps during this race, and whoa, so that is some developments.
Absolutely, and we are getting very close to our driver swap here. So as Neo is starting to, where are we here? He has actually come across, so he is on lap 31 here. So Neo will be the first of the drivers to lead the driver swap charge here. So as Neo,
It's the final racing lap, right?
Yep, that's correct. So as Neo finishes this flying lap here, we will start to see that driver swap transition happen here. So we're about 2 minutes away from seeing what's next here from Le Mans.
Ooh, yellow flag on the track. Yellow flag. Not sure where that's come in at. That's the first caution flag
here.
I have seen.
I cannot
I
find.
don't see it anywhere. I think perhaps that might have been an error.
We have
Either
Oscar.
that or
We do have a driver.
Oscar. Yep, he binned it coming around the final corner and actually sent himself into the pits.
Yeah, that's a unfortunate forced pit entry there for R.A. Oscar, and that's not ideal. That's going to cost him an additional 30 seconds time just to get back out and get back around the track so he can get his teammate out in the driver swap here. That is unfortunate. You hate to see that. But you know what? They'll keep going. They'll keep trucking, and you just never, ever know what's going to happen. That last place team could come back and win this race with 12 hours remaining. You just don't know. You really just don't know.
further developments. Now, P5 and Rusty Maggots, who was really gaining on I Am Mullet, had it under to 5 seconds, has now opted to come into the pits as well. Now, whether or not that was intentional or an error, I'm not sure.
I feel like this is a splash of
Rain,
fuel.
rain.
Yes, it is.
It's-
You're right. We got some tires being changed here. Yeah. No, he has decided to make the call here and go to the intermediate tires. So there we go. So an indication that the weather is
Something
coming.
on the radar now. Yeah.
So it's a couple of drivers a little bit more heads up on this, it looks like, and the rest of them just opting to, like we said earlier, just tough it out for the last bit. You can certainly see on Neo's screen here the track has become a bit glossy. Now, I haven't seen that there is any actual rainfall, but just perhaps the humidity has risen greatly here.
Absolutely. We're just sitting on board with our race leader here. Obviously, Neo's going to be the first to come across start finish line here. We got Ruzi also coming in looking like he's going to make that change as well here. Now, it also depends on the position on the racetrack that our races are in here too, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, our race leader is quite a bit away ahead of the rest of the field on the racetrack here, which means rain may not be factoring in for this driver as he comes near the pit entry here. So that may be why we're seeing the front pack not come in for those pit stops, but we're seeing the latter half of the pack making that pit, because maybe for them, their last lap could very well be full of rain.
That's the final lap, so it's lap 31. So they got lucky, I think, leaders.
And Neo is coming into pit lane here. Will be the first to complete the 12-hour mark here. And boy, I tell you what, Team ORT looking so strong.
Laying it down for sure. They have been absolutely on fire for the first 12 hours of this 24-hour race here at Le Mans.
Absolutely.
Incredible
It will
showing
be
from
about a minute and 15 here before we see King Ears come in to hand over to ERA's Evo here as well. And I tell you what, you want to talk about heavyweight title fights here right now. Stint number 7 here with first and second.
As GT45 is touching on there, this is going to be the most exciting bout of racing we have seen thus far, and I do believe that I was catching signs of his mic cutting in and out. It's a streamer thing. It happens when his stuff starts to heat up a bit there, so I'm sure we will have him back momentarily.
We are back. You're absolutely right. Yep. You're absolutely right. Just cut it in low a little bit. It's Discord too. All right, so King Ears is now coming in here to hand over this Corvette to his teammate, and a minute 17 in behind Ortiz Neo, but right in behind is Payme. 6.5 seconds. Great drive here from Race Asylum 2 to close up that gap to King Ears, and he's in pit lane, so very quickly. Second and third place are in. I Am Mullet. He's coming here. He's about 28 seconds in behind here, so a little bit of a cushion from the podium to the rest of the pack as the drivers continue to come in.
Yeah, and we keep talking about ORT, but I'll tell you what, the ERA and the Race Asylum Team 2, all three of these teams have really put in the work throughout this first 12 hours. Definitely RA2 has definitely in my opinion, has overcome quite a bit of adversity and bouncing back and forth in between those podium positions and really setting themselves up quite nicely for the remaining 12 hours of this
Absolutely.
race.
That was a great drive there from Payme coming in, putting in a huge stint for Race Asylum 2. They're getting them back on the podium to get underway for stint number 7. So we'll see what Lucas has for them. But we do have Rusty Maggots now coming in for the Sector 7 racing team, the first of 2 teams here in 5th place. So he is just making his way into pit lane, and that is teammate Kaza in behind. Sorry, not teammate Kaza. ERA's Kaza in between him and his other teammate Ruzi, is what I meant to say. And Rusty was on that intermediate tire there, so that would have slowed him down that final lap there a little bit. But here comes the rain, and boy, is it coming hard all of a sudden, and the drivers on the racing softs are holding on. Here we go, white knuckle driving.
That's crazy now, yeah.
And
Everyone in this.
Kaza's holding on.
Right now. It's gonna get exciting now, folks. Don't go anywhere.
And Kaza gets through. He makes it through. It was just a little spot of rain there, one spot of the racetrack, but every other racer is going to hit that same spot, and it's going to be a little bit dicier because the rain has been falling a little bit longer as each driver goes through. Ruzi, the other Sector 7 racing team, now coming in here in 7th place, and that leaves Total Wolf about a minute and a half behind here in 8th place. And what is he going to see for this weather now as he comes up the racetrack? He is on racing slicks. It could cause a little bit of potential, but it looked like it was just a little spot rain in that one set of corners here so far on the racetrack. But as we lead into the next set of drivers, the track is looking a little wet. Is that mist I'm seeing coming in behind the cars there? It most certainly is. Ooh, a big slide right there, and there's the remnants of that little bit of a rain shower we just saw as the McLaren driver come through. Toto comes through and very gently gets on the throttle coming out of the corner there, and that car went for a wiggle, but he kept it underneath him, keeps it on the track, and keeps it out of damage. But boy, it's a tough ride here for our last 4 or 5 drivers here as the weather's set in now, and you can see on the smaller screen on the right there, it's getting very wet very quickly here at Le Mans.
Definitely, yeah. So everyone is on the intermediate, so they have good traction coming out of the pit, so nothing to worry about that. But yeah, definitely the, I don't know, P6 downwards, they caught some rain in the previous lobby, right? So the top 5 definitely got away with it.
Absolutely, just got away with it. All right, so we got Toto coming through, and the rain has stopped. It was just a sprinkle in that one sector of the racetrack, ironically, and it just kind of went away. So it looks like everybody should get through fairly safe and sound. So we got Toto coming into pit lane, and 23 seconds in behind is Slider Rules here as he's just coming out of the Porsche curves, heading into the last final few corners here at Le Mans. I can't remember the order of the corners, so I'm not even going to take a stab at the corner names. We'll get that figured out in the before the next stint too, hopefully here. But 9th place driver coming, and he's done a pretty good job actually of tracking into 8th place. They were almost a minute behind, and they got that gap down to 25 seconds here. So some good work put in the latter stages here by the Corvette driver, and that leads up to MRL Shane here in 10th place, and he's about a minute 45 in behind here in this BMW right now.
Yeah, there's been some big movement for the teams this stint. An incredible showing from all the racers this stint. Have just done a fantastic job helping to put their teams into a better position. And I do apologize as this commentator has been doing the pee-pee dance up in the broadcasting booth for the past 20 minutes. And I had to run for a lengthy tinkle time due to the sheer volume. So my apologies. Didn't want to give away too much information, but yeah, that was the absence there.
I gotta tell you, the French make a good cup of coffee, man. It is hard not to keep drinking that, gobbling that up in the booth, I tell you what. But we got Shane coming here, and he's starting to near the end of this lap here as well. And then we've got Ricky Baldi and Oscar there, who also stopped to take intermediate tires we've seen as the rain started to come in at the latter part of the stint here. But boy, I tell you what, based off what we've seen in that weather radar pre-broadcast here for our time in the booth, the drivers got off very, very lucky here in stint number 6. And not so much, obviously, right now in the next stint. As you can see, the track's quite wet. And with that being said, we wanted to thank Nolander Gaming for being here with us in stint number 6. And we will see Nolander back here with myself in stint number 8. And with that being said, we are going to hand it over to the legend himself, Jaeger, to take over stint number 7 here as our 10th place driver comes in. And we got just a couple more drivers to finish up their laps here. So thank you all for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed the time here with me, myself, and Nolander, and Jaeger. The show is all yours.
Yeah, we'll be going full screen then in a second. So to cover on the madness that's happening now on the racetrack. So bear with me for a second. Just swap it over.
And our final driver.
Everything should be on now. You should hear me. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So heavy rain conditions at the moment. We have like the track wetness meter creeping up to the second bar. In those conditions, we have Azurian leading for ORT 1 minute 14 in front of Evo for Esports Race Asylum. It is then Lucas 7.6 seconds in P3 for the Lexus Race Asylum car, the 218, and in P4 it's Syndicate Racing, the 64 Corvette, Simon behind the wheel again. Truth Serum for Sector 7 Racing in that AMG in P5 at the moment. Oh, and struggling there. Heavy conditions now on the track. Those intermediate tires are struggling for grip definitely now. We have Blue Racer coming around Rouge onto the Mulsanne straight with 41 seconds of Blue Racer in P6. Hovercraft for Sector 7 in P7 it is. Then we have Loose Moose Racing with Papst in P8. Next one, DJ Prohawk for the Apex Hunter Racing team in P9. Everyone on those intermediate tires at the moment. Christina for MRL on the track in that BMW, the 33 car in P10. Then we have La Bomba Negra, last minute racing driver for this stint on the out lap. We have the Aston Martin back on track. Banana Josh it is. Again, we saw them doing the first stint. Correct. Irish Tony for MRL. The Ford Mustang back on track as well in P13, and then we are just waiting for the final car to be released on track. That is the 999 car at BMW for Race Asylum, and we'll get out on track in a second. Here we go. Oh, changing tires. They were using softs. Alright. But switching over to an intermediate, say that's probably a good choice. Alright, so now everyone is back on track. Yeah, good to see all 14 teams running again after 12 hours of racing. So now let's sort the race situation for all of us, with ORT leading and Evo gaining on Azurian at the moment. It was 1 minute 15 after the pit stops. It is down to 1 minute and 8. So Evo flying in those conditions, no doubt about that. 4:35 for Azurian, 4:32 for Evo. Lucas in P3 for the Race Asylum team in that Lexus. So Lexus 1, Lexus 3, and a Corvette in P2 at the moment. Another Corvette running in P4. That's Simon. 18.8 seconds to gap to Lucas, and now it looks like the rain has eased off. So could be now push. P5 currently the Sector 7 racing team, the number 7 car with Truth Serum on track. Now we could also spot already like a racing line forming a little bit, so it's definitely trying already. So interesting sets through the SS here. We still see it's pretty much damp, wet. So definitely too early to switch over to the slick tires. And Blue Racer in P7, so Blue Racer usually likes those rainy conditions, those mixed conditions. And yeah, he's started with a 4:33. That's not far off Evo's time. Hovercraft in P7 at the moment, nearly 19 seconds behind Blue Racer. Then Loose Moose Racing in P8. They moved up a couple of positions throughout this race. Were running round about P10 for most of the times, up to P8 for now, with a nice little gap to P9 at the moment. 22, 23 seconds. And the MRL entry at BMW in 10th, 1 minute 30 the gap. Oh, but everyone's going purple right now, so Azarian with the fastest lap at 4 minute 29. I'm pretty sure Evo will go quicker as well, so the track is improving. No more rain from the sky, it's just a wet track at the moment. So also last minute racing, La Bomba Negra in P11, Banana Josh for Shishon, Irish Tony for MRL in P13, and Guff on the track in the BMW in P14. So we wait for Evo to go. Oh, Evo pitting early. That's a bold move, I would say, to pit that early, switching on to the slick tires. So, whoa, we definitely gained some time on Azarian. 1 minute a gap, 11 seconds to Lucas. Lucas staying out on those intermediates, not trusting the track conditions as Evo. So we will see, can Evo like have a clean pit exit. That will be the most challenging part, I think, for now. Diamond also decides to stay out on those intermediates. Evo now changing the tires. We will go to racing softs, no doubt about that. Builds up the car, so we will stay with Evo now to see what's going to happen. So yeah, racing softs. And I'll be very patient on the throttle. Oh, has a big wiggle, but keeps it on check. Wow. And also no traction control enabled on the assists. So a brave man. A madman maybe as well, but just wow, yeah, oh, Jesus, or whatever. It's like chat is going crazy. But what is he thinking? I mean, there's definitely this racing line has appeared through most of the parts, and it's just that wide for a car. But if you go offline, oh, I don't wanna say it, but then you will be flying. So we saw like 30 seconds pit loss for now, but if this strategy works, I think that undercut will gain Evo at least 5 seconds, maybe 10. It needs to have a clean out lap, that is, so stays away from the curbs. That is advisable. Also, Blue Racer now into the pits early. So Race Asylum being very bold, very brave with those strategies. And we will keep running with Evo. We don't want to miss anything. This outlap is crucial. So still avoiding those curbs as good as possible. And has a good vision probably for the racing line. Rain! No, there's no more rain. Currently it's just wet, or actually the tri-racing line has appeared. And Evo, the bravest of them all, to pit early. That exit is crucial out of Wolfgang corner. We see Little bit of water spray coming up. So the gap between Evo and Azorian stays around about at 1 minute 30, so not gaining much. So Azorian in the pits as well has to cover that strategy, right? Pretty sure Lucas and Simon will be doing the same. So through Indianapolis, a tricky corner usually when you go offline. A little bit too wide on the exit and nearly spins it. Ooh. So I think that lost him 1, 2, maybe 3 seconds again. So big gamble. So 1 minute 32. We see Azorian now switching over to the softs again. We'll stay with the ORT driver on the pit exit. Very patient on the throttle. But gets a 3-second penalty. He crossed the pit exit. That wide line, so a 3-second penalty. Alright, that little slide cost them. Let's wait for Lucas. Will they pit? Yes, they do. Into the pits they go. Beep. Then we see Simon. Decision, pit, late. And let's see Evos run through the 4 chicanes. You definitely see the dry racing line and you can avoid the curbs to some degree. And he made it stick, so the gap to Azorian. Let's see, gained probably 5 seconds. 6, 7 by the end of the Dunlop chicane. Alright, so that undercut still worked with that little off track at Indianapolis. So gap under 1 minute now between Azorian and Evo. And Azorian has this 3-second penalty to serve on those on his outlap, and he's also like new on the racing soft tires. Those slicks has to adjust to those lines, so pretty sure Evo will be gaining even more because he knows the track already, those wet patches. It will be interesting. So Truth Serum into the pits as well, and the rest of the intermediate runners will be doing the same again, and Evo should be like flying, should record purple lap times. Yeah, nearly 4 seconds up already and gained, yeah, 1, 2 seconds maybe throughout this lap already. Lucas in P3, Simon in P4. Truth Serum now doing the service. The slick tires on. Refueling, yep, little bit. Or maybe to the max. Yeah, run as long as possible, maybe. Who knows what the weather will bring. Also, have a look at the pit X, and he floored it. He makes the 180, now the 360. He will cut the pit exit line, so we'll definitely get that 3-second penalty. Here we go. Unlucky for the Sector 7 racing driver, but yeah, you have to be so careful on this wet pit exit. This gives Blue Racer the opportunity. That undercut worked really well. Also, Blue Racer, one of the, I think he was the second driver to pit, and just 7 seconds behind Truth Serum now. What a bold decision, but it paid off for now. Hovercraft now also leaving the pits. They're also flooring it. Oh, and they're spinning. Come on, guys. You have to be careful. Doing the perfect, no, the nearly perfect 360. It's a 400-degree turn and no damage, luckily. But yeah, this pit exit is mental. Crazy things happening. So lost, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 seconds here on that pit exit. Papst in P8 now decides to pit, so stayed out for one more lap just to play it safe, I think. Also, DJ Prohawk still on those intermediate tires in P9, but I guess they will be pitting now as well. We'll see. Yep, into the pits they go. So back to the front, we see Evo is gaining massively on Azarian. 47 seconds, look at that, it was 57 coming through Dunlop on this lap. Nearly 10 seconds, so Azarian is taking it really slow, I think, for this first lap on those soft tires. And Evo pushing like crazy. We saw this, I think, during the Nürburgring 12 hours where we had some rain and Evo was like, yeah, one of the first drivers to go onto the slick tires. And we have a yellow flag situation happening. Was there someone out of the pits? That was the MRL Mustang with a spin probably coming out of the pits. So we'll have a look if we can catch it on the replay. I immediately pressed the replay marker. We'll see. Yep, does the 360 on the pit exit, but stays out of the way for Evo. So Evo 45 seconds the gap. So wow, that undercut paid off massively. Look at that. We started with 1 minute 15 during the driver swap. 30 seconds gained already. Holy moly. That is a move and a half already early during this stint. Lucas in P3. 18 seconds the gap to Evo. Simon in P4. Just under 10 seconds. And Blue Racer got past a Truth Serum. No issues at all. So also Blue Racer is used to those soft tires. Now they know where to push, where to be careful. And it's Truth Serum's outlap, so they're still adjusting. And they had the 3-second penalty to serve. So is anyone still out on intermediates? No, I think Pistina on softs, La Bomba Negra, no drama on the pit exit. Switched over to the soft tires. Banana Josh for Joshin in P12 on softs. Tony also on softs and Guff on the soft tires. So now everyone is using the slick tires for that one. And now it looks like Azarian has found the confidence, has the track knowledge now, knows the racing line, and that gap stays around the 45-second mark. But yeah, still that move performed by Evo brought the Esports Race Society team back into the mix under 1 minute and yeah, just 44 seconds now. With, you see it at the top of your screen, 11 hours and 31 minutes still left for this event. And Azarian with a 4:04, that's still 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds off pace what Evo is currently lapping, and Evo is improving with this one coming through the Porsche curves. Was purple by half a second so far. Can he push more and more for those final turns? I think also you can be more aggressive through the 4 chicanes now. Still careful through or over those curbs, and could be another great lap. Yeah, slight improvement, half a second for one. Still gained nearly Nearly 3 seconds on Azari and 43 seconds now the gap. Lucas, let's have a look at the lap time. Also looks like a 4-2. Crosses the line, yeah, a good lap. Simon as well. That gap stayed around the 10-second mark, so should be also a 4-2. It is, so lap times are improving. Here Blue Racer with a nice little gap already, 19 seconds to Truth Serum. So you can take a deep breath now. Evo is a joke. He's not human, right? This is crazy. Then we have bigger gaps. Hovercraft and Herbst. 1 minute 16 seconds to DJ Brohawk in P9. Over 1 minute to Pastina for the MRL team. 30 seconds to La Bomba Negra for last minute racing. Nearly a minute to our Australian friends here in Aston Martin. Another minute plus to Irish Tony for the second MRL entry and 30 seconds to Gov. So we'll keep an eye on Evo and the gap to Azarian. So Evo definitely winging it in those conditions, and so most of the track is dry now, just the edges a bit wet. I think now it's attack. We will probably be seeing the first sub 4 minute lap times very soon, with that track evolvement improvement happening, and Evo gaining another second already. Whoa, nearly loses it, but catches the car and is purple. We'll have a look at Azarian's sector times now, approaching the Porsche cars again on racing lap 7. And that is, well, we should get a sector split time midway through the Porsche cars, I think. Yeah, up on his time, but just 3/10, so yeah, not feeling that level of confidence that Evo is putting into his drive. We will stay with Azarian through the 4 chicanes to see, have an idea. Taking the curbs down the usual way, so it looks like to be now attack mode 4-3 for Azarian Evo through the exit of the Porsche curves. No, the entry of the Porsche curves. Was a bit ahead of my time. For 10th up on his personal best. That's also the fastest lap of the race so far, and the gap down to 40 seconds, so gained another second on this lap. This will be a 4-minute lap for Evo. For minute 1, look at that great final couple of corners for Evo. 40 seconds to the leader. Lucas 20.7, still a solid lap. I think they're also gaining on the leaders for now. 4:02, yeah, that's basically confirming this lap. And Simon looking for the fastest lap of the race. Sub 4 minutes, just 3 minute 59.9. So yeah, you see the lap times are improving, which means the track is evolving, and so everyone should be able now to go quicker and quicker again. Yeah, we see personal bests for the Truth Serum. Let's wait for the second Sector 7 car, the number 13. Here will we get a delta. I think after the Mulsanne corner we'll get an update, but I expect Blue, yeah, by quite a margin. Yeah, Blue here as well. I think also the gap between DJ and Papst in P9, P8, that gap is coming down. DJ with a 4-minute 3, Papst with a 4-minute 07.5. So yeah, DJ catching the loose moose racing driver here. Oh, and let's see Festina with a 4:01.5. That's quicker than the leader at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. Azorian still can play it safe. Oh, nearly 2 seconds up, so this could be a high 4-minute, low 4:01 at this stage. We wait for Evo under 40 seconds, not gaining that much anymore now. Oh, why is Truth Serum pitting? Rear damage and suspension, alright, so lost it somewhere. We'll lose that position to Hovercraft. Oh no. And have a look at the deltas. Still 39 seconds, so I think no, Azorian is up to pace and match Evo's pace. Somehow doesn't lose 2-3 seconds per lap anymore. Yeah, will be sub 4 minute maybe. Yeah, just misses out on that fastest lap. So Evo should be up, yeah, 1.2 seconds purple. And now I think everyone is pushing, driving the normal lines. Curbs still a bit wet, but nothing to worry. 358 incoming, 58.8, 1 second. Improving this fastest lap of the race. Lucas and Simon just 6 seconds behind the Race Asylum driver. Also Lucas with a nice improvement, 359. Let's see Simon. New fastest lap incoming. Yeah, just so it's trading fastest laps between Simon and Evo. I feel like we saw this during the qualifying as well. Both competed for their teams during the qualifying session, where Simon put it on pole position for the 64 Syndicate Racing ahead of Evo, the 44 Esports Race Asylum entry. Blue Racer now in no man's land in P5, but that's a good thing. I think they're moving up the order stint by stint, so running in P5 at the moment. And yeah, Hovercraft got past the Sector 7 teammate, Truth Serum, so the 13 car running ahead of the number 7. Loose Moose Racing slowly getting up to speed, 403. DJ Prox still gaining on them. Gap is coming down. Will it drop below the 10 seconds? We'll see. Festina also sub 4 minutes, so Festina is flying for MRL, but it's a big task. 1 minute 07 the gap to DJ, but yeah, I only can refer to the time remaining, 11 hours and 20 minutes. And Pistina putting in a purple sector time. Yeah, track is improving, no doubt about that. And just have a look at the gaps between the drivers at the lower end of the field. So no close battles at the moment. Back to the front, we have a look at the gap, 37 seconds. So Evo's still gaining on Azurian. Maybe half a second to a second per lap at the moment. Still gaining. That's the most important thing from Evo's perspective, of course. So Azurian will be probably getting a low 59, maybe high 58. See, yeah, low 59. Evo again, more than 1 second purple. Oh, he must be enjoying himself. Really pushing, getting the hammer out as stated in the stream chat. And yeah, under 37 seconds the gap. New fastest lap of the race incoming, 57.1. Oh, next up it's Lucas, and Lucas the gap to Simon under 4 seconds, so Simon is also lying. Will Simon get the new fastest lap of the race? We will see in a couple of seconds. Lucas with a good one as well. Sub 4 minutes. Simon 56. Whoa, 56 too. So this is like the the fun thing, right? To see like a hot lapping in those conditions. Who is like brave, and Simon definitely showing no fear at all. 56.2. Fastest lap ping pong. Oh, what's that, Nicky? Yeah, something like that. It's going back and forth. Coffee? After my stint, I will get a coffee. I'm now on my hydration energy drink mix. But yeah, you can't be tired, right? With this action happening in those conditions, you see everyone is improving on their current lap. So great time. Oh. 4:20 time. Jakey, are you racing again in this event? Don't drink or smoke and drive. Yay, Jakey. I mean, Blue with a nice one, also at 56.8. And Truth Serum caught up with the sister car. So Sector 7 now running P6, P7, separated by less than half a second, 4/10 the gap. And it looks like Truth Serum is feeling confident again. We'll see if we see the position swap there at some point. But yeah, Truth Serum definitely gained on hovercraft throughout this lap. So the AMG is running in P6 and P7. currently, and we see some blue flags. 3:55. Is that Azarian? Azarian coming through. This one 56.7. Have a look at Evo. Lucas versus Simon. Simon's not there yet, but it's close. So Evo probably. You think, Jakey? You think? So let's see. New fastest lap for Evo? Question. Looking good. 55. Here we go. Under 2 seconds between Lucas in P3 and Simon in P4. So it's every time round we see improvements. Oh, that was a cut. Probably not sure for Lucas. We'll have to wait. Yeah, big one. 1.5 seconds. Oh, 55. Simon. 54. Come on. This is mental. Simon versus Evo. So we were with this Sector 7 racing team battle. Still close, but Hovercraft still staying in front for now. And blue flags. It's 3:53, so I think 3 seconds now. The gap for Azarian until they catch the Sector 7 racing drivers. Both are improving on their lap times, of course they do. We'll see the onboard perspective there. And now you see that gap really coming down. Will Azarian get them before the Porsche comes? No. Had a little wiggle coming out of an arch. So probably has to wait. How long? That's the question. Will play into Evo's hands. Definitely. So Simon got past Lucas. So jump back onto the TV camera and have a look if we can catch that overtake. Oh, Lucas missed his braking point into Mulsanne corner, and with that 1.5 second penalty as well. So Simon up to P3. Let's have a look at Azarian caught up with the Sector 7 racing drivers now through the final chicane onto the start finish. So now blue flags and Truth Serum getting out of the way for the race leader. So blue flags being respected. Good to see. Well done everyone. So next up will be a hovercraft. I think it will be a pass coming out of Tetra Rouge. Azarian lying end. Yeah. Simon with a 54.6 now the fastest lap. So this should be like an easy one for Azarian on the straight using the slipstream. I think Hovercraft can easily lift off before the first chicane. And let the leader go through is exactly what he's doing. So that's how we do it. Kids, take a look, clip that. Well, 35 seconds to gap between Azuri and Evo, and 25 between Evo and Simon. So top 3 within a minute. We didn't see that coming for the last 2.5 hours, I think. Also, Lucas is still hanging around there, just under 5 seconds to gap to Simon. Then Blue Racer on his own in P5. And we have the 2 Sector 7 racing cars still running close to each other, Hovercraft and Truth Serum. 13 ahead of the number 7 car. And look at that, DJ Brock. 2.4 seconds to gap between DJ and Pops. The DJ definitely putting on a show, despite telling us that he is not really feeling this track. So look at that, 3 minute 57. That's good pace. And Simon just recorded the first 53 lap time in this stint at 53.9. What Evo 54.8. So Simon is definitely lowering it, no doubt about that. But we will go to DJ, gaining on Pops. So AHR versus Loose Moose Racing at 1.5. So DJ has the slipstream now and will be gaining even more, I guess. Yeah, 1.3. Probably get down to roughly 1 second when they approach Indianapolis. I'm braking for an arch. Little wiggle, good exit there for the AMG, keeping that 1.2 seconds gap. Now up, heading up towards the Porsche curves. We still stay on board with DJ. Close to the wall, but not touching it. A little lift to avoid going wide. Still gaining under a second now the gap, and it will be close again, being brave through the 4 chicanes. Little wiggle there on the exit. 3 minute 56. So we go to this camera, get a bit more vision. It's the 7/10 and gaining on to the Mulsanne straight. And DJ with a good run out of Petre Rouge, gaining again chipping away those hundredth and hundredths becoming tenth already. 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. We are braking for the chicane, the first chicane, and now right up Pub's trumpet. Exit out of the first chicane. Good run for 10th. This could be the run for DJ, performing the move heading into the second chicane. Look at that speed difference, and choosing the right hand side and makes it look that easy with that Corvette. So DJ Brock for Apex Hunter Racing up to P8. Gap between Azarine and Evo, 34 seconds. So now they're basically up to the same pace. Simon improved the fastest lap again, 53.7. Is he on a proper lap again? He is indeed. So far, a very impressive drive there. The 64 is flying. No doubt about that. So Azarine with a 54.9 Evo now. Coming around through the 4 chicanes. He goes. Will it be an improvement of the personal best? 54.8. But Simon looking to improve the fastest lap again. He was purple throughout this lap. Let's see if he can keep it clean through the chicanes. Touch that curb a little bit. That could be the new one. 53.5. Lucas with a 54. 55. It is. What's the status? Yeah, Truth Serum got past Hovercraft now. The 7 car leading the 13 sister car for Sector 7 Racing. And DJ not able to pull away from Pabst in that AMG for Loose Moose Racing. So I think probably this was Pabst's intention all along. Tuck in behind a slightly quicker driver. Played a long game, right? We're using the slip, the toe, 6/10. Yeah, that looks promising for Loose Moose Racing. And we see a little bit of a I don't know, is it a sunrise already? I cannot tell. Definitely like dawn settings. So probably we will see the sun rising during this stint. It is. So, and just a few clouds here, nothing dangerous. So probably it will stay dry for the foreseeable future. The DJ pulled a little gap, 1 second. That Corvette's still so strong on those straights. Still not out of the slipstream range entirely, but trying to do everything they can. So further down the grid in P10, it is last minute racing. 22 seconds to gap to Pastina, who is also like driving a very strong race. Is he? I think he was running in P10, right? He lost that position to the last minute racing team. If I have a look at the lap times on the right hand side, the lap 9 and lap 10, the times are not lying, so maybe 2 off tracks for Pastina. Well, in P12 we have Banana Josh, 20 seconds roughly behind P11, and then at the back of the grid, Tony for MRL and Gov for Race Asylum. So the gap between Azarian and Evo hasn't changed, or stays around the 35 seconds. Will we see another fastest lap of the race? No. Disappointing, Simon, come on. You had such a nice run. Now you dropped it. Says someone who wouldn't be even close to run a 3-minute 53. But yeah, that's what you get from the commentators, like being very, very smart, can talk about it without turning the wheel. Also Lucas with a 55, so really, really good lap times. Have a look. The Truth Serum is increasing his lead over Hovercraft, and DJ still not outside of that slipstream range for now. So I'm not sure. I'm kind of, before we hit the pit stop window, I feel like singing again. How about you, Chad? Do you want to hear me sing again? Sing, sing, sing. Dance, monkey, dance. But when Ray wants me to sing, of course I will be singing. So wait a second. So here we go. I feel like I'm prepared for the next song. Just bring up my little assistant in here, and then I think we're ready to go for sing along with Jaeger. So after doing the Offspring, we go back to the 90s, I think, and we go with a little tune by a famous band, Bon Jovi it is this time, and we have the song You Give Love a Bad Name. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we are starting. Cut through the heart, and you're to blame, darling. You give love a bad name. Oh, imagine a nice little guitar intro now. Oh, we're getting back to the lyrics. Wait for it. An angel smile is what you sell. You promised me heaven, then put me through hell. Chains of love got a hold on me. When passion's a prison, you can't break free. Whoa, you're a loaded gun. Yeah. Whoa, there's nowhere to run. No one can save me, the damage is done. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name, bad name. I play my part, and you play your game. You give love a bad name, bad name. You give love a bad name. Waiting for the second verse to come. Paint your smile on your lips, blood red nails on your fingertips. A schoolboy's dream, you act so shy. Your very first kiss was your first kiss goodbye. Whoa, you're a loaded gun. Whoa, there's nowhere to run. No one can save me, the damage is done. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name, bad name. I play my part, and you play your game. You give love a bad name, bad name. You give love. Wow, guitar solo now playing, shredding it. Come on. Wait for a couple of more seconds. And now we get into the chanty part. 3, 2, whoa! Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. I play my part, and you play your game. You give love a bad name, bad name. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name, bad name. I play my part, and you play your game. You give love a bad name, bad name. You give love. You give love. Bad name, you give love. You give love. A bad name, you give love. Whoa, you give love. Whoa, you give love. Whoa, you give love. A bad name. Alright, that was fun. I enjoyed that. I hope you did as well. Bravo, applause, applause, applause. Ray, you said your ringtone. I have it. It's my wake up song. It's such a good tune, right? You have to love it. So we see the leader is hitting now. Back to the racing action. It is. See Nikki and the boost you needed, vibing again like crazy. We see Simon and Lucas also pitting. They are low on fuel. Just catch up with the stream chat better than coffee. Exactly, that's what you need, right? In the early morning hours. I'm missing the hair. Yeah, probably, Kings. That's totally correct. Also, Valsalenta not able to sleep anymore. So mission completed, mission accomplished for this one. So for now, we have Evo leading this race. Look at that, but Evo's tires are nearly dead. Still has a little bit of fuel remaining, but I don't think he will be going for another lap after this, as a in P2 with coming out of the pits now with fresh tires. Simon as well pitted on to a new set of Racing Soft. Same goes for Lucas. No drama on the pit exit. It is Blue Racer on worn soft tires with 25 liters of fuel remaining, so did an amazing job there saving some fuel. I probably will be pitting for tires. No, it's Blue Racer who is running on dead tires for another lap. Alright, we saw that a couple of times, definitely. The Truth Serum versus Powercraft. And we see the sun has risen. Right, nice visuals now from the game. So I look outside of my window, it's still dark, so we're a bit ahead of the time in game. But I think the drivers will be happy that the night shift is over. So they have now better visuals, better sight. For them, DJ opened up that gap to Pabst. Now nearly 9 seconds. In P10, it's last minute racing, the 45. McLaren for last minute racing. Pastina for MRL. In that BMW in P11. Up and down on those lap times a little bit. Personal best 56 and a 4 minute again. So Shoshin here their entry, that Aston Martin in P12. So I think I read it somewhere in the stream chat that the team is learning it the hard way for that entry. So yeah, massive competition there in the IRO GT Endurance Championship, no doubt about that. But still nice to see you competing with us in here. And Tony in P13, nearly 2 seconds the gap. And Guff is catching definitely just under 7 seconds the gap. So Evo, okay, Evo doing another lap on now also dead tires. He still has the fuel to do so. We see he's a bit down on his times. And this was close on the exit. Was it too close? I think he got away with it. Just stayed within those track limits. Simon on the outlap. Gained 4-5 seconds here on Azarian. So it was roughly 1 minute the gap now, 52, 53, and I think a strong outlap here. That's, let's see, so we wait for Blue Racer, I think, next one to pit. Lucas, they completed their pit stop, completed the outlap. Blue Racer now heading into the Porsche curbs. So he did a good job managing the tires on this lap. He just ran a little bit wide on the exit. Let's see. I think he just hit that. Whoa, he's doing another lap. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Still feeling like he can push. Yeah, close to his personal best, alright. So the lap time tells him, yeah, that was a good decision, or not a bad decision in that case. So where is Evo now? Evo's tires are officially dead, gone. And the most beautiful hours of the 12 hours could be, yeah, so if the sun rises, yeah, definitely has a great vibe to it. So, but Evo nearly a second down, so not sure if that extra lap on those dead tires was the best idea. We will see. He's also now low on fuel, so this has to be Evo's in lap. Pretty sure now. If he goes for another lap, I will be singing again. Stop it, Jaeger! Don't torture us. So it's basically in Evo's hands what's going to happen. Oh, he's pitting. Thank God for that. Running out of songs. So we have 15 seconds for now, the gap. So we are looking at probably a 50 second, maybe 45. With the laps remaining, doesn't need to fill it up entirely. So we could be looking at 33, 34 seconds by the looks. So Evo now changing the tires as Orion went past the pit exit. Now Evo refueling. Where's Simon? Yes, still on that lap, exiting the Porsche curves. DJ Prog into the pits. Let's see how much fuel Evo is putting into his car. Yeah, that's definitely less than the other drivers. And oh, look at my gas. 33 seconds. So not too shabby for just a commentator lap. So I'm gonna yeah, ish. You have to rewind a little bit to hear my singing adventures. So 33 seconds now the gap between Azarine and Evo. What a stint from Evo. Look at that. So after the pit stop it was 1 minute and 15. Bold, brave decision that to go early on those softs. Also Simon, one of the big winners, and we just missed out on the fastest lap of the entire event so far. Question 53.2. So Blue Racer also finally decides it's time to pit. The rear left is not existent anymore, but he managed to keep it on track with that overcut. Not sure who is he overcutting. He's running comfortably in that P5 spot at the moment, but maybe he wants to have a push stint towards the end of this. So we're looking at 12 racing laps for this stint number 7. And, oh no, Simon not on a new improvement to go for a fastest lap. And we'll see Blue Racer coming out of the pits, 1 minute 30 the gap to Lucas. So let's run a little bit with the race leaders. ORT in that Lexus RCF. Now in those dry conditions, Azarian shows his pace, lapping 3:55s, maybe. Yeah, he got into the 54, so we see that here just before the pit stop. Evo on the outlap. Or the final push for the 44 car. So a little bit of overlays for you. I've prepared something here, of course. So what to expect from the weather? It is so, we are currently sitting here in stint number 7, so we will finish in cloudy conditions. Also the start of the next stint will be cloudy, and we will also finish in cloudy conditions. Everything in between will be random, but I might want to draw your attention to the end of stint 9 and the start of stint 10. We see some rain, possible rain incoming, so yeah, more drama maybe for it, and a context for the overall championship. So we have the esports Race Silent team currently leading the championship, and they're sitting in P2, and the number 2 team in the championship, Overboost Racing, is leading this one. So woohoo! We'll get closer at the top if it stays like that, but with that effort that Evo put in during this stint, I think the race win is not completely out of the window. Look at that. So Simon is running for Syndicate Racing. They're currently sitting in P6 and would jump Loose Moose Racing there, move up the order a little bit. Lucas in P4 for the 218 entry for Race Silent number 2, P4 and the championship, and also in this race. So that's a little bit of context for you. Where are we sitting with this race? So at the top of your screen you see that timer ticking down, and it's still 10 hours and 37 minutes to go in this event. So nothing is decided yet, of course. As always in those endurance races here, especially the really long ones. And having a look at an absolute insane stint, and did I just see 0.3 tenth purple sector? Will we see a 3-minute 52? No way. Oh, using all of it 0.4. Oh, I didn't see a 0.3. It's a 0.4 apparently. So apologies for that. Where does this pace come from? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Still 0.4 the gap. You're up for the 52. So Simon, you have one job for all of us. Prove that it is possible to get into the 52s. 52 is in the air. Yeah, lost a little bit. Now come on, keep it together for the final turns. You can do it. Don't run wide. Yeah, looks good on the exit of the karting asses. So, just the 4 chicanes, right? Just those 2. Yeah, no issues at all. Avoids the curb. And ladies and gentlemen, a 52.6. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. W-O-W. Wow. I mean, this doesn't get unnoticed from all others that Evo just ran wide on the exit of Petro Rouge will get a track limit penalty for that. Pretty sure he's also not believing the times he's seeing, but he's also seeing that he's gaining on Azarian. 30 seconds it is. Despite the Jaeger cross, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think I have lost all of my magic cursing drivers. It's gone, gone, gone. Yes, Simon is insane. That's correct. And yeah, 45 seconds to the leaders as well. Gaining. That driver is on a mission today. So the top 3 definitely out of this world. Lucas in P4. Like, looks like, yeah, he's slow. 3 minute 55, 56. Hell no, those are crazy fast lap times. But yeah, those aliens, they're superhumans, whatever you will call them. It's just crazy to see. Also Blue Racer, another 55, I think it was 55.9, his fastest lap of the race. But yeah, we have 5 cars on the lead lap, so Blue Racer is the last driver on that lead lap. P6 downwards are all 1 lap down at least. And Truth Serum staying in front of the sister car. 6 seconds nearly. DJ still pulling away from Herbst by the looks. 8 seconds. Christina got past La Bomba Negra, but I think they're on different strategies at the moment. So Christina is quite some wear on his tires, nursing them tires quite well though. Also the fuel, but don't think they can go till the end of the stint. But for now they're running P10 again. The last minute racing in P11. And we have the Aston Martin in P12. 40 seconds on the gap. Also pitted for fresh tires a couple of laps ago. And that gap has come down between Irish Tony for MRL and Guff for Race Asylum. BMW versus Ford, M6 versus the Mustang. And so also never give up for both of the teams. So let's stay with these two drivers for a little while. But that little while could be short, looking at Guff's approach here. He's closed that gap. Wow. Through the Porsche curves. Single file. Wait for it. Maybe get a run out of the karting asses. We'll see. It could be the run. Move into the Ford chicanes. Let's see. Guff moves along. But no, backs out. Stays behind. But let's get an onboard. Got himself a 0.5 second penalty there. And lost a little bit of momentum. But no way, no way. Azarian disconnected from the lobby. The race leader disconnected. Ladies and gentlemen, the drama continues for this 24-hour event. No, no, no. Yeah, disbelief in the chat. Also speechless. This is wow. But yeah, it's online racing, right? It can happen at any time. No one is safe. Woo! But when the leader disconnects, it's big time drama. And suddenly, it's a battle between Esports Race Asylum and Syndicate Racing. So ORT will rejoin for the next stint. Don't you worry. But they won't be leading this race anymore. And now we see the move. Guff versus Tony. Let's go chase cam. So will Tony give up that position? It's braking late. No, not yet. Mustang's good in the straight line. Next attempt for Guff. Patient, wait for the perfect moment. Will we see a move into the Mulsanne corner? No, Tony defending on that inside line. I think Guff is going early on to the brakes, looking for the cutback. No, Tony parks it on the apex. Where to pass? Where to pass? And Guff has this 0.5 second penalty. Will it be a move into Indianapolis? It's a bump draft by the looks. We'll have to wait and see. Guff is staying behind, plays it safe for now. Oh, Tony runs a little bit wide on the exit. Also, but Guff is not close enough. Now he will lose a little bit of time again. We will serve the penalty now. Drops, I think, 1 second-ish, maybe 1.2. Yeah, that was costly, that penalty. So has to work for it again. So the gap between Evo and Simon is 12 seconds, and fastest lap improved again. 52.5. But casually, yeah, he did it again. Yeah, but now with that 0.5 second penalty, Evo with a 53.4. That's 9/10 of the fastest lap. Wow. Don't think Evo will be happy, but he has to accept like that Simon is flying on this track. So back to Guff versus Tony. So Guff back within half a second. Tries to go for the next attempt. Where is the opportunity? Christina now pitting. Yeah, we saw that. Offsetting strategies in that BMW. Oh, and Tony with a little issue coming out of Tetra Rouge. Will this be the run for Guff? They're going side by side onto the straight. It's a drag race between BMW and Ford, and that Mustang is quick. Guff tries everything, shows his nose, and they go side by side. No, they don't go side by side into the first chicane. Again, Guff looking for the better exit. Oh, that rear stepping out. Also, Tony with a little issue. Again, we see side by side racing. No, it's slipstreaming again. So Guff has to wait for that perfect moment. Again, going left this time on that inside, but it's too early, I think. The BMW doesn't have the legs to pull that move. No, the Mustang stays in front. Great racing here between Irish Tony and Guff for P12 at the moment. So now this could be the run. Guff has to time it now. Make a move into Mulsanne corner now. Inside. Was it too early again? Guff has the inside line now for the Mulsanne. Forces Tony the long way around. Can he stop it on the apex? Yeah, Guff got in front. Now can he keep that position? It's a long straight. And Tony pulling out of the slipstream. Knows his Mustang is quick. Can he go around the outside? Yes, he can. That looks so easy. That Mustang, and Guff has to tuck in behind again. So will we see a move into Indianapolis? No, 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 no. Not close enough. The back and forth between those two drivers. Whoa, a big slide. And just Tony going defensive. And they're having fun. Both of them. I feel that. I mean, they're 9 minutes, 50 seconds behind leaders, but still they have something to race for. And that's so good to see in those long races, those endurance races. There's always a chance for a good battle on track. And pretty sure that both of the drivers are enjoying it at the moment. So by the way, the chat message is not something I did. Probably Nick taking over the IRO YouTube channel again. But yeah, crazy pace indeed. And this battle continues. Good to see. Evo and Simon 13.6 seconds, so Evo gained a little bit time last time around, but I think it was due to the fact that Simon had to serve a penalty. So here we go again, waiting for the next iteration of this fight. And look at that, how early Tony goes on to that defensive line. Those straights are just too long for that BMW to get in front. Now, bump drafting, alright. Different approach, learning. See, was this the good moment? No, not yet again. So we go and a penalty for Tony. Where are the drivers? Here they are. But 1.5 second penalty, that's the opportunity for Gav. He needed that desperately. That 1.5 second penalty will add up to probably 2.5 seconds. Serving in the penalty zone. So Gav keeps it clean throughout this lap. And he will be able to not just pass Tony, but also get out of the slipstream range. See, approaching, bump drafting, alright. Gav doesn't want to lose time, braking for the Mulsanne corner again. And now we watch Gav's perspective. Getting closer again, approaching Indianapolis. I think he will play it smart and safe now. Don't risk anything. He knows he will be getting past Tony after the Anache corner, so in roughly 10 seconds we'll get a free pass when Tony serves his 1.5 second penalty. And this is exactly what is going to happen now. So we have 1.5, 1.6, 7, 8, nearly 2 seconds that gap, and Gav will probably shout, "Hell yeah, finally!" But was a nice battle to spectate, no doubt about that. So Ivo and Simon, 13 seconds. And Ivo just got a small track limit penalty. Both of the drivers are facing lapped traffic at the moment. So again, we have just the top 4 cars on that lead lap. P5 is down a lap. So 4 cars on that lead lap. Not sure where the ORT driver will be released for the next stint. I assume they won't be losing the lap, so they will still probably have 5 cars on that lead lap. But yeah, insane pace at the front, no doubt about that. And also the gap between the two Sector 7 cars, no, 13 seconds. Also DJ Brohawk is lapping very consistently, and the Loose Moose Racing driver Papst is not able to keep up with DJ. 16.6, 16.5 seconds, something around that one. P9 and P10 is also, the gap is not that big, to be honest. So just 15 seconds with those offsetting strategies. So we'll see if Pistina can bring down this gap even more towards the end of that stint. So speaking of the end of the stint, so the end of lap 31 it is, where we will see the driver swap again. So that's a penalty for Pistina. And just have a look at their gap, open up the gap 4.4 seconds now without battling. Go back to the leaders where this gap is coming down 11.6 seconds. It is. Wow. So, yeah, race leader is on lap 27. That's 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 5 more racing laps, including this one, before we get to the swap. And you will be hearing again from GT45 Gaming. He will be covering stint 8. So definitely looking forward to this. And Simon the Madman, where does this pace come from? Crazy. I'm pushing still so hard. Looks like, yeah, up to a 53 still. Evo 54 last time around. And what is Lucas doing in P3? Within a minute of the leaders. Also very consistent. Look at those lap times. 56, 56, 56. Last 3 laps. Probably also Blue Racer with the same kind of consistency. 55, 56, low 55 again. It's strong pace, strong showing again for Race Asylum at the moment, running P1, 3 and 4 with 3 of their cars. And we saw Goff there showing some great fighting spirit at the back of the grid for the 4th Race Asylum entry. So P5 and 6, that gap's not changing that much between the two Sector 7 cars. And nearly 52 seconds to the next driver, to the AHR DJ Prohawk. But again, I think DJ will be pleased with his stint. Oh, that's it. So we will stay with Simons. We have the gap to Evo showing. And just realized that I have a stream link for the next one. I will try to incorporate that again into my setup.
Yeah, welcome in. It's quite a eventful stint you have again on your hands.
Yeah, lucky me, right?
It's been an interesting one for sure. No big shock of events with Team ORT there.
Woof, yeah.
Definitely gonna set them on the back foot here now for the remaining 10 hours. But I guess if any team has the capability to do it, they've proven they've got the pace today. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they face this adversity now that they've kind of come to, well, have to deal with.
Definitely, and this could be very, very interesting. Now that the top 2 are basically separated by 11 seconds, we'll probably get down to 10 seconds. So after, yeah, 14 hours of racing, close at the top, no doubt about that. And yeah, be interesting to see who is next for both of the teams on the lineup.
I guess I can give a small amount of insight
Ooh.
on that here. Let's see.
Yeah,
see what we
spoilers.
got here. The 59 Corvette is going to be James out on track there for that team next. It is going to be Shadow Chef coming out for
Ooh, the team owner.
leaders.
Here we go.
Absolutely. We got Bullsitter coming out for one of the Sector 7 racing teams, Red and Blue Mercedes here as well. Good driver there. We've got Wade C coming out for the other Sector 7 racing team here. And then we've got the Furious 2 coming out for the McLaren, number 45 McLaren. We've got Vasilenta coming out for ORT here as well. That'll be next out for that team. We've got MRL's Gelf coming out for Team MRL in the green and blue BMW. Peme is going to come out for Race Asylum 2 here. We've got Kaizen coming out with the Aston Martin drivers here as well. What else we got on track here? We've got Nick coming out for the other ERA team.
Nick, whoa, okay, here we go. So I think that's a slight advantage for Esports Race Asylum, Nick versus Shadow Chef.
Absolutely, we've got little Nicky here out for one of the RA teams, and Oscar also coming out, and then it's going to be Total Wolf back out for the final McLaren team here as well, I believe. Can't remember which car I'm driving McLaren, I'm driving something else. But yeah, so a little insight on who is waiting to take over these racing cars here for everybody.
Yep. Not for long. So we are on the end of lap 28. So we need to get to the end of lap 31 for the driver swap. So that's 3 more laps. Just roughly over 12 minutes.
And now we've seen an extremely fast lap time here as well. I mean, you've also been privileged, I believe, to see the fastest time of the race here. So put down by Distinct Sim in there. And I mean, if you're going to see any driver lay down a lap like that, Distinct Sim is not a big shocker. To see someone put a lap down like that here in Le Mans, absolutely fast racer, and potentially the clutch driver here on this particular team as well. But has definitely put in some good hard work and a little bit of fortunate luck on their side. Find themselves now leading the race. So.
Yeah, we could play the what if game. So Simon had some damage on his previous stint towards the end, which cost him, I don't know, pretty much 30 seconds or something like that. So yeah, what if? But then again, yeah, I mean, what if ORT would have disconnected? Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I mean, we all know the drill, especially as drivers, for example, are coming out on cold racing slicks on a still very wet racetrack. You know, you gotta exercise that due caution coming out. Maybe use a higher gear just to make sure you don't lose the rear end of the car. You know, a couple drivers made that mistake tonight. You know, that set those teams back a little bit. That's racing. It's just the way it goes.
It does, yeah. And if racing would have been predictable, it would have been called soccer or something like that. But here we go.
Something like that. I'm not going to get into that argument. my UK following is going to have my head on a platter, so we're not going to go there. But
so yeah, no close racing at the moment.
Listen, if you are just listening in, there should be a spot in the lobby here if you want to join in.
Yeah, well, I think we have to wait. With read in my chat that we are still missing one team for the next lobby.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the YouTube chat here.
Yeah.
It seems like Race Control has dealt with the incurring situation.
Okay.
But could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Well, looks like we are missing then the MRL2 car for the next stint. Probably.
And I mean, that just
All right.
that goes to fall back on what we're talking about in first stint, the physical and mental fatigue of the drivers,
Yeah.
and maybe just a little oversleep, you know, and it happens.
It is. So we have the confirmation MRL2 will be not allowed to race in stint 8. They missed the deadline, so they will rejoin for stint number 9. It is so. I think that's good news for the broadcasting team, so you have an additional spot in the lobby.
So there we go, no ladder, make your way on in, my guy, and it is official there that we'll have the broadcaster fill up that last space in the lobby.
Yep.
It is a good thing to make sure we keep those spots filled with the staff members or the behind-the-scenes team, just so we don't have random racers jumping into the lobby.
Yep, copy that, man. I'm hearing you. I'm on my way in now. It's checking the network environment and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So there we go. And
Safety
it's
first.
Good to have a second set of eyes on the track. Sometimes that extra set of eyes catches something we're missing because we're watching something else, and it definitely helpful.
It is, and
All right, so the guys are out sorting out here right now on my end, so they are about midway around.
yep. So and the gap between Simon and Evo has dropped under the 11-second mark. So yeah, we could see the top 2 teams running within 10 seconds.
Which one am I joining here? Clarky?
No,
Nick.
Nick. You're right, Nick.
Should
Okay.
say stint
Copy
8.
Actually, it still says stint 5, but
Oh.
I got it.
Nick, you bluffed.
Nick,
Oh, wait.
that's an X on the whiteboard, just saying.
It might act. Yeah, I might have read it wrong. I don't know. No, it does say stint 8. Okay.
Oh, that's
My
a
apologies
double X
for
on the
the
chalkboard for the
confusion.
broadcast team.
Yep. Whoops.
All right, we'll let
Whoopsie.
you finish off stint number 7 here, and then we'll get ready to
Yeah,
see what these
we
drivers
have
have in store for us.
2 more laps to go for the leaders for this one, and it's getting interesting, definitely. So the gap we have now, the 10 seconds between Evo and the Salmon. Then the other gaps are quite big. Lucas 54 seconds. The gap to P2 in P3, another 1 minute 25 to Blue Racer in P4. Then again 1 minute 34 to P5, the sector 7, number 7. 12.5 seconds to the number 13 car. Another 52 seconds to AHR's DJ Brohawk. 24 for Loose Moose Racing in P8. 1 minute 39 for Last Minute Racing. Christina for MRL. I'm not able to bring that gap down significantly. 16-17 seconds. The Aston Martin for Shoshin in P11, 24 seconds ish. Yeah, then 2 minutes 27 to Guff for Race Asylum BMW entry, and then in P13 at the moment Tony for MRL2, but their driver is missing for the next stint, so not sure about the calculation, and that's already happened for the rejoin time. We'll see. 9.4 between Evo and Simon. It's still coming down. This gap between the top 2. Interesting with 1.5 laps to go. We are getting closer and closer to the swap, and we heard that Nick will be racing for Esports Race Asylum. Also one of those really quick guys, you know. And we heard that Shadow Chef will be taking over for Syndicate Racing, also a quick driver, but not on Nick's level. So, let's say a slight advantage for Esports Racing Asylum for the next stint.
You know, I personally don't know Nick that well as a racer, so I can only really guess, I guess, and assume. So we're definitely excited to see what he's got in behind the wheel of that C7 Corvette. But what I do know is, you know, the race has changed. The perplexity of this race has changed. With 10 hours remaining, it's anybody's race to win.
Yeah,
Here
still.
at Le Mans. So I mean, it's only time's going to tell here now is the next 4 hours are again just trying to stay consistent, keep the car in good shape, and start to prepare for that push to the checkered flag.
Exactly. So we see Evo now coming round for the final time through the Dodge chicane. Starts the final lap of the stint, and I need to prepare the swap procedure. Don't
All right, so
do anything
You're
stupid.
just taking care of business here. We'll do the best we can to keep up with you. We're honestly delayed with the stream here, but that's what we have at our disposal right now. And again, Evo, what a great run here by Evo, even with the exception of the unfortunate ORT disconnection here near the end of this stint. I mean, Evo easily the biggest mover here in stint number 7, making a big call coming off those wet tires very early on. Into the stint, getting onto those racing slicks, and boy, did that pay off for Esports Racing Asylum, our current championship points leaders, and he's got them now in, well, a very good position here going into the 10 hours remaining mark.
Yeah, I think when
Yeah.
Nick took over on, I don't know, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, the Esports Race Asylum team was running P6, P7, and now look at that, leading this race. That's endurance racing in a nutshell.
Exactly. I mean, you can't. You know, we said it in the last stint too as well that we were on. You know, even in last place, you just cannot stop. You got to keep going because that driver can still win this race 12 hours later. And what we just seen here over the last 2 hours of the course of the weather and some mistakes and some unfortunate reality of internet, this whole race has changed just like that.
You see, in Chad Ray, they were more than 2 minutes behind the leader at that point.
Yeah, point case, and it has like a penalty there for Evo as he's finishing up his final lap here in his stint, and not ideal, obviously near the end of the stint, but he's going to, of course, hand the wheel over to teammate ERA Nick here in about a minute's time.
Yeah, getting close to that. And that gap between Evo and Simon will drop below 8 seconds by the looks. So, just a quick run through the grid before we get to the driver swaps to give you all a quick look at the gaps, but I don't think we are missing out on any close battles at this stage. So all very much spaced out. So that's why we stay with Evo. Now approaching Anash, and then he will be serving his penalty. 0.5 second will add up to roughly a second. And we see Simon in the distance already exiting out of Anash, and we'll see that gap now coming down below the 8 second mark. 7.76, 7.5 it is indeed. So through the Porsche curves for the final time for Evo for this stint. And through he goes, the karting asses, no drama, fuel should last as well, tires looking okay for this one, and didn't collect a penalty, but it wouldn't matter with this setup. And now he's darting into the pits, and I will enable our driver swap screen for you. We'll be running with Simon, who is pitting as well. Lucas the next one to pit, and I can prepare the full screen mode then In the meantime, we have this 1 minute time frame for me to do the magic.
Absolutely, you gotta love the streamer magic, ladies and gentlemen. As always, huge shout out to Jaeger. The guy is working overtime this week, and there we go. We do see ER and Nick coming out here now, taking over from the driver swap after that pit stop here. So, of course, Esports Race Asylum maintaining race lead here as we now head into the 14-hour mark here at Le Mans. The sun is starting to come out. The drivers can see. And I do suspect we're going to see some of the fastest laps over the next few 3-4 hours here due to our weather conditions that we should expect to see here over the next few hours of racing. All right, and very close gaps here. We got Shadow Chef out 8 seconds and behind. 12.8 seconds is Team ORT, so not too terrible there. Only going to lose an overall time gap of 20.5 seconds to the overall race leader. I think that's doable for Team ORT here. Let's see what they got in the tank today. But unfortunate disconnect, but still sitting on the podium, and that's important.
We also heard that ORT is back in the race, by the way. So good to see them back on track for stint number 8.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, super unfortunate set of circumstances there for Team ORT. Although I will touch on what you were saying about Evo. The last I had looked just before the ORT driver was disconnected, Evo had that gap down to like 32 seconds, I think, something like that. So gained a massive amount of time in that stint.
Yeah, 45 seconds round about that, what Evo gained. Crazy. But yeah. And Simon even more with that insane pace. So yeah, shout out to those two drivers. So Blue Racer in the pits now for the 77 Race Asylum team, that McLaren.
And, talk about a car that is outmatched today. There is a lot of big engine cars out on this racetrack today, and then you got just these two little McLarens out there trying to hold their own against all these big engine cars. And boy, that 77 McLaren has done a great job at staying in the fight here today.
Yeah, I can remember that little whoopsie that I think Kaza did in stint 2 or 3, something like that, where he accidentally clicked do not refuel during the pit stop. So also that didn't help, like, them at all, do an additional pit stop. But yeah, never give up, never give up.
Never give up. That's the motto. That's the motto. And I mean, the viewers at home can, if you've been tuning in here and you've been watching the race, you all understand why we have seen a pretty big turn of events here in that last couple hours of racing, and it's shaping up to really set up a battle here in the last few hours of the race here today as well. So the racing gods are determining how this race is going to shape up here today for sure, and it looks like they're on the viewer's side on this one.
Blue Racer in the chat saying, wow, what a stint. Yeah, what a stint, Blue. Great pace. Definitely. Show some hands, show some love for Blue Racer. Definitely would be one of the drivers of the stint if it wasn't for Simon to be in your stint. So hovercraft for Sector 7, the 13 car entering the pits now as well, after the number 7 pitted 10 seconds earlier. Now, next one will be DJ Brohawk for AHR. Roughly 40 seconds away. So also DJ Brohawk with a really strong performance. This did very consistent lap times. And he hands it over in P7 for AHR in that Corvette. Safely into the pits they go. Next up, It's loose, smooth racing. The 35 AMG coming out of the karting S's. Just a couple of corners left for this stint. For Papst, the German driver that wears the Canadian flag, by the way. And then we have last minute racing P9 with La Bomba Negra. Still more than 1 minute to go. So see something happening in stint 8 already. See any changes at the top? What's the gap between Nick and Shadow Chef?
It's 9.9 seconds. Just went over 10 seconds here from Nick to Shadow Chef here. Shadow Chef's got 12 seconds to Team ORT here. That's pretty consistent since they left the pits here. Actually, Nick just getting a little bit of time on Shadow from Syndicate Racing there. And then we've got Payme from Race Asylum 2 is about 47 seconds in behind. So not a whole lot changing there right now. Little Nicky's still got that 1.5-minute gap. So not too much changing right now. I think the drivers are probably just settling in, getting the tires warmed up, and then I think it's what we're going to see these drivers push.
But where's ORT sitting at the moment?
Third place.
Third place, oh right.
Behind
Ooh.
second place, that's correct. So not too bad, you know, the disconnect definitely
Yeah.
took them away from the race lead, but to get their next driver out on track and after penalties and all the deal that goes on, could they come back out third on track is not terrible. It's not terrible. They could be in a worse position, and obviously they have pace. So you know, they're definitely not out of this race with 10 hours left. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's not over. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. So what's that saying?
That's what they say. That's what they say. And you know, I gotta tell you what, that lady can sing. That lady can
I ain't heard
So-
no fat lady.
So you're calling me a lady, right? I'm a lady. All right,
Well,
so
you know, tis the times. All right, so we got the Furious 2 out here. He's just getting those tires changed now for that 650 ST McLaren here and out on
Yep.
track. So
MRL is in the pits, yeah,
drivers left to go here.
and also the Aston Martin now pitting.
I believe it is the MRL driver next out on track here in our BMW.
So you'll have to clue me in, gentlemen. As I had stepped away during that last stint that we had out there and gone to the store, but the last thing that I had seen was Lucas in P3. What happened to have made it to where now Payme is in P4 and 47 seconds back? What did I miss?
Well, I gotta tell you, you missed Alien mode getting turned on from Distinct Simon from Syndicate Racing. The man just, I don't know what happened. He there's something special in that water bottle in that car. I don't know, but he just started turning 2.5, 3 seconds faster laps than the rest of the field, and I mean, point in case is what we're seeing right now. Essentially, he just turned up the heat and definitely started applying the pressure to the top end of the field.
I will go full screen now, hand it over to you, so we will be waiting for Gav and Tony to finish the stint so we can focus on the racing action in stint 8. So the stage is yours, so bring up.
All right. Fantastic. So thank you again to
the
Jaeger
stage
for his amazing work in this coverage and of course the work in the production truck and behind the scenes. This man has 6 arms, 3 clones, and 15 assistants apparently to do everything that he's doing here today. So huge shout out to Jaeger. and well, I mean, I believe you're next up after us again. So you go get some rest, kick them feet up for a little bit there, and we'll see you in a little bit. But we appreciate it, my man. You betcha. You'll be here. Don't worry. this man will be sweating bullets in behind the scenes, guaranteed. So appreciate him, and of course, welcome back for everybody. If you're just tuning in, welcome on behalf of the International Racing Organization. We are now 14 hours into our 24-hour race. This is now stint number 8. We're just on board with our final driver. We're waiting to come out of pit lane here with the driver swap, and we'll catch everybody up on what's going on. But number 8, we're just on board with our final driver. We're waiting to come out of pit lane here with the driver swap, and we'll catch everybody up on what's going on. But I am joined in the booth here with Nolander Gaming, so welcome back in, and a short little break here after that stint, and a whole lot has changed here on the track, hasn't it?
Boy, howdy. Absolutely incredible. The difference of what we're looking at here, and of course the unfortunate DC. But aside from that, my understanding is just like we had said earlier, that rain really brought a whole new light to this race.
Absolutely, and you know it was good for some, and not so good for others. But I mean, ERA's Evo coming a big decision, comes in early, grabs those racing slicks, and just absolutely puts his stamp on stint number 7. And you know, a great drive, but then you got Distinct Simon that comes in from Syndicate Racing and flexes his muscles a little bit here and puts an even bigger stamp on stint number 7. Puts the fastest lap down to date that we've seen here in the race, I believe, at 3:52.505. And I got to tell you, racing conditions are going to be optimal for the next 3 to 4 hours for our racers. It's going to be partially cloudy conditions. We'll keep the track temperature just in that right range. And the drivers are looking for about a 28 to 30 degrees Celsius range of track temperature to give these tires their optimum grip level. I can't talk apparently. And with that combined, it will also allow the tires to wear a little bit better, and also allow the drivers to potentially save a little bit of extra fuel, maybe extending the first stint before we see pit stops, and that in itself could change time gaps and positions of racers here as we probably progress into about the 75-minute mark of stint number 8 here. All right, that was a mouthful. What do you got to say there, Nolander? What are we thinking here? I mean, you know, ORT, oh my goodness, they just had this thing in control, and, you know, luck has it for the rest of the racers. The unmentionable happened. They had that disconnect that set them back about a minute overall in time penalties to get back out here in stint number 8, and they come out in 3rd place. So what do you think that we're going to see out of Team ORT here in the next couple hours?
Well, I'll tell you, each one of their racers that has come in and done their stints have been absolutely on point. I don't expect for that to change whatsoever. I think, if anything, this is going to light even more of a fire up underneath them. The heat is going to be turned up, and they're going to be pushing even harder than what they have before. But now, as you were touching on there a little bit, with the track temperatures being optimal, the clear skies, it's now daylight, and the possible extension of the stint, being able to run a little bit longer, keeping those tires nice and cool still, but being able to see clearly, have it not be nighttime, daytime. So now what comes to mind for me is strategy. Do you stay out for that longer stint, or, being as how you can overstretch a little bit here, do you try to take the undercut? So strategy is certainly going to come into play, I believe, on this stint.
Absolutely, and I mean, we have seen that the undercut clearly can be very advantageous here at Le Mans with the massive undercut that ERA's Evo made in the last stint in those early wet conditions. I mean, that was a huge call there, and was a massive reason to the time gain, besides the fact that ERA's Evo is an incredible racer himself. The strategy call being a very large part of that comeback drive to, well, now essentially put them in 1st place, again with the unfortunate events for ORT, but they're here and they're racing and they have not given up, and I guarantee you we have not seen the last of them when it comes to this front pack. I mean, really, it's 28.1 seconds. Nick is doing a fantastic job currently opening the gap, but it's very early in the stint. Everybody's on fresh tires, and the drivers have, just come off a good rest, maybe a little bit of renutrition and refuel as far as water and all those things that the racers need to keep their bodies, reactive and sharp. And so I guess it's going to be the last half hour, really, that's going to kind of start to show us what's in store for us for the next 2 hours after that, because the fatigue is going to start to set in, and it is going to start to warm up into cockpits of these race cars now with that sun out, and the drivers are now going to have a new level of fatigue to deal with in these race cars as well at the end of these 2-hour stints.
Yeah, for sure. And from what we're looking at here and seeing, ERA Nick is throwing down the fast lap times already with a 354.028, so absolutely on the move there. And also, I could say another driver currently that I'm seeing is SV's Paymay once again is absolutely laying it down as well. In not even a lap, he has gained about a second and a tenth. Was a little bit more than that on ORT's Valsalenta there. So Paymay, I expect big things from Paymay coming out of the darkness and into the light here today at Le Mans, and I'm sure we are in for one heck of a show during the stint. I expect there to be lots of time gained in each of these teams, and the potential for moving up in position is really, really great.
Absolutely, and now it really comes down to the skill of the drivers, because we're in those optimal racing conditions at this point right now on the racetrack. The only excuse for these racers at this point now is on them for making these mistakes. I mean, the visibility is not an issue. Wind is at about 11.2 feet per second, so I mean, wind is barely over a meter per second right now, so it affects the cars a little bit, but not too heavily here. Really, the racers are in prime racing condition right now, and nice early morning conditions as well, so great for the race fans here at Le Mans live on track as well.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously only 5 laps into this 8th stint here, but also I'm checking out RA's little Nicky here, currently 0.8 of a second faster than his fastest lap thus far, which tells me he's really starting to get the feel for that car. Those racing softs really starting to come into their own right now, and he's laying it down.
Absolutely, and he's almost a second up on that fastest lap of his currently right now as well. So again, the drivers, 6 laps here around Le Mans is no joke. That's almost 20 minutes of racing at this point here, almost 24 minutes of racing at this point here. My math is bad today apparently, but so these drivers are settled in at this point to the cars, but we have some space right now, so it's comfortable settling in here as we're now in the early morning hours at Le Mans. And Nick he's just managing that gap, 18 seconds, and is kind of just holding around that mark right now. Shadow Chef doing a good job at not allowing him to continue to grow that gap, but really he does need to try and peel into that gap the best he can, if he can. But he does have the blue BMW here in front of him, so we're going to see a blue flag situation coming here eventually. But I got to tell you what, the lap traffic here has just been on point all race long.
Yeah, and we're seeing that happen right now as you're just speaking there. I'm taking a look at MRL's Gelf. Did not have himself a good third lap there at all, and also has picked himself up a 1 second penalty here, but he's literally 8.3 seconds faster than his last lap. So the last lap didn't go great, but this one, other than the penalty, looks to be going good, and he's going to get right on out of the way. And there comes into play that racing etiquette that we see right there. Fine job by that driver.
Absolutely, and racing awareness is key. And of course, like I said, the drivers are in communication. We've been saying this throughout the broadcast. Obviously, the drivers aren't out there all on their own. They're just not winging it out there. They have a plan. There's a team in radio communication with them behind the scenes. And while we're on our break between stint 6 and now coming into the booth, we're very fortunate again to know one of the teams here competing at Le Mans this weekend, and got a little bit of access in the paddock in the break here, and we were hanging out with Race Asylum 2. While they're in behind the scenes, and I gotta tell you what, you want to talk about focus. I mean, you could hear a pin drop from a mile away in the paddock there. While Lucas was running his stint there right before that pit stop, I stopped in there just to see how things were going, and it is business. I gotta tell you what, at Race Asylum 2 paddock right now, one of the chief racing engineers there, Jakey, really just doing a great job at relaying only the pertinent information, and all the support crew behind the scenes there as well for the drivers today is pretty huge. So it's cool being a commentator. We get a little bit of access from time to time, so got a little bit of a sneak peek in behind the scenes of one of the racing teams here while we're in action at these endurance races, and it was serious in there. I gotta tell you, I've never seen those group of racers so focused in my entire career here at GT45 Gaming so far, and it's going to be interesting to see what they got.
Well, and I'll tell you, that's saying something, because that is a very focused team. They're constantly on track. They're constantly putting in the work, and you see it in their overall racecraft has just improved greatly. I mean, these are guys that I've been racing with personally for about 2 years now, and when I first started, I there was no way in the world I could keep up with them, and I'll tell you, not much has changed in that department. I still can't keep up with them.
Absolutely outstanding group of racers over there. But all the Race Asylum teams, are outstanding groups of racers. But yeah, we just happen to know this particular group of racers, and then we got a little bit of extra access there in between the stints, and very focused but having fun. The driver relaying back information to the team. There's some laughter in there. There's a very light tone in the voice, so business as usual and very serious, but still very lighthearted, and really just trying to take the best experience out of the 24 hours of Le Mans that they can, it seems like.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's, we come together and do these things because it's fun, first and foremost, But then, there is a serious side to it, Many of these guys have the potential to move on to bigger and better things, and we've seen that in the Gran Turismo world, We've seen, some racers get on track. We have seen commentators get on track and do real-life broadcasting as well, so that, hey, I mean, potential's there for us, and just saying. Yeah.
It really is. I mean, I say it quite a bit in my broadcasts, especially the commentary gigs. The lines between sim and real life racing are blurring. Real life racers really utilize the sim racing platforms in their off seasons to keep their skills sharp, and sim racers are striving to continue to get better and faster to maybe get an opportunity to put themselves in a real race car and see if they actually stack up. And the skill sets, although are different, because obviously you got a real car versus a virtual car, but the points and the basics and the driving 101 are all the same.
Yeah, we're both fortunate enough to know people that do both race in real life and on sim racing, and we also are fortunate enough to know drivers who have raced on these very same tracks, and many of them I have heard say that your braking points are very nearly identical, your turn-in points, everything is so close. Like you say, the lines are certainly blurring, and we have, of course, seen those racers who were extremely fast, sim racers, and they've come out and proven to be very fast on track in real life, and I would have to attribute that to learning the basics on the sim racing, and then once you get in the car, being able to actually feel the car underneath you has got to add just that one little added extra element to being able to really lock down your racecraft and pace.
Absolutely, and I'm just kind of poking around the field here right now. We got lots of separation in the field here right now, but we do have Sector 7 Racing, red and blue here, closing in on our 6th place driver here, the other Sector 7 Racing team here, the Silver Mercedes. So obviously very close at pace here, both teams on track here, but only separated by 4.5 seconds currently here right now. So I guess it's going to be interesting to see if they can close up on each other. Are we going to see some team orders come into play here? Are we going to see these two just link up and work together, or are we going to see Sector 7 blue and white try to overtake Sector 7 silver?
Oh man, and just as you say that, two drivers out in front both pick up a half a second penalty, and that is certainly not going to help their cause at all. And it seems though as that oh, see, that I think that's the number 3 driver.
It is our third place. Our third place driver is kind of in amongst this battle developing here in the mid pack. So essentially, 6th and 7th place driver currently a lap down is obviously Team ORT, and that Lexus is up ahead of the Silver Mercedes here that we were just seeing with the penalties. So this is the part of the race that is important to have your team on the radio behind you as well, because you can, as a driver, get a little bit confused as to where the position is and where the positional battles are on the racetrack at times too. If say there was a little bit, just as an example, say there was a little bit of confusion here from the number 7 Mercedes right now from Sector 7, thinking that that's a positional battle up ahead of him with the ORT Lexus up in front. He's pushing hard to try and catch that guy and make a pass, but it's a lead lap car that's essentially put him a lap down. Now, obviously that's not the case. He's aware of what's going on here, but that could be the case. That team is there to clear that confusion up. No, you know what? You don't need to worry about that guy. The guy you need to worry about is your teammate in behind you that's closing in 4.5 seconds in behind, right? Oh, okay, perfect. Boom. You know what? Stop focus on what's going on in front of me. Now my thought process is, can I tuck in behind that 3rd place driver and get him to help pull me away from the guy chasing me? That would be the next thing on my mind.
No, absolutely. That's absolutely correct. I agree wholeheartedly. Teams aside, each of these drivers really have it in a mindset, yes, we're a team, but the better I do, the better the team does, right? So definitely, if he can catch him and tuck in behind him and start to pull away, then get after it. I mean, he's got the same penalty he's got to serve, so therefore his teammate is going to catch back up anyway, so just keep pushing, right?
And you would assume that's what we're going to see here. I mean, there's still 10 hours of racing, a little less now, here, the 24 hours of Le Mans from International Racing Organization. And I mean, now's not really the time to be squabbling too hard here. I mean, this is ultimately the time that you would kind of want your race teams to be in proximity to each other, because you can utilize that strategy to your advantage. And, if they link up, maybe they catch up to the ORT driver there at 3rd place, and then all of a sudden you got a 3-way slipstream train. And I have seen in the past in my experience as a commentator, but in this situation, in my experience actually as a racer in a 90-minute endurance race I was actually on track for, some things went wrong. I made a mistake early out of the race. I absolutely just turfed my car into the wall, took some pretty heavy damage, had to pit, had to fix that damage, pretty much took myself out of the race in a sense, but we didn't give up. We kept pushing, and we had really good pace of that race. And what ended up happening is we actually caught, I believe it was a 4th place driver that had recently lapped us, and we actually had really good pace. Now, we were allowed to pass that driver per se if we could cleanly pass and maintain that pace ahead of him, right? But that's a risky business move, so I actually opted to tuck in behind the lead lap car and bump draft him around the racetrack, and by doing that, it actually helped me get back on the lead lap and gain a couple extra positions as well. So it would be interesting to see if we see that little bit of a situation happen here, because I mean, we also have the 3rd place driver just chilling in behind that V12 Vantage right now as well. So strategies most certainly could be at play here right now in the mid pack.
Oh, certainly. There's never a time when strategy doesn't come into play on these endurance races, especially one such as long as this, because any little decision you make is going to have an overall um, it's going to change the overall outcome with each little, half-second penalty accrued, or versus tucking in behind someone and saving that eighth of a tank of fuel to not have to take that fuel on at the end and come out of the pits a little bit quicker than somebody else, gaining yourself, a few seconds here, a few seconds there, and overall, that's really going to help these racers out.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And I mean, ERA's Nick, pardon me, doing a fantastic job here managing the pace of the race now, with the disconnection of the ORT team in the last stint there that did set them back down into third place here in stint number 8, unfortunately, after penalties and time infractions and all the things that go on behind the scenes. So they have a little bit of work to do, but I got to tell you what, ERA Nick has done a great job to respond to now finding himself leading the race coming out after that driver swap, right? So you're kind of coming in 20 minutes prior, the racers are, in their racing suits, they're starting to gear up in their safety devices, they're debriefing in a sense with the team, trying to figure out what the car is doing. What the next couple hours of weather is going to look like. They're getting all that important information before they jump into the car to take over. And then all of a sudden, you're expected to be, challenging from a few seconds back in first or second or third place. And all of a sudden, boom, you're coming out and you find yourself, oh, okay, I'm leading the race all of a sudden. Well, that was a little crazy. So he's done a great job adjusting to that pressure now of being the race leader. And he's opening the gap up to almost 24 seconds here over Shadow Chefs. So, so far, doing a great job. And I mean, it's not that there's a difference of car here. They're both in the same manufacturer here as well.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that myself, right? The Corvettes and then the big surprise for the cars that we're finding are doing substantially well here at Le Mans is the Lexus, but those Lexus and the Corvettes definitely seem to have an upper hand, although on paper you wouldn't know it.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're
just sitting back in on this third place driver here, the team ORT driver here, and he's really chilling in behind this Aston Martin here right now. That's a blue flag car. Was Valsalenta, I believe that is on screen there. I apologize if I mispronounced that. And just really content sitting in behind this lap traffic right now. Now the bigger question is the lap traffic just on really good pace? And the ORT driver doesn't feel the need to go by. But when I also look at the times here from the Lexus right now from Team ORT, is definitely off their typical race pace here today. So I guess the bigger question is, maybe have they thrown in a lower pro or high tier pro-am driver in here in the mid part of this race, just looking for sheer consistency out of this driver, and then send it off, of course, with their top tier drivers to finish things off and make that push for the lead. Maybe that's what we're seeing here. Or is there a strategy at play here from the Lexus, and maybe he's just trying to save some extra fuel and tires and maybe trying to extend this stint a little bit?
Right. Well, I can tell you the lone racer here, kind of completely out on his own, which is not a bad thing. You can just focus on your own race. Although you're not catching a draft, you don't have to worry about the potential of bumping somebody a little hard coming into a corner. You don't have to worry about them doing that to you. But Payme here is now just 41 seconds in behind, so he's taken just about 5 seconds in the past couple of laps. He's gaining, it looks to me, about a second per lap. Right now he is 1/10 of a second into the purple, which would put him down into the 353 mark, which is definitely coming into his own, and that's about exactly where I expected to see Payme at in this stint. Beautiful, clear blue skies, optimal racing conditions, as you touched on earlier, and he is making the most of it.
Absolutely, and definitely tying into the gap there for the third place driver. But we also did just see Vasilenta here, just kind of really just hanging out, chilling in behind that Aston Martin there for a little bit too. And I do feel like that was costing him time. I mean, that last time around the racetrack was a 3:58.3, and then the lap before that was a 3:57 flat. And then you see the times before that as he was closing in on that Aston Martin, 3:55.9, 3:55.8. So I really do think that was a conservative effort, maybe to save an extra lap of fuel and tires, and maybe this is a strategy call just to try and get in that extra overcut lap. Now, we have seen this team running the overcut strategy here all race long, really, and maybe that's all we're seeing is he just needed to stretch out that fuel and tire window a little bit.
No, precisely what I was thinking as well. It's definitely got to be a strategy move at this point. Although, like you said, the opportunity came. He took the position, and I think it was a good move to go ahead and take that position. He saved himself a little bit of fuel for a couple of laps, which in the end overall is going to certainly help. It's going to cut down on the pit delta, and I think that certainly now is probably the time to get back out in front and get those lap times back where they should be, as I'm certain he's probably quite aware of the delta between himself and Payman, realizing that Payman had gained 5 seconds on him, and that probably was part of his decision making as well.
Absolutely, and we touched base on Wid C and Pole Sitter here, the two Sector 7 racing teams here in the field this weekend, trying to catch up to the ORT driver in third place and use that driver's pace to try and help pull them back up through the field. I gotta tell you what, Wid C and Pole Sitter have done a pretty good job of closing back up on a third place driver here, so we may very well see the lead lap car, lap down car, slipstream train start to happen here. And I gotta tell you what, if these three cars do link up and they could pull that off fairly effectively between the three of them, that could very well help the third place driver close in on Shadow Chef and ERA Nick up ahead. But by doing so, also give Wid C and Pole Sitter a really great opportunity to try and close in on fifth place as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anytime you can get in a draft, provided the car you're drafting with is maintaining a good pace through the corners as well, because obviously if they're going considerably slower than what you can do around the corners, then being in the draft really isn't going to help you for anything more than saving on the fuel, right? But if you can at all save yourself a little time, a little fuel, definitely in the end, it's overall it can't do much harm, provided the pace is generally close to what you would put out on your own.
Absolutely, and unfortunately here for Pole Sitter in seventh place, picking up half-second penalty through that sector there. And, that's just going to pull him off the back of his teammate here a little bit, put him back under the fire of the Aston Martin there, who he's just gotten around. And that's lap traffic, of course, for the number 13 Mercedes team here, too, as well. But the lap traffic, obviously, is not going to just slow down and stop at the racetrack to allow the Mercedes to stay in front. They'll re-navigate a blue flag situation if that is needed. It's only a half-second penalty, so Pole Sitter may stay ahead of the Aston Martin behind Shoshin. I believe that's Shoshin racing team, and we're doing a really good job. I see one of the members of the team up in the chat earlier in the race today saying, they're still fairly new to this kind of racing, and they're still have a lot to learn. And you know what? They're out on track, and they're still out here giving it everything they got, and that is what counts, and is what's going to make the team as a whole better as they continue to compete and prepare for long-distance endurance racing, because it definitely has a steep learning curve, and there's a lot of information and knowledge to take out of it.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, it really comes down to, like we said earlier, strategy. And there's so much more to strategy than just fuel and tires and when you're going to pit and what tires you're running. Every little aspect in a race this long, it's really, gaining a second here, gaining a second there. It all comes down to the little decisions that are made, not so much the big ones. And then as well as you definitely want a good race pace But obviously, in these situations, your consistency is really going to come into play for you.
Absolutely. Well, we're just kind of checking through the field here. Again, not a lot happening here in this stint. The cars are fairly separated, and it's not for a lack of guys trying to catch up to each other. It's just the drivers at this point in the race are really on point, and we are starting to see those team strategies and those late stint strategies really starting to come into play here now.
Yeah, and I expected that it would. Again, the importance of strategy is just cannot be understated or overstated for that. It's going to make all the difference in the world. Like you say there, we see position 3, and then we see the 2 drivers in behind him as well. And Woodsy there in the Mercedes AMG, then pole sitter there also in the Mercedes. These guys get linked up in behind them and start to push each other down the track. That right there is a strategy move, and it's going to make all the difference in the world. It could potentially, over time, get them back onto the lead lap. And overall, that's what we want to see as broadcasters, right? We want to see everybody on the lead lap. Battles everywhere. It just makes for a better show, better race.
Broadcasters are greedy. If we had it our way, we'd see the whole field at a photo finish coming across, the finish line 14 wide, right? But unfortunately, we're not going to get that. But the race is definitely shaping up to give us some drama right to the checkered flag here, I think. And I'm just kind of overseeing the chat here right now on the YouTube channel, and we touch base on physical and mental fatigue while sim racing, and especially in conditions under 24-hour racing. We have a couple of drivers that just come in from the recent stint. They're both drivers complaining about how hard it has been on their hands, their arms, and their wrists, and how they need to go ice down a little bit and give their bodies a break. So, for the viewers at home that are maybe thinking that to themselves, or have always wondered, how hard really can this be? It's very, very, very physically and mentally demanding.
Oh, no doubt, man. It kind of goes back to what we were touching on earlier about how, the lines blurring between sim racing and real life racing. Well, I'll tell you, some of these wheels that they're putting out these days, they have more force feedback than a real life car does, and it will burn you out. It is a workout to run these things for
Really
90 minutes, 2 hours, and hence, how on the Gran Turismo 7 movie, right? It was all about physical fitness. That's what they went throughout the whole, up until race day and beyond. Working on that physical fitness, because it is a tiresome thing. And even in sim racing, I can imagine it's not near as tiring as what it would be in real life. You have the heat coming off the cars, like you were saying earlier. That is going to be physically draining, as well as cause more of mental fatigue. Now, as we well know, you definitely, I have been just dripping, pouring sweat behind my wheel. So I can only imagine sitting in a car that's running at 120 plus degrees inside the car, how much more of an effect that's going to have on the driver's physicality and their mentality as well.
Absolutely, and we actually just had Lucas coming in from Race Asylum 2, actually just touching base on what we're saying here as well. He said what he did the 24 Hours of Lemons just a couple weeks ago, real life racing, not at Le Mans Lemons, it was his local track where he's from there, in the United States of America, but a 24-hour race nonetheless. He does do real life racing. He said that the biggest physical drain for him in that particular race was his shoulders, and then he comes into this 24-hour of Le Mans race a couple weeks later in the sim racing side of things, and he said the biggest struggle for him that he finds is, of course, that mental fatigue.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense, really, even for somebody who hasn't actually had the pleasure of racing on track in real life, but has done the sim racing longer endurance races. You can kind of somewhat get the feel for what it is that they're going through just by adding in, trying to think about what it is that they're actually enduring in real life and adding in the aspects that you can already tell from your sim racing, such as the mental fatigue really is the biggest thing. Although there is a physical aspect of it as well. It certainly does get tiring, and I can attest to the shoulders and the wrist pain from just sim racing. So I can imagine how much worse it really is in real life, especially like we were talking about with the added heat too. That heat, talk about dehydration. Whew.
Absolutely. It's not like they could just stop by the nearest vending machine and pick up a bottle of water while they're mid-race here. They got to really manage that as well inside these race cars. So we did have a position change here. We did have Sector 7's pole sitter get around teammate Wid C here. So I believe that was just due to penalty there, as we do have the Aston Martin just ahead of the silver Mercedes there now as well. So a little bit of a swap of position here, and the gap there is 3.6 seconds between teammates, so the gap is still about the same. The only difference is now pole sitter, the lead Sector 7 team out of the two Mercedes, ahead of teammate Wid C here. So and he is eventually going to have to try and make his way back around that Aston Martin there as well. So we got James here, the number 69 Corvette, currently sitting in 8th place, and looked like just going in behind Paymay there in 4th place. So quite a mix right now where the cars are on track here as well. Lots of lap traffic happening here, and it looks like about our top 5 drivers right now really just kind of dominating this thing here today.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is we're going to see another strategy move here, because I've been watching this for some time now, and I'll tell you what, I got to hand it to James, because I don't care if he's in a Corvette and Paymay's in the Lexus or not. The car isn't going to do that on its own. James is really putting in the focus right now. He's really reeling in Paymay. Now, the question is he going to strategize to work with Paymay and push him down the track and therefore gain himself some more time on P7? Or does he try to get around him? My call would be to stick right with Paymay. You're saving fuel. You're gaining time even faster. Those, like we said earlier, you could do 6, 7, 8 miles an hour faster in the draft and being bump drafted down the road than what you can by yourself. I say I'd make the call to stay right behind him.
Absolutely. The issue with that is, now, based off of the International Racing Organization's ruling on blue flag cars and lead lap traffic, is that obviously the blue flag cars are to concede the position. Not at the moment that the lead lap car tucks in underneath their rear bumper, but with enough time on the next straightaway, the nearest straightaway at a safe place, to give the lead lap car a proper amount of time to react and make a safe pass around, and so nobody loses time. Now, the ruling states that a blue flag car is allowed to battle with the lead lap car to take its position back, to gain the lead lap back from that car, but it must maintain that pace in order to do so. So it is risk versus reward if you're the blue flag car. Now, we have seen James actually make the pass on Paymay here, use the slipstream to his advantage there. The bigger question is, now we see Paymay tuck right back in behind. This is one of those situations where, does he have the pace to stay ahead of Paymay? And if Paymay gets around him again here, I think that he should probably just tuck in behind Paymay and push. So it's risk versus reward, because the last thing you want to do as that blue flag car is make the mistake, cause an incident with that lead lap car, maybe make contact, maybe cause them an incident on the racetrack, because I tell you what, the weight from the steward's office, if that happens, is not going to be worth that decision that you just made. So it is a very fine line as a blue flag car, whether or not you're going to make that decision. Right now, it seems to be working out for him, but the bigger question is, does Paymay want to get back around? Because Paymay is most certainly close enough, based off the rulings here in the series, that this driver, once we get to the straightaway leading into the first set of corners here, should pull off the racing line now and concede the position back to Paymay. So this is a tough situation, but the Corvette got a good run there, and he stays ahead of Paymay. So this is going to be more frustrating for Payme in 4th place right now, because this is a blue flag car that he's potentially battling with here. It's not even a car for position, and that the little bit of shuffling positions is costing Payme time.
Well, I don't think it is, actually, my guy. That time between Payme and Valsalenta there was at 41 seconds steady for the past 10 minutes, and is now down to 39.7. So they've gained a couple of seconds on that P3 player. And if I'm Payme, I was the same strategy as what I said James should use. I would stay behind this driver and save fuel. He's carrying really good pace. Obviously, he still managed to stay out and pick in front of Payme, and not to mention, I mean, caught up with him. He's carrying good pace. I would use that to my advantage every bit that I could, because that time is dropping off that 3rd place driver. And unfortunately, Payme has picked himself up a half-second penalty there due to just being in the dirty air and slinging the car out just a little bit wide on that corner. But I'll tell you, I think that it would be advantageous for him to at least make consideration for that strategy.
I mean, you know, we know the Lexus and the Corvette are very equally matched cars here. That's been shown all race long. So, you know, that is definitely playing into the factor here. And it gets tough when you get into lead lap traffic of blue flag cars and fresh tires, fresh drivers. You know, the pace of one driver could potentially be better than the other driver that's in that situation as a lead lap car as well. It could be a little bit slower than the driver in the cockpit of the blue flag, air quotes, situation. So this is a pretty good example of it here right now between Payme and James. And I mean, Payme tucks in, gives him a little push here. So definitely seeming to try and work together here. But again, Payme with that half-second penalty is going to take a look at the inside of James here. And this is all strategy from Payme here to just try not to lose any unnecessary time on that Corvette. He's going to want to try and stay in the slipstream here, so he does settle in front of the Corvette. And that was a great call there by Payme, in my honest opinion, because he's going to lose that track position back to the Corvette again when he has to serve that penalty. But it should keep him, hopefully, within the slipstream range of that Corvette still, and ideally pull Payme right back up to the rear bumper of that Corvette once the penalty's served. So interesting driving tactics here between our 4th place driver and our 8th place driver right now. It's quite interesting, that's for sure.
No, indeed. And here's the thing, like you said, you know, he's going to lose that position anyway when he comes to serve this penalty, and that's coming up really quickly here. In fact, he's just crossing the line now. So now Payme is going to pull in right back behind him again. And here's the thing, though. Obviously, James is carrying really good speed, and I'll tell you why. Payme, prior to that, was pulling a purple lap, and that was following James. So it tells you he's really carrying good speed.
Well, we're seeing some communication here between the two drivers via light communication, right? Flashing of the headlights in the sequence here. So both drivers communicating to each other here right now via their lights on these racing cars as well. So I don't suspect we're going to see a battle here. I think if we see Payme go around James at this point, it's going to be because James has made a mistake.
Yeah, well, and then there's also the, you know, like you said a little bit earlier, you know, potentially you could have one driver that's faster during one section, so you take the lead on that, and now where your car is going to be faster out in the front, and now the other driver takes the lead through that sector.
Absolutely.
You know, and obviously the Corvette has the higher top end speed, right? So down the stretches, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that down the stretches we see the Corvette out in front, and then during the curves see Payme take the lead, and they may just work together back and forth like that. I think it's a good strategy call.
Well, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on the time gap there. It's 37 seconds here from ERA Nick, so he is doing a great job at controlling the pace and continuing to open the gap up on the field, much like ORT did for the first half of the race. Now ERA Nick is trying to do on the field here in the second half of the race. Syndicate Racing Shadow Chef here, I mean, it just hasn't... It's just putting in good, consistent laps here right now. I mean, Nick is on a different level than Shadow is currently right now on the racetrack, which is the reason why we're seeing that time grow between first and second place. But with that being said, he's also kept ORT at bay right around that 12-second mark this whole stint as well.
Well, yeah. What's funny about that is we're talking about Payme and James there. We're seeing the same thing happening with Pulsitter and Valsalenta here. I've just noticed Pulsitter's actually pushing Valsalenta up the track, and he's gaining on Shadow Chef there.
Absolutely, and I mean this is only going to benefit Pulsitter here as well, because that should ideally allow
Right.
ORT to potentially pull him closer to RA's Little Nicky in the McLaren 650S number 77 car. So some interesting strategies at play here this did so far. I mean, it's risk versus reward. The blue flag cars are in a pretty pressure-filled situation in this situation, especially James here right now, because he has the 4th place car literally pushing him up the racetrack right now. So definitely pressure-filled situation for these cars that are a lap down, quote-unquote, blue flag cars. So they are under a lot of massive concentration right now, because they don't want to make that mistake in front of these drivers. You know, they want to make sure that they benefit from this just as much as the lead lap car is benefiting from this as well. So tough position for Pulsitter and James right now, and ironically at the same time those two are kind of trying to chase each other down for a battle for position as well. So similar strategies from some of the blue flag traffic here at Le Mans, and it's quite interesting to see how this is going to play out.
And talk about the communication that's going on. I've just seen James signal to Payme, go around me, and Payme did a little bob and weave back and forth saying, nope, I'm going to keep pushing you up on through the field. And oh no, he had a half-second penalty, but now has picked up another half-second penalty. But that Corvette, he'll catch right back up to Payme during this straight. He didn't lose a whole lot of overall time there. But what is interesting is the time difference between P4 and P5, 2 minutes, over 2 minutes. The time difference between 5 and 6, over 1 minute. And then you get considerably closer between P6 and P7, 8. And then it jumps again from P8 to P9 back up to a 1 minute. So I'll tell you, I think that they're working together, even with the lap traffic. I think it's proving to be beneficial for some of these drivers. I mean,
for sure,
the numbers don't lie.
And I mean, James, falling off at the backside of Payme here now, and Payme's now back out in front. Lead lap car in front, and then blue flag car back in behind. But he is, like you said, starting to close back in on that Lexus here, and using those straightaways to kind of do it. So I guess we'll wait and see if these two link back up. But at the end of the day, Payme definitely gained 3-4 seconds out of that small amount of teamwork he got there out of, well, really an unsuspecting driver, I would suspect.
Well, yeah, he's down to nearly 37-second mark now versus the 41 just a few laps ago. So it's like I say, the numbers don't lie. I mean, you can think about it in whichever way you want, but you can see even here in the case of Pulsitter and Valsalenta here, that time has come down half a second. I mean, it's not much, but a half a second. Lap after lap after lap, you're getting somewhere.
Yeah, this is working out very well for Team ORT here right now. The unexpected helper here with the blue flag car in behind right now, absolutely just giving him a push up the road, and it is working. You're right. We're now down to a second gain over Shadow Chef here from Syndicate Racing over the last lap here, and still continuing to slowly but surely come closer and closer together, that gap time. So potentially could work out very, very well for the 46 Lexus, but also Pulsitter here in 6th place. I guess the bigger question is here now, where is Little Nicky on track in comparison to our 3rd and 6th place drivers? Quite a bit up the racetrack, so I mean that's a pretty big gap to be made up there still right now, but we have a lot of racing left to do here yet today. So you can see the teams, the drivers, they're really starting to pull out all the stops, and they're really trying to use every little trick, every little ace in the hole, use every little advantage that they can right now to try and gain that track position here.
Well, yeah, and that just goes to show you the racing intellect of these drivers that are on track, right? They didn't get here by being racing dummies. You know, they're not in this race because they don't have strategy or know how to do an endurance race. They're at where they're at because they do use that intellect, and it's showing that it really does make all the difference in the world. Meanwhile, as I'm saying that, just noticing that ERA's Nick has now come into the pits on lap 16 here. So exactly halfway through the stint. Actually, it's the beginning of lap 17 for him. So one lap over, considering they come in back into the pits on lap 31 during the stint, correct?
Absolutely, and I mean he's worked hard here to open up a pretty solid gap over the rest of the field. So I
Mm-hmm.
think this is a call just to keep the car in good condition. We do have Shadow
Well,
Chef from Syndicate coming in. We do have the third place Team ORT driver Vassal of Volsa Lenta, pardon me, coming in here as well. So but I am also seeing that the fuel load on these cars is very, very low. Maybe they were not able to make another lap around the track potentially, but these drivers clearly pushing very hard. The laps are very quick. We're in the 354 lows here as for this particular stint, not the fastest we've seen all day, and that will, of course, attribute to a little more tire wear and a little more fuel consumption. Obviously, if you are really pushing the car to its limits here, and it seems like these top 4 or 5 drivers have kind of been trying to do that here this stint to try and lose the pack so that they can really put this battle between themselves for the remainder of this race.
Well, yeah, like we were talking about earlier, too, you want to talk about consistency and how Nick has gotten himself into the place that he's in with a 42-second lead over Shadow Chef there. I'm seeing a 354.917 and then 355.673 over 5 laps. That's quite consistent out of that driver right there. Within 6 tenths, he's fairly on the money every lap there.
Absolutely, we're just taking a look at that there, and I mean everybody at home can also see there that I mean definitely on point here with his laps in this stint. I mean Shadow Chef much of the same thing. The only difference is the pace is just not at the level that it is with the ERA driver up in front of him here right now. So, that is another part of the strategies here in these long distance endurance racing. 8, 12, 24-hour style races is your driver lineup. I mean, how do you prepare your driver lineup? Where are you going to put your stronger drivers and where are you going to put your more consistent drivers? A driver can't make it. We got to throw in an alternative. Has that alternative put the time and effort in to, be able to be that consistent driver that he's filling in for? There's so many things that play into long distance endurance racing that, a lot of regular racers even and maybe even a lot of the viewers at home don't maybe fully understand or fully realize, but there's about 8 to 10 different strategies at play in a race of this distance and this magnitude every time one goes on, and each little part of that strategy ultimately at the end of the day kind of determines your end result package.
Yeah, and I'll tell you now, after coming out of the pits, we're starting to see Payme poured on even a little bit more now. That time is just dropping off from Valsalenta there, the ORT driver, down to almost 35-second flat here, 35.2. And we see that actually Payme has lost the benefits of James. James, I think, yes, he did. He continued on and did not pit, which, again, strategy call there. Now, is that strategy going to pay out for him, or should it be gone ahead and pit with Payme on that and continue to work with him? Personally, that would have been my call rather than trying to get because you want your out lap and your in lap to be really fast laps, right? So that you can gain the most and get the most benefit out of that, right? Well, with a very worn set of tires towards the end of a stint, even though you're low on fuel, if you've got no draft, you're going to be hard pressed to put in those same times that you were with having somebody that you could draft with.
Absolutely, but I mean, ultimately, I think if James was still tucked in with Payme at the point of pit there, I think maybe you pit in and hope that you come out right in behind still. But I think based off the
Yeah.
situation where they started to have that separation there, I think it's just the team strategies are the team strategies here, and at the end of the day, that's when your pit is. Just make your pit as scheduled, and we'll see where we shake out once we get that part of our stint out of the way.
Yeah, and another real interesting a topic that we really haven't covered at all. In fact, there's been no mention of it whatsoever. I have thought about it a few times, but there's not a GTR1 in this race either. And I'm wondering if that is due to, as well, the recent BOP update, and if perhaps the car just fell off and it just didn't quite have what the teams were looking for anymore.
Definitely could be the case. I mean, we're at the mercy of the platform that we race on at the end of the day. This being the Gran Turismo 7 platform, and it's tough being championship organizers or special event organizers, because you set your basis in, you get your schedule placed in, you get your drivers signed up, get them, your team signed up. In this case, everybody gets qualified. It's race day. And halfway through the season, all of a sudden the game decides that we're going to do a huge BOP update. We're going to make a bunch of changes to the physics, to this, to that, to the next thing. It's really difficult for organizers and special event organizers to manage those things. And I mean, that looms over our heads here again. We're going to get 5 rounds of racing in here on a physics model that we have become very comfortable with. A lot of us racers have gotten very attuned to it. We've figured out the quirks of our favorite cars or our cars that we're currently competing in. And now next week we're going to go through a massive change in the game. They're changing the tire models, they're changing a few of the other physics models to some of the parts within these racing cars. And of course, they're going to be making yet another BOP adjustment. It's going to completely change how these cars feel. Lap times around the racetrack. It could potentially change fuel consumption. I mean, there's so many things that could potentially change here now. So now the league organizers, event organizers, and racers and racing teams alike all have to get back on track, start testing, start tuning, and making sure that everything that's in play before the next round of racing is still there, so that the fair play is in play for each individual of the competitors that step out and put 4 tires on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about that is that if it's available, if it's an option, are we going to see some of those drivers that drop the Porsche? If that car is going to get a little bit of a buff and they go back to that car, or if we're going to see drivers, again, if it's an option, drop the current car they're in and then go to, say, the GTR, or well, we did see, wait a minute. There was one racer in here earlier that did have the Ford Mustang, but I was thinking potentially like the Ford GT or something along those lines, something that we haven't seen.
I do believe that is MRL2 team that is in the Mustang and just missing their driver here for stint number 8, so we should see them back out in stint number 9. In that Mustang as well. So that is just a little bit of clarification. That's a good call out there, but we are missing MRL team number 2 here in this stint. And as far as I understand, we will see them back on track at stint 9, but unfortunately due to the no-show, I'm sure that there will be some extra time added on before that team will be allowed to leave the paddock and get back into the race at stint number 9. But we should see that Mustang back here with 8 hours remaining in the race.
That'd be good stuff. We'd definitely like to see a variety of cars out on the track. It really just it adds to the excitement a bit, the different manufacturers that you get out there. People start to root for their favorite manufacturers as well as their drivers, their favorite teams, the ones they know the best and all that. And then a little bit to touch on what you're saying about the BOP changes. A little bit of a heads up for the organizers. Generally, they have a schedule, and they do a fairly good job. Polyphony does of letting people know when these BOP changes are going to be coming and whatnot. So, a little tip for the organizers of leagues and whatnot: make sure your leagues get run in between those BOP changes and the updates, and not during them for future.
They don't always post that, though. I mean, that's not 100% accurate information. Granted, Polyphony does not give us a heads up when they're going to make a BOP change. Half the time they do BOP changes and don't even tell us they've done it. So it's the community that actually data mines this information and finds it on their own.
Okay.
Polyphony Digital doesn't tell us anything about the updates. They try to keep it secret because they don't want the community to see what's coming next. They want the hype. They want the surprise. It's actually the data miners that get this information to the community. It's not actually the game developers giving us this information. It's actually the community doing the hard work.
Okay.
So,
I stand corrected. Well, hey, that's good to know, though.
the only time that we ever really,
it out.
you know, Gran Turismo made an announcement on this particular update because there's a live event going on right now. The World Tour circuit is running right now, so they're just utilizing what they have going on right now to make that live announcement. But typically, they just kind of drop the updates, and the community, you know, finds those BOP changes and puts those lists out for everybody to see. But I mean, at the end of the day, I believe there's car choice selections and rules on changing cars within the series as well. So obviously, with me being new to the series, I'm not 100% in tune with all the behind-the-scenes workings. I was going through the rule book here today, but I was mainly looking for the stuff that kind of relates to our live broadcast more than the finer details at this particular time. We'll get more in depth as time goes on, but potentially maybe they're only allowed to change cars once a season as well. I'm not sure. We did see a comment in chat that they think you're only allowed one car change on the season. So for the teams that haven't changed their cars yet, they may still have that option available to them after the changes that are coming in game. But for those that have already made a car switch, could be in for a tough run in the last 3 rounds of racing. With that being said, we do have 8 hours at Suzuka for round 6 here from the International Racing Organization, and that will be held here on August 31st. So that will be our next race of the championship series here from the International Racing Organization as well.
Copy that. Just checking out where Valsalente is here for Team ORT, and within 10 seconds of Shadow Chef now. So gaining some considerable ground there, as well as Paymay down to just a 34-second deficit to Valsalente. So definitely on the move are both of those drivers.
Well, you know, it's funny. We got we've got this Corvette Lexus connection going on here again with Paymay and our 8th place driver. So this is our 4th and 8th place driver for the viewers at home right now, linking up here. And now we have already seen these two link up and work together a little bit here before the pit stop sequence, and that Corvette has most certainly closed up on the back end of Paymay's Lexus here again, and we may very well potentially see much of the same thing here again. Leading into the end of this stint now, as we're about prepared to start lap 20 here for Paymay and, well, James in 8th place. I guess we'd be starting lap 19.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if we do see what we've seen previously already between these two drivers, by the end of the stint, that 30-second gap could be gone. Just gone. Like, they have to make up, let's see, what 15 no 13 laps, right? So 2 seconds per lap, 26 seconds, get it down to an 8-second gap. That would be a big momentum shifter there for Team RA2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 34 seconds, doing a good job here, keeping things close. Plenty of racing time left here, yes. So, I mean, there's no sense of urgency quite yet. I don't think from any of the racing teams right now on track. Maybe if you're one of the teams that's a lap down, you might have a little sense of urgency at this point in the race because you really would like to try and get that lead lap back. But barring the fact that we've not really had any major incidents here in a 24-hour race that has kind of brought this field back together by a safety car, you are really going to be relying on strategy to try to get that lead lap back. So the race has unfolded the way the race has unfolded here, but we're starting to see some interesting workings here. As you know, clearly the pace of the drivers is there, whether you're in this case right now, 4th place or 8th place, which is what we're watching on screen here. But clearly the pace is very equally matched between the two drivers here.
Yeah, well, and then again, as we said earlier, the cars really are actually unbelievably well matched as well. You know, the Corvette being a little quicker on the straights, but the Lexus being a little bit more nimble, and I think it works out for a really great combo as far as working together goes. It just and let's see. Okay, so I was wondering. Now, I had seen Paymay's turn signal on. He had had his turn signal on there for a minute, and perhaps Paymay now going for that little bit of a strategy again and saying, okay, well, you have the faster car as long as I can stay in the tow, and I push you along. Now we're certainly both much faster than having the Lexus be the lead car.
Absolutely, and you know, maybe Paymay feels more comfortable being the push car as opposed to being the lead car here in this situation as well. I mean, we really never know. Each racer has comfort zones and discomfort zones, I guess is the best way I could put it, for a lack of a better word, right at the moment. And you can see little Nicky just getting out of the way of ERA's Nick here, as the race leader now puts our 5th place driver officially a lap down here in the race today. So top 4 drivers are the only drivers remaining now on the lead lap, and we still got a fair bit of race left to go here.
Oh yes, loads of time for these racers to gain and make up position still. Anything can happen in racing, and as you touched on earlier, even in a situation of just a 90-minute race, you mess up pretty horribly bad at the beginning of the race, but by the end of the race, by using the right strategy and having good pace, you can make up a lot of time. Oh no, wait a minute.
That was our, I believe that was our race director.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're okay there.
Yeah. Okay, but okay. Yeah, I just seen that name drop, and I was like, oh no. We don't want to see any more red flag situations or anything like that. But you know, if something like that happens, then we deal with it, because that's what we do, and that's what has to be done.
That's all right. I believe it was our race director here for stint number 8, so no harm, no foul there. All our racers are still on track to start our stint here today, so a small little moment there. Every time you see a name leave the lobby, your heart stops for a moment and you take a deep breath, but all our racers are still accounted for here today in the stint, so that's always good. We hate to see those dreaded disconnects. You know, it is tough. You know, as a team, especially as Team ORT here right now, you know, I'd really like to, you know, find out, you know, what that conversation was after that moment there in the last stint, you know, and how they, you know, band together, regroup, and what the message is now for them moving forward, right? But, you know, they're still here in 3rd place. 9 seconds in behind Shadow Chef, so they are now starting to close in on the 2nd place driver slowly but surely here. They've kind of been patient, they've been waiting, they've just been staying very consistent here. Now it seems like the push is on from the Lexus here, so let's see if he can close in on Shadow Chef here. But I mean, ERA Nick is the big mover here, I think, in stint number 8. This started with a 11-second gap, less than 10-second gap actually at the beginning, and now we got this up almost to a minute. So this driver is on a whole different level here right now in stint number 8, and putting that Corvette through its paces.
Yeah, again, man, I'll tell you, I gotta say, as equally matched as these cars have been performing between the Corvette and the Lexus, I gotta say, I really do think that the Corvette definitely holds the edge, and that's just simply, I believe, due to the great lengths of these straight stretches. The power of that vet is just substantial.
I tend to agree with that statement 100% for sure. It just seems like it's just got a little bit more underneath of it than that Lexus does on these big pulls.
hmm Oh man. Just taking a look at Shadow Chef here, has picked himself up a half-second penalty now. That's going to put ORT's Valsalente right back even closer. And boy, he's been gaining time and gaining time. He's going to get about maybe a second and a half closer even now. Maybe not quite that much, but it's going to be close.
Absolutely, and just on board with Paymay and our 8th place driver James here, and you can see the blue flagman waving those blue flags away. But again, Paymay not trying to get around James here. This is a joint effort between the two drivers here right now, and ultimately both drivers could benefit from it. And I mean, Paymay's purple right now by 3/100ths of a second as he went through that live timing sector there as well. So you can't say that it's not making him faster. And Paymay now get to swap positions here. So
Yep.
just a small mistake made there by James coming out of the corner. He got just a small little wiggle on the exit there. Paymay got a clean run through the corner, realized what was happening there, and immediately just took the lead position there. And now he will wait for James just to close back up, and they will continue the charge, hopefully, towards ORT's Valsalente. So, and still purple here is Paymay as well as he comes through. So we're actually going to sit on board with this here and see if Paymay is going to steal that fast lap away from ERA's Nick. ERA Nick has been dominant here so far in this stint, and Paymay could potentially put the first chink in his armor here by stealing his fast lap on the track here in this stint.
Well, and it looks to me as though he's definitely on pace to do so with just 2 corners left to go. Is it? It's 1, 2. Okay, 4 corners total.
The 4 chicanes here, I believe these are called, and as Paymay's coming through here, it is going to be just a 2/10 off there. 3/10 of a second off that fast lap there, so a good lap there from Paymay nonetheless. And I mean, it almost got it down to 30 seconds to Team ORT here.
Indeed, he has, and it's definitely Paymay. Obviously, he's one of the racers on track that definitely has really good pace overall, and his consistency is just absolutely on point in general. But I'll tell you, we've been watching these numbers quite closely, and this strategy between these two drivers, it really appears to be working, which in the case of Valsalenta and Polsitter's pulled away from Valsalenta, and they are no longer using that strategy. However, Valsalenta is still gaining time on Shadow Chef up here, just 7.2 seconds now away. Although he doesn't have the toe anymore, he's still gaining and creeping up there. So it's certainly not out of it. Finding themselves in a really great position, still sitting, on the podium spot still, even after their very unfortunate disconnect earlier. And things definitely would be interesting had that not had happened. Would have been nice to see actually what that would have been. It was around a 34 seconds or so gap that Team ORT had over ERA. But looking at how Nick is, I mean, he's almost a full minute ahead now, and he is just laying it down. So it would have been really interesting to see how much he could have drawn that in.
Absolutely. I'm just sitting on board with our 3rd place driver here as he's in cockpit view here right now as we're inside the cockpit with this driver here, kind of seeing what he's seeing through the window of his Lexus here. And, you know, he's closing in on pole sitter here in that Mercedes right now as we get through this technical sector. But the Mercedes doesn't seem to want to let that Lexus pull any closer in once we get into the straightaway. And we're going to see that here right now. Gets a good run up the straightaway, and the Lexus is, you know, I want to say about a second in behind that Mercedes. We can't tell obviously because it's a lead lap car, a blue flag car, essentially in the mix here right now. So it won't tell us exactly what that gap between the two is right now. But that is about a second gap between the two cars, and Slipstream realm here at GT3 cars currently in game is roughly about 0.8 of a second. So I mean, he's right there. He is still right there.
Yeah, no, I'd have to agree. That's just about a second gap difference for sure. And boy, howdy, I just keep looking all over the racetrack to try to find something as interesting as what we're seeing going on with P3 and pole sitter there, and then James and Paymay, and I'm just not seeing it. It's just not there. This is really where the interesting stuff on the racetrack is happening. Other than the fact that I just come back on to Nick, and he unfortunately has picked up himself up a half-second penalty while being purple again. So there goes him moving into the 353 mark for himself.
And I mean, he's still got time. We're only on lap 23 of 31 laps here in this stint before we see the driver swap. So I mean, with that being said, we are getting near that point here already, and boy, it does not take long, does it? This time really does fly by in these races. So you wouldn't suspect so. You know, 2-hour stints, you're thinking, oh my, I mean, how are we going to fill 2 hours of time for the viewers watching at home? Boy, these drivers sure do make it easy.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's kind of funny because like we were talking about earlier, Paymay bit sideways, doesn't even slow him down at all, just drifted the snot out of that corner. That was beautiful. He didn't get too hairy on it, but you could definitely tell he was drifting that corner. Fantastic bit of racing right there. But yeah, no, like you're saying, you know, these stints are just clipping along. 2 hours is going by really fast, and here we get Paymay again signaling to James, go ahead, take the lead, man. It's the straights. We're coming up on him again. You take the lead. If you can slingshot around me, that'll boost us both.
And I mean, it's paid off. I mean, you know, as we went through that live timing sector, James in this situation was just shy of a 10th at purple. As they went through that live timing sector. So I mean, these two have definitely figured out this strategy, this train here in this stint for sure. And you can still see here 0.091 purple right now, so almost a 10th up on Nick's 354.028 here. And much like Paymay, you know, can they hold it through the Porsche curves in through the Ford chicane at the end of the track? Because that's the tough part when you are tucked in that tight as these two drivers are here right now on the racetrack. Those Porsche curves, the Corvette curves, the Ford curves, very, very difficult to manage. And if the driver in the lead goes wide, chances are if you're the pushed car, you're going to follow them. And the last thing both these drivers need right now is you know, a half-second or a 1 second track limit penalty coming out of the Corvette curves leading it towards the Ford chicanes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like you say, you know, if the lead car goes a little bit wide, that dirty air is almost certainly to pull you wide as well. It's almost inevitable unless you completely let off and maybe even potentially a bit of brake, you're going to go wide as well. It's just how dirty air works.
Absolutely, and it's a little bit of follow the leader in a sense. You know, it's no different than playing sports. You know, when you're playing sports, you remember you're a kid, you're playing sports, and you always hear your coach. You have to keep your eye on the ball. You know, you got to follow through if you're throwing the ball. You know, it's the same thing in racing. If you are watching that driver go wide, it is a very high probability you are going to follow that driver's line because that's where you're looking.
Well, you know, it's funny that you use the sports analogy on that too, because it's the same exact thing when riding a motorcycle. That motorcycle is going to go where you're looking.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same thing with a race car. You're going to go where you're looking, period. You're going to throw where you're looking. It's just, that's how it works. That's how our hand-eye coordination is just designed that way.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's tough business because you can't help but watch the rear end of that car. Obviously, depending on the view that the racer is chasing in behind, or the push car is racing in, can also very, very much complicate that. And Nick's going to take another penalty here as he comes through that first set of Mulsanne straight S's here. There it is, a half-second penalty. They definitely got a little too much curb cut there on the second apex there. But, he has not a whole lot to worry about here. He just pushed that gap up to a minute there as we came into the second Mulsanne straight here. So no harm, no foul here for ERA's Nick right now. But Shadow Chef, 6.5 seconds from Valsalenta. Valsalenta has turned up the heat at the end of this stint and is really starting to try and apply a little bit of pressure here on that Corvette up in front right now. And Pole Sitter is still tucked in between second and third place here. And Pole Sitter are currently our sixth place driver. So it just, again, does go to talk about the pace of each of the drivers in the field. Even though they're a little out of position and the positions are on the racetrack as we see them, it does not change the fact that every one of these drivers is extremely fast here at Le Mans.
Yeah, I can certainly agree with that statement, and due to just watching, Pole Sitter and James keeping up with these guys, like Valsalente and Payme and whatnot, it really just goes to show that really that big time gap and difference has been little tiny bitty chunks, time and time again throughout the race. As you say, we're approaching. 12 hours when we took over this stint, so just about the 14-hour mark in this race. And I gotta tell you, that time can be gained back the same way. There's a lot of racing left to go.
Oh boy, talk about racing. Okay, so we have been talking a lot about the teamwork between James and Payme here on this stint. Obviously, that's kind of where the excitement is right now on the racetrack. Now, this could be a benefit to both drivers, and we've been saying that throughout this stint here as well. I have just realized that James has closed over 30 seconds up on Sector 7 Racing's driver, Wid C, in the silver Mercedes, and him and Payme are now only 5 seconds in behind 7th place Wid C. Now, for Payme, that's irrelevant. He's already ahead of that driver. But for James, who's working with Payme, that is a positional battle. 5 seconds up the road. So teamwork can most certainly make the dream work if you do it right. And right now, teamwork is definitely making this dream work for James, because there's a position 4.7 seconds up the road from him here right now.
Well, yeah, and it's that's the thing. It's mutually beneficial for these racers to continue doing this, because in just the same way as James is now pulled within 5 seconds of position 7, Payme is now only 28.5 seconds in behind Valsalente, and those tenths are dropping. They are dropping quick. Absolutely. So, you got to say Nick is the big mover here in this stint. I don't think that can really be disputed here. He's taken a 10-second gap and opened it up to now a minute lead. But you also cannot take away from what Payme and James have done here in this stint either. An unlikely situation. We talked about how blue flag cars and lead lap cars could potentially work together to close gaps up on position cars for both of those drivers. It is very rare you see this. But you know what? We're very fortunate here today. The International Racing Organization has brought us a very rare sight on track, a blue flag marker and a lead lap car working together and doing it extremely efficiently. And if they continue this on for the rest of the stint, we will see James grab this position potentially over Wid C here. Oh, certainly. I expect that to happen within the next 3 laps or so, potentially. Even faster than that. At the rate that they're moving together, they are definitely considerably. Let's take a look actually at the exact lap time. So let's see, the slowest lap out of the last 3 for Payme has been a 3:55.8. And James, the slowest lap for James in the past 4 laps has been a 3:55.6. Now, let's look.
And just on that note, while you're kind of going through that here, I just do want to make mention. a couple of interesting tidbits actually here. Widsea is now just far enough ahead of James right now where the blue flaggers are starting to show him that blue flag. Now, an interesting fact that one of the viewers has just brought up is with James hiding behind Paymay, and Paymay being there causing the blue flags to wave to the 7th place driver Widsea. Is this going to catch Widsea flat-footed? Widsea is going to do what you would expect a blue flag car to do here, concede the position to Paymay, who is chasing. But by doing that, is Widsea going to concede the position to the 8th place driver James without potentially realizing that he is there?
Well, that very well could be the case, but if Widsea has got the type of race recognition and awareness that I'm pretty sure he does, we may see a three-way team up here and have the three of them.
Good show.
3 cars are faster than 2 cars.
That's a good
right?
show. That's a good show.
Potentially see that happen as Widsea. I mean, he's closing on pole sitter too, right? Like the time's dropping between himself and pole sitter as well, so it's not. I don't think at all that it's out of the realm of possibility for that to happen. We've obviously seen that it's working in positions behind him, so yeah, very interesting. We'll have to wait and see.
And I mean, boy, oh boy, that Mercedes, that silver Sector 7 racing team Mercedes just continues to get closer and closer and closer to James and Paymay here. And I gotta tell you what, when Paymay and James just came through that last live timing sector, they are over half a second purple on that current fast lap on the track right now. These two are booking.
Yep. They are grabbing gears and swinging rears, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, James is definitely on the move. 2/10 into the purple right now.
Paymay is over half second in the purple at the moment here in behind James. So, and right. I mean, that gap is closing so quickly to Widsea. Let's actually get on to Widsea here and take a look at that gap. I mean, 1.5 seconds. He is at the mercy right now of these two. And I mean, let's just see what happens. Let's see this play out, because this is an interesting situation. I could definitely say this is not a situation you see too often here. Lead lap car pushing a blue flag car up to a positional battle for that blue flag car, but by doing so also gaining the lead lap car time and position on 3rd place.
7/10 in the purple is Paymay right now. Nearly 7/10, and he's right at the end of the lap here.
This is going to be... Oh, and there we go. Paymay is going to swap positions here with James. So
yeah. He wants that fast lap.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I mean, he is booking right now. He's definitely in a solid 53 range here as he's coming around.
Boy,
and we are
about using it every inch.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Wow.
Missed it there by a little over 1.5 tenths there, and side by side here now.
Yep. He's going to let him go back in front and do it again. He caught the edge of the gravel there, and it lost him considerable amount of time. And plus having to make the move on James, because again, that Lexus is faster in the corners, and that could very well be just the skill of Paymay in that car. But I certainly have seen it over and over again that the Lexus is just a bit more nimble than the Corvette is.
I gotta tell you, the team ORT here, this driver, it didn't look like he was feeling comfortable in the early part of this stint, but, he's got that gap under 7 seconds here to 2nd place right now and closing him. But with that being said, Paymay is also closing in on the ORT driver with the help of James here as well, and they now almost got that down to under 25 seconds here. So, I mean, if this is what we are going to expect to see for the remainder, a little bit of late contact between the two drivers, a little bit of a mistake there between Paymay and James under braking there, and a little bit of time lost there, but the important thing here is no damage to the racing car. So Paymay has no damage. I'm not sure about James, We're going to go check here. James has no damage either, so that's the important thing here. And the scary moment right there for Payme and James, and that is the risk that you do take when you are playing this game in a slipstream bump drafting style. That was literally a case of Payme missing his braking point by about 5 meters there, and just giving a bump to the back end of that Corvette. Now, obviously, it wasn't hard enough to damage the car, so it was a pretty minor bump, but at 180 miles an hour when you're coming into a braking zone, that little bump is a pretty significant bump.
Well, yeah, and unfortunately, Payme's picked himself up a half-second penalty, and that time that we had seen it dropped down below 25 seconds was into the 24-second mark, jumped immediately back up to the 26-second mark.
Starting to near the end of our stint, getting near our driver swaps here, so we are just going to take a moment to go through the timing gaps through our field here. This is important that we do this. This is also important for race control and our race directors as well here. So ERA Nick is leading the race here as we have 4 to go in this stint number 8. Shadow Chef is in behind by 1 minute and 3 seconds currently as it sits. Of course, that will change before we get to the end of the stint, one way or the other. But just a rough idea here, we got 1:10 to the leader from ORT Vasilenta, 7 seconds in behind Shadow Chef. From there, it is 4th place Payme, 25.5 seconds in behind ORT Vasilenta, 1 minute 36 seconds in behind our race leader. That puts us to RA Nicky in 5th place. He's 2 minutes and 45 seconds in behind Payme, and an overall 4 minutes and 21 seconds behind our current race leader. And the first driver now in the race here, a lap down, or our highest up positional driver, a lap down here in the race so far. We've got a Sector 7 pole sitter here for, I believe this is Sector 7 Racing 2, if I'm not mistaken, is 40 seconds in behind Little Nicky, and an overall time of 5 minutes and 2 seconds currently behind the overall race leader. We've got Wid C, the other S7R Racing team member, here currently 27.6 seconds in behind his teammate Bolster, 5 minutes 29 seconds behind the race leader. We've got James here is 1.5 seconds in behind Wid C, so that battle has closed up. We'll be watching this in just a moment here. 5 minutes and 31 seconds behind the overall race leader. We got Total Wolf here in the Moosehead Racing Mercedes AMG. He is 1 minute 33 seconds in behind James, and overall 7 minutes and 5 seconds behind our race leader here so far today. We've got the Furious 2 here in 10th place, 8 minutes and 47 seconds in behind the race leader overall, 1 minute 43 behind Total Wolf. We have Kaizen here in the Aston Martin is 29.2 seconds in behind 10th place, 9 minutes 16 seconds away from our overall race lead. The MRL1 race team here in the green and blue BMW is 4.3 seconds in behind Kaizen. Another closing up battle here. Unfortunate to pick up half-second penalty there, but total of 9:21, 9 minutes 21 seconds in behind our overall race leader. And RA's Oscar here is 12 minutes 40 seconds in behind the overall race leader, and 3 minutes 20 seconds in behind Team RL1. And just a quick recap for race control there as we are getting near that driver swap. That information is important, and we'll go through it one more time. All right, race, what's going on here, Nolander, while we were going through that?
Well, I'll tell you, that a half-second penalty really hurt Payme right there. He's a good second, maybe a second and a half falling behind James. Had himself a bit of a moment there. I've just personally jumped on board. Yep, darn it. Payme has just picked up another half-second penalty. He went a little bit wide, pushing a little hard, trying to catch back up to that Corvette, which obviously is what he's got to do to be able to do that, is gain the time in the braking zones and in through the corners. However, it did not work out to his benefit that time, and now he's going to find himself even a little bit further behind. However, that being said, he's still, just on his race pace alone, still dropping tenths off rather quickly on Valsalenta up there in P3.
Absolutely, and I mean, now we're on board here with James. All that hard work, all that great teamwork, all that great driving between Payme and James has definitely paid off for James here. They've closed in on 7th place, and although the blue flag is waving to these guys up front here, this is battle on. This is a battle for position between James and Widsea here, and it's game on. So, AHR had a very beneficial mutual partnership there with the 4th place driver, from Payme and Race Asylum 2, and that benefit has now led into a battle for 7th 7th place overall here on the racetrack. And I mean, these guys are nose to tail here at this point, and the Corvette has proven to be quite strong here in a straight line. The Mercedes also has proven so, but he's going to get the job done there. James is going to move up into 7th position, and let's see if we see a response here from Wid C from 7 Sector Racing. But oh my, what a great drive here so far from James in this stint. A little bit of teamwork there with Lucas has definitely paid off for both these drivers, and now up into 7th place here is James. So that worked out pretty good for the two drivers. Wid didn't have to deal with Payme sitting right on his back doorstep and feel obligated to obviously concede the position to the 3rd place driver, which did allow James and Wid C to have a proper positional battle without that lead lap car interfering in it there. So I mean, that was fair play racing right there between the two drivers, and James clearly has the pace right now and just sitting ahead of Wid C there. So great job from the AHR team.
Yeah, indeed, and I was just getting a little bit of a chuckle of the comments up in the chat. You know, DJ Brohawk says, "Rip to the James and May partnership," and it looks as though that is the case, because I do not see James consenting that position back up to Wid C. It just doesn't make any sense strategically, being there's only 5 laps remaining, and make that 4 laps now.
3 here, 3 flying laps here now before we see driver swaps, as Nick is on lap 28 of 31 here for the racing laps. So but a second penalty here for a race leader. So plagued with penalties here as ERA Nick has been in this stint, but I mean, it's been completely irrelevant as he continues to open the gap up over Shadow Chef here in 2nd place. But you know, ORT had 12-second gap at the beginning of the stint. He's had that gap upwards of 6 seconds. Now it's starting to fall back down to about 8 seconds here. So Shadow Chef has picked up the pace, and Vasilenta here has kind of fallen off just slightly off the pace, and a half-second track limit penalty here, maybe falling into some penalty trouble late in the stint here as well, could be the issue here. But we are seeing track limit infractions there. That's going to cost him another second in this charge, and that's good for Payme. Now, although Payme did not directly benefit immediately from that slipstream train with James like James has, obviously James has just found himself up into a position ahead of where he started here in this stint. This has benefited Payme and Race SLM Team 2 here dramatically, because they were almost 40 seconds behind at the beginning of the stint, and now they are within 24.9 seconds, so just punching under that 25-second mark. So, ooh, big slide there as he comes through the S's to hit the Mulsanne straight there, but he keeps the car underneath of him here. Boy, you know, you can see the clouds are starting to move in pretty good here at the racetrack, and I think what's happening here is the track condition has changed a little bit dramatically. I think, you know, the tarmac surface has potentially dropped, you know, maybe 3-4 quick degrees, and I think as these tires are wearing down, that the drivers, it's just catching the drivers out a little bit there, and they're having to scoop their cars up from underneath them a little bit here.
Yeah, not quite able to be able to take the corners at quick a pace as what they were able to earlier. That potential drop in the tarmac surface has slickened things up a little bit. However, that being said, Payme is still gaining ground on Valsalente all by his lonesome, and now he's caught himself another potential, may it be very short, but drafting partner. And that's unfortunate there for that driver. I believe that is our 10th place driver in this Skechers car.
The BMW car, the MRL. Yes, I believe that is our 10th place team here right now. Nope. Is that? Nope. 11th place, 12th place, 12th place. They're currently in 12th. Yep, currently sitting in 12th place here, just ahead of Oscar here. So down a couple of positions actually here, later part of the stint here from where they started. But you know what? Again, every team out here, whether you're winning or you're losing, you're still gaining valuable seat time, which is valuable experience for the drivers that are participating here. But you're also getting a lot of track information and track recognition. And whether you come in first or last at the end of this 24-hour race, the guaranteed thing is every single racer here in the field has definitely learned something here in this 24 hours.
Yeah, and the incredible thing is we've been watching this moved by Payme down to 23 seconds now behind Valsalente. And he is actually, even though James and Widsey are drafting off of one another, Paymay's still catching them through the corners. He's really pouring it on, trying to catch back up to James, and it looks like Widsey's taken the position back from James. Indeed, he has.
Oh, we're missing the action here. Let's get back to that. Let's see if we can get the replay kicking here and see what we missed, as Nolander had just called that out. We did just miss the pass here, but you can see the Sector 7 Racing driver now up ahead of the Corvette here as well. And unfortunately, we just missed that there as we were just starting to go through our field here. We're getting to that point now where the driver swaps are starting to become a thing. We should see our next commentator here any moment here now as well, as he's probably just getting things set up on the production crew's end, and
I'm
there he is.
lurking in the background.
There he is. He's lurking. I thought I heard him lurking back there.
Not all good. I'm here.
Lurking in the background, he is. Good stuff. That's what we like to hear.
I'm ready. I'm ready to cover the next stint. Yeah, didn't fall asleep, so all good.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any sleeping for you here, Jaeger. I mean, these boys are racing right now,
No.
and I think you're in for a
It is.
doozy again.
I hope so. Yeah. Also, like very interesting during this stint with lap cars pushing.
Definitely can't say you see that
the
every
front
day.
runners.
And guess what, gentlemen? James has just now picked himself up a half-second penalty. That's going to put James and Paymay. The team is back. Oh, the team-unteam partnership is going to be re-intact here momentarily.
And you know, it's just
We're going to get to watch it all over again.
there's some crazy happenings here at stint number 8 today in this race, and you know, we love to see first in long distance racing, and I can definitely say that in my experience in the 4 years of commentating here on GT7, that's the first time I've seen a backmarker and a lead lap car work together for over an hour to really benefit both drivers at the end of the day. I mean, that was fun. That was different. We love that.
Well, you know, what's really crazy though, you know, this stint started off very spaced out for the most part, and if you look on the track map on the side, we've got two different groups that are all quite close together now. 1, 2, 3, 4 different groups of 2 each cars are right on top of each other, so there's actually some action going on here and there, or potential action pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
They found each other on track, right?
It's a lot of mixture. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
lot of blue flag and lead lap cars kind of all mixed together too, so it's really adding to the perplexity of the decision making that each of the racers in those cars have to make now too as well.
Well, and what's crazy is that it makes me wonder just how many of them are actually listening to the broadcast, because if so, they are definitely realizing that Paymay and James definitely had something going on there, because I'm kind of seeing the same thing going on here and there. And there goes James now, just serving that penalty. He had gotten back around Widsey though, and still holding it rather, but here comes Widsey up and around the outside. He's going to get the move done, but meanwhile Paymay is closing that gap right at about a second now, I would say, maybe a second and a half perhaps. But as we've seen that Lexus really good in the corners as we're just entering into the Porsche curves, I suspect that time is going to drop even further.
Absolutely. We're just on the lead-in lap here for the final lap for our driver swaps here as we jump on board with ERA's Nick. So a 1:07 gap over the field here. And I mean, this man has definitely put some distance on the field here in this stint. He's really set the team up very well here to hopefully hold that gap and bring home a race win over the next 8 hours. But 8 hours is a long time to continue to maintain that gap. We've seen it done already today, but we've also seen some craziness today. So anything can happen here. So yeah, and a half-second track limit penalty here for second place driver. Not ideal, again, nearing the end of these stints. And again, I think a case of the driver fatigue starting to come in. The drivers know that they're nearing the end of their time behind the wheel. They're probably starting to think about what they're going to tell the next driver. Maybe they're already relaying that information to the crew chiefs and behind the scenes so that driver can be briefed before he gets behind the wheel. But there's starting to be some small distractions in the cockpit now for these drivers, obviously with communication of the team, and of course they've been behind the wheel of these cars for about an hour and 55 minutes now. They're hot, they're sweaty, they're probably thirsty, they're probably a little bit hungry, and they're probably a little bit amped up as well because it's been a pretty spicy stint here.
It has, and you're certainly not wrong. ERA Nick 88 there has definitely had himself a brilliant stint, taking what was just a 9-second gap over P2, and now that gap almost a full 60 seconds over. So he has had a brilliant stint here, and like I touched on a little bit earlier, it would have been really great to see what that would have looked like had the ORT driver not had the unfortunate DC in the last stint. I want to say he'd be definitely caught up, if not still in the same position at least that he's in, potentially. Anyhow, we'll just have to imagine as far as that goes.
Absolutely, and we have got a striking battle here still between James and Widsey here on the racetrack, but unfortunately now for Widsey carrying a 1-second track penalty here from track officials, and that probably will end the charge here between him and James, I think, for this stint. Unless James himself is carrying a penalty, which we're just kind of peeking at here. No, he is not. So advantage does go to James here in the Corvette. And as we get near the penalty serving zone, ooh, huge wide exit there. Might actually pick himself one up to go with here as we come around the track. But it looks like they're going to let him get away with it here.
That's actually 2 half-second penalties, unfortunately, for him, adding up to that full 1-second penalty. But regardless, him having to serve that, he may potentially end up falling behind Paymay and then potentially working together with. So we might see another inadvertent teaming up here for this final lap here as they're about to go through the Porsche curves once again. And boy, howdy, this stint has just flown by.
We would love to stay on that battle here, but we just have our race leader here coming through to start the final racing lap here on stint number 8. So ERA's Nick 88 here taking us around one final time here before we start to see that driver swap sequence. And with a minute 10 lead, it'll be a little bit while before we see that second driver hit pit lane to send their teammate out. But boy, Esports Race Asylum team, started off a little slow, a little quiet, but has made a big wake here in the mid part of this race and now finds themselves as championship leaders, leading round number 5.
So Nick gained a minute during the stint, right, on P2.
That's correct.
Yep, he has. And now, what's funny is, oh man, Paymay's just finally caught up.
You keep your eyes on those battles right now. You keep that action for the viewers here as I continue to keep progression on these driver swaps here. But definitely we'll let Nolander keep shooting the action off here as we continue to stick with our race leader here for this final lap around in the stint here, and then we'll cycle through our field here. And again, this is important. It's for timing, obviously for race control, for reasons in behind the scenes as well. So Nolander will keep an eye on the action, and we'll keep an eye on the driver swaps here.
There you go. Sounds good, my friend. So, again, as I was saying, Paymay, unfortunately, he's just caught up to Widsey and was potentially going to do the same exact thing as what he was doing with James, because I seen a flash of the headlights, which was an indication of the communication between drivers. But unfortunately, he's picked himself up a half-second penalty again here on this final lap. So that's going to shoot right out the window. But James now is holding on to that now a 2.1 second lead over Widsey, and I don't suspect that is going to be brought back in. As I say, they are on their final lap before the pit stop is going to happen, but we will certainly keep an eye on it and certainly see what happens. But Nick, on his final lap, has added another 3 seconds to his overall time over Shadow Chef here, making it a 1 minute and 11-second gap over P2. So absolutely incredible job done by Nick 88 for stint number 8 here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans here with the IRO. Just an incredible showing for him. Meanwhile, we take a look at the Paymay has gotten around Woodsy. Woodsy has picked up himself a half-second penalty as well. So now Paymay and Woodsy both with a half-second penalty.
And race leader coming into pit lane. Sorry, Nolander.
No worries. Absolutely. It's need to know information here. But interesting thing is that, what was it, a 45-second gap between Paymay and Valsalente at the beginning of the stint. Paymay has dropped 25 total seconds off that time, is now in 20.3 seconds away from Valsalente. So bringing that team right back up in a really good run from Paymay, James, Woodsy, also pole sitter, all gaining lots of ground here in this 8th stint.
And Evo is out on track for Esport versus Adam.
Oh, bringing out
9 already.
Bringing out the big hitter here to try and
Yeah.
continue on that gap.
I mean, running Nick Evo. Whoops. Not a bad lineup.
Not at all. We got Shadow Chef here. He is just heading into the karting S's here right now, and will be coming in to send his teammate off here as well. So just making that entry here right now is our second place driver, and it is 4 seconds now in behind his team ORT here. So this is going to be interesting to see. The push, I would assume, is now on for the number 46 Lexus team here, and that leaves Paymay now tracking 21 seconds in behind our third place driver here, and 1 minute 39 seconds in behind the overall race leader. And Paymay just coming in here now to send his teammate out here as well. So driver swaps are now full underway, and that leaves RA's Little Nicky here. And we haven't really talked too much about Little Nicky, so I'm going to take a small opportunity here as I hear a C7Z06 Corvette behind me just fire up. If you guys heard that, that is a beautiful car outside my parking lot, and we'll get some real life content for that car one of these days. But RA Little Nicky, I haven't said too much about Little Nicky here. He's been in the 650 McLaren here the whole stint, but he's just kind of been in no man's land the whole stint. But he did a great job of staying where he started. He's still in 5th place, and he's going to bring it into pit lane here in 5th place for teammate to take over here.
We have John D for ORT now on track, also one of the really quick guys. He also hit a for the 64 Corvette. Will have a challenging couple of laps lying in front of them and ran wide on the exit of Tete Rouge. A penalty, but expect John D to move up the order into P2 very early. Lucas missed that Dunlop right away coming out of the pits. No, is this a penalty? Yes. Well, he's slowed down. Whew. Got lucky.
Take a quick breath there, just get yourself locked in. Early stint, it's really tough. You want to come out, you just want to set that hot, out lap. But yeah, sometimes as a racer, you just got to remember, hey, I'm on cold racing tires, and I just got to make sure we get this first lap kind of safe and sound here as well. I tell you, Little Nicky is getting really nip and tuck on fuel here. He has still got a decent chunk of lap left to go here in 5th place. He's 4 minutes 47 seconds behind the overall race lead here right now, and I mean, I'm seeing a very small amount of fuel left in the tank here, and concerned at whether or not he's going to have enough to get into pit lane here at this point.
Speaking of fuel, Paymay literally came into the pits on fumes, dialed in on that pit strategy. As that team, we've seen that several times throughout this race. Team RA2 coming into the pits literally on fuel. or fumes just coasted in.
Yeah, we're seeing that much out of our 650S driver here right now. I mean, you hit the gas pedal too hard here, and that's going to eat up that extra liter of fuel that he's got left in the tank here right now. So, very, very close here.
And interestingly enough, if I remember correctly, wasn't the gap between James and pole sitter at the start of this stint a minute? Because if that's the case, that little stint of James and Payme working together has dropped that time down to 23 seconds.
It's quite possible, if I'm not mistaken, actually. It was about 1:11, if I recall correctly. And we just have little Nicky coming into pit lane here right now for RA here as well. So it was a good run for the McLaren there. You know, the McLaren is definitely the underdog car in this race here this weekend. And there's two on track here, but that RA McLaren, they've done a really great job of keeping this thing in the top half of the field today. Pole sitter now coming in for Sector 7 Racing here as well. 21 seconds in behind little Nicky, 5 minutes and 10 seconds in behind the overall race leaders here. James, who was working together very efficiently with Payme here throughout the majority of this race, really, especially in the last half of the stint, finding himself now up position due to that, and only 22 seconds behind pole sitter, as Nolander just touched on, and now just pulling into pit lane himself to send his teammate out here for AHR, and 5 minutes 32 seconds behind the overall race leader here so far, with C just in behind, 7.2 seconds in behind James, 5 minutes 39 seconds in behind the overall race leader upon pit entry. That leaves Total Wolf here now in 9th position for Moosehead Racing.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, you touched on little Nicky there, and the McLaren. He was literally by himself that entire race, and still had a great stint, having nobody to draft off the entire time. Kept himself right in that position, set his teammate up for a good start to the next stint, and so definitely incredible job done by little Nicky in that aspect of things right there.
Absolutely, and we got going to be a couple more minutes yet here before we see the remainder of our field hit pit lane here. Yep. But we got Total Wolf here coming, and a minute and a half gap in behind the Sector 7 Racing Team 1 there, I believe that is. So just entering into the Porsche curves here now, and we'll be in pit lane here in about 30 seconds time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna spectate the gap between John D and Hide down to 2.3 seconds. Here, so our T driver is catching the Syndicate Racing driver team as expected, down to 2 seconds. Close racing to be expected very soon.
All right, so our 9th place driver just entering pit lane. They're entering with a 1 second track limit penalty, however. That's going to leave the Furious 2 now. Minute 53 in behind next driver to come into pit lane here.
Here we see Caplero for Loose Moose Racing getting ready to get released out on track any second. So we see the crew is ready to change the tires probably. No tire change. Cold tires for the driver. That will be interesting to see.
Ooh, and a little bit of a lag spike there on your end, or maybe it's just my stream's lagging. That could very well be. But number 45 McLaren here is, where are we at here? We're just entering the run to the Porsche curves here, so a little ways to go here for this driver yet.
Still 2 seconds between Hide and John D into Indianapolis. So we'll be waiting for the remaining drivers then to pit. We see P10 30 seconds away or something like that.
Give or take. Yep, just coming in through the Porsche curves here now, entering up into the karting S's here now, and yeah, should just be a few moments time here. We got a Beamer hot on the tail here as well, I believe. I'm not sure who that is actually in behind. It might be Gelf.
RA's Oscar in P13.
Ah, that's who that is. Okay. Ooh, he
yes.
clips the pit wall there on entry a little bit there too, and costing him a little bit of time there on the pit entry, and losing a driver's side mirror potentially there as well. But waiting for Kaizen to come in here now, and he's got about 24 seconds in behind the Furious 2, and 9 minutes 35 seconds in behind race leader as he just enters that pit entry here. Oh, and the lag made it look like he just T-boned the wall there, but he's fine. Again, at the mercy of the game a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen, so don't panic. The driver's fine. He didn't just T-bone the wall there, just looked like he did. MRL's Gelf here, he's coming in now, 15 seconds in behind, and 9 minutes 51 seconds in behind race leader, and that will leave, last but not least, RA's Oscar here in the BMW, as he's got a long 3 minutes around the racetrack here before he can send his teammate out. So I am GT45 Gaming, and I was joined with Nolander Gaming here for stint number 8. And with that being said, we're going to hand it off in the more than capable hands of the legend Jaeger himself. Thank you all for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll see you in a couple hours' time for stint number 10.
Yeah, thank you for that. GT45 and Nolander. I will then jump full screen for stint number 9. Boom.
And alright, so we are running in stint 9 now, and we're also gonna perform the next stream swap. So we'll be switching over to part 3 of our broadcast any second, so be aware or be ready to join the next stream then. So I think we have covered most of the driver swaps so far. So I will be back with you in a couple of seconds. Stay tuned, I guess. So let me grab the important settings from the stream and see you in a bit in part 3.